single day, which yesterday we did see it was kind of tiring for a lot of those players.
Yeah, I mean, stamina is a really big deal. And some of these lower end teams, you might say, like, oh, you talk about your saws in here, and BNE especially have experience in these grinding
Yeah.
situations where they play so many matches in a day. They are used to these long days, and well, they're going to be matching up for our first match of the day here, Ted.
Yeah, bad news, Seagulls. Looking really hot on their heels after another major. Obviously, a lot of people doubted them after their run in Antwerp. A lot of people thought that their performance there was a fluke, but they did prove that they might not be a tier 1 team, but they are that solid team that's going to make their way into the top 16. Yes, okay, they might struggle to pick up some victories. They might not be able to make it into the playoffs, but they are going to be in that top 16, and that's why I feel like it's kind of funny, but it really is where they should be in the world rankings, right? Because that's the second time in a row, a second major in a row, they actually make it into the legend stage. And it was quite impressive, eliminating as well the reigning champions of FaZe Clan. That was a win that I think no one really saw coming. So the BNE boys, I feel like even though they were down and out 1-3 out of the major, they're the happiest 1-3 team going out of this tournament. And on the other side, we have the Iberian powerhouse of Seoul. That's actually been looking quite dangerous recently.
Yeah, they are the winners of the Elisa Invitational Fall, no less. That they earned themselves a spot here at the Espoo for good reasons. But it's been a couple of weeks since we've seen that. Can they maintain that form on land here? Is a really big question to be bringing up here. And can they handle the style as well? That BNE play. We know how good these players are on land.
Yeah, I feel like obviously this is something that we're going to speak about quite a lot throughout this entire day, but BNE is actually a LAN team, and that's actually funny to me, because when you see a team that's full of people that actually initially got famous from playing FPL and pugs and just being really cracked online, you wouldn't really expect those people to be as good on LAN, but they don't seem to feel the pressure. They seem to feed and take energy from the pressure, which is it's really cool to see. I feel like this is why a lot of the fans over at Rio as well like them as well. And a lot, because they bring up so much energy into the server and they don't seem to crumble under the pressure. On the other side, though, we have Seoul that are equally calm, I'd say, but
Yeah.
I'd say they're quite the opposite, right? They're not going to be screaming, they're not going to be shouting when they win rounds. They're just going to be there, relaxed, ice cold, just looking at the game and making sure that nothing goes away.
Yeah, I think it's also very important for them to keep their emotions under check. They have some very young players who have yet to have a lot of LAN experience. Specifically, Story and you jerks are playing in here with some of their first international LAN experiences being here at the Espoo. And we have our head-to-head here if you want to bring us through this one, Ted.
Yeah, obviously, we're going to have the big boy Regon, one of the most famous players, if not the most famous player out of the BNE lineup. Again, he is obviously, I wanted to have a bit of a head-to-head between the entries, the people that are going to be responsible for, opening up space, opening up the game for their teams on their respective sides. I feel like for Regon, we can speak all we want. He's been fairly discussed for the past couple months, and all of us know the level that he can bring up to the table, right? Even if he has a tough start to a game, he doesn't really get too phased by it. Unless he's streaming, then he gets really phased by it. But in official games, he's been really calm. On the other side, we have Ujurgs that has actually impressed me quite a lot in recent history. I actually wasn't really following his career all that much before the Seoul days, but ever since he joined, he's been a revelation for this lineup, right? The young talent that looks like he can actually fire up the spark in that Seoul lineup.
Yeah, and I think Saw needs that kind of spark, and it's propelled them to numerous victories. It propelled them to the victory here at the Elisa Fall Invitational. While the individuals of Saw used to be Mutiris. If you look back a couple of years, Mutiris was just hard carrying this lineup for a bit. But there really is a new young individual talent that can take Saw to the next level. This is the best Saw has looked in quite a couple of months. You could even say since Antwerp.
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah, for sure. I mean, winning that Elisa Invitational Fall tournament, that was the last one before the Espoo. That was kind of big for them, right? They did manage to take down Gamer Legion in the finals as well, took down teams like Endpoint, like Movistar, like Taiwu, which are all pretty decent victories. I mean, taking down Movistar, you're already in the fight for the best Iberian team out there.
Of course.
which considering how strong of a first half of the year Movistar had, this is an achievement on itself. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how Seoul do. I feel like throughout these past 2 years, they've always been a really awkward team for me in terms of, they haven't really played the most exciting style of CS, but they've always been a really hard team to best.
Yeah, I think that's been they're not like crazy out there, not like BNE for sure, but solid is the way you would definitely frame Saw. BNE on the other side though, they play that explosive style of Counter-Strike. There's been so many phrases thrown around saying, B&E are kind of like the quintessential firepower team in this event. Man, it's going to be exciting for sure. Can Saw handle that is a question to ask, though.
Yeah, I think they can. I mean, I feel like they might get overwhelmed, and they need to be really careful about that, because if you let B&E roll, well, they're going to roll over you. But Saw is a really good team, and, slowing down the pace. And I feel like this is something that could put B&E out of their comfort zone. Now, that being said, I feel like this matchup would have been a lot more beneficial for Saw a couple months ago, because what we've actually seen from B&E throughout the last 2 months is the fact that they can actually play structured CS, right? They've been slowing things down a little bit, showing us some toss behind it. And I've actually liked their approach to the game recently. I feel like they've shown us that there's more to that team than just running around and headshotting people. But when they can do it, well, they still run around and headshot people. But speaking about that, we're actually going to move into the veto, and I'm actually going to throw you under the bus for a prediction here. Do you think that we're going to actually get to see that Ancient from B&E, or so we're not really going to let us get there?
There is a slim chance. BNE's Ancient has been so up and down, specifically going back to Rio, where they had just two completely different results on it. I could see it being. If Saw really want to pick it, is my deal after seeing BNE's selection. I'll say that Saw. If there's a certain chance that they pick it. I'm not going to say anything here. All right, Ted, you're not getting me here. But ban for Mirage instantly. That's the perma simply of Saw. And next up, we should be expecting BNE are leaving Overpass into the map pool. This is a huge surprise.
Well, it's still a bo1, so they still have a couple other removals.
Okay,
and,
sure.
I really feel like I just want to start things off with an Ancient here. I mean, it would be a brawl and a half. Bad News Seagulls, we know that notoriously this is one of their greatest maps, even though they had a couple lucky results at the major. It was always because they were actually picking into it, and most of the time they were starting on the T side. And when you start on the T side against a team like Spirit, or even against a team like Navi in the last game that they did play there, the elimination match in the Legend stage, is always going to be tough when you're playing against an opposition that's good on the map and they start on the defense. But I really feel like when you're facing off against a team like So, you can actually get away with a nice T side. And in the meantime, this is actually statistically the best map for So, right? They have the 90% win rate on it. They've played it about 10 times. It's always been a really comfortable map for them. So I feel like this is going to be the logical one. And when I tell you that I've been sick from Ancients throughout these past couple of days, I'm not kidding, but I'm really excited by this one, because yesterday we had 3 consecutive Ancients in the middle of the day, and I feel like this is going to be another one to start us off.
Yep, we have one more ban in the chamber to separate us from Vertigo or Ancient is the toss up here. And this is the crowning moment. And we're going to see Ancient being our map we will be playing on. It's both these teams' best.
Yeah, you didn't really have to delay it that much. I mean, we know exactly what was coming. An Ancient to start us off. I feel like that's going to be a really decent fight between the two teams, as we pointed out. Maybe the stats for BNE have dropped a little bit after the major.
Of course.
They're down to the 70. Well, I think it's around 71% win rate, but they've played it 17 times, which is quite a lot. As we said, Saw with the 90%, they've played it 10 times. They've lost it only once, which is, a testament on itself. So both these teams actually getting to play their best map right now. Well, I guess you can make a point about BNE and Inferno as well, but I feel like Ancient as a map on which they're able to beat some pretty decent teams has been famous with. But going into the key points now, because we still have something to speak about here.
Yeah, let's go ahead and dive on in. We have Ancient as our map selection. Then really, we want to see what BNE can bring to the table. What can they prove to us here in this LAN environment. Well, they already have proven a lot here. I think the more of the emphasis it is on Saw to prove us wrong here, to prove BNE are mortal on LAN against this kind of competition. That's a really big talking point.
Yeah, absolutely. I actually started thinking about it, a couple days ago. BNE played 3 LAN tournaments in this organization, but unfortunately, we actually get the information that the game is live and we need to jump into the game straight right now. So we'll have some time to speak about BNE on LAN later on. But bad news, Seagulls, starting on the CT side, so on the T side. Let's get rolling.
All right, we're all here to be kicking this one off as we're jumping right on in through the red house right now. Story, though, he's going to take his time with it, but it's Synopsy who turns around and actually does find the headshot. They're now making their way back in towards the A site, though. They're planting away from Donut. This will be planted safely so that they can defend from CT spawn, but 3 BNE players coming on through. Just couldn't connect any of the shots, though, and that's going to result in him going down. It's Roman now in a 1v5. This is a pistol round for BNE.
Yeah, surely there's nothing that you can do in that scenario. What a round for Bad News Eagles, and Synopsy starts us off with a 3K. And I don't want to speak because it's way too early, but every single time I see BNE play Ancient and pick up the pistol round, I just start thinking about that RMR game against Astralis. Do you remember it? The 16-3.
Oh, yeah, I do. I did actually watch parts of that game.
Was the most,
and I watched...
That was the most demoralizing Ancient game I've ever seen, to be fair.
Yeah, it was them just absolutely taking control of the game, and we can start on that exact foot right here. This is a terrifying prospect.
Yeah, well, Force Buy gonna come through, so at least get a bomb plan out of it, and a lot of rifles in the mix, which means that they will probably lean towards that A bomb site.
All right, but now Rigon, great angle to hold. It'll only be for the 1, but Synopsy follows up with a triple kill and ends any hope of a Force Buy victory here. At least Roman in again another clutch, but this time around, I'm not sure if it's even more possible than the last. A 1v4, position noted. Looking to lock in maybe a couple of kills on the back end of things, make this round a bit costly. But even then, a round win here for BNE's round win. On the edge of the corner, Scenario. Whoa, okay, it's another kill here for Roman. Just have to switch back up to the Galil. Now a 1v2, but Juan has got him on the edge of the smoke, and that is going to make a quick 2-0 here for BNE.
Yeah, Flatro ends it, but Synopsy, what a start to a game. I mean, he's picked up two triple kills in the first 2 rounds. If that's not scary, I don't know what it is. That's a really devastating start for So. I still like the idea. I feel like investing a lot into those rifles, looking for the long-range fights towards the A-bomb side is always going to be a reliable option for a team if they want to get a little bit too aggressive or more aggressive in the start of a game like that. And most of the time, you're going to actually hope that Bad News Eagles won't really go for a rifle-heavy investment, which they actually did. So it works out really well for them. And that was just the pistols.
That's the pistols. But they are grouped up around the corner. You actually do see Roman make his way out towards the cutout. Oh, but they're already inside of spawn. Oh, come on. This is a bit overkill, some would say.
Yeah.
Right around the corner.
He can knife him.
He can knife him. Is he going to knife?
Yes,
absolutely. No, he turns around. No way. He has backup. He has backup at least. And the rest falls into place here. Oh, my word. I can't believe it. But a 1v3 now for Mutiris, and he's surely to be cleaned up in a moment's notice. I think Rigon is going to try and do the bidding here at long range. Give it a second. Yep, Rigon will have Mutiris. That'll be the 3-0, even though it gets a little bit weird towards the end of that one. You love to see it.
Yeah, you know what? I respect the try. I mean, you try and give us some show. You try and go for the knife kill. Bonus cash injection as well, but yeah, quite unfortunate that the Glock decides to turn around. So gonna be
And welcome back on in. We had a little bit of a break, a little bit of a technical pause, but we are finally arriving with you. Astralis versus Saw. No breaks in the action because it's going to be Mutiris to instantly kick things off in the pistol. Just though has 3 players lying around that corner. He'll open up onto the first, but can't find the kill, and is going to have to back away. No time for introductions here, Ted. Or
no.
Maybe there is.
Well, my name's Ted, joined by Fi. I think that was enough.
That's me.
Yeah. That's map number 2 of the day. Group B over at the Elisa Masters Espoo for all of you fellas at home. 6 teams in the group. 3 of them are going to be making their way into the playoffs that will be taking place in the Espoo arena from tomorrow and throughout the weekend. This round, though, is already kicking, and Blamef does manage to find the refrag onto Story. Astralis is going to group up and fall back towards that short area, and there's 2 CTs residing towards that A-bomb site.
Ooh, Zipex with a great kill, a great lurk out long, and now Mutiris has a lot to deal with. Not just Zipex, but Christo as well. Finds the gush, the body shot, and that will be Astralis taking the site 2v4 as it stands, and just is going to drop. That leaves Roman 1v4, and I mean, you could try to save your armor, but you're also getting flanked by Blame F, who will close it down with the headshot, and that'll be Astralis picking up the pistol, the debut, and Blame F have some words to say.
Yeah. 2 kills for the man of the pistol round. Zipex, Mister, and Christo, all of them picking up 1 apiece as well. Forsby coming in from Saul, but it was a good recovery from Astralis into a pistol round that they started in a 4 versus 5, right? Glaive just gets insta-headshotted, executed with 1 bullet, but still, you keep your calm, go out of middle with the flash, collect 1 kill, and then fall back and initially go for the play that you wanted to from the get-go.
Gonna be fast out long here for Mister. Does cop an HE grenade, but that's all. Saw just falling back, giving him the space. Already starting this 1-off with the bang. You see Blame F just giving a couple words across the studio.
I mean, he is a hyped up guy. He is the hype man.
Definitely the energy of this team. For sure, considering some of the players that have gone back and forth.
Yeah, that's a working out
in and
gamer. You know, his reaction to hitting, let's say, 300 kilos on a deadlift is the same as getting a 3K in the server. Just goes crazy. Not sure if he's actually hit 300 on a deadlift. It's quite a lot.
Certainly it might exist on the webs. Okay, was that just a straight eagle headshot through someone? I guess it was. Now the flash through, but no kill. Christo does survive that engagement, but Mutiris just found a scout headshot onto Zipex walking out long, and this gets weird. Just could not convert the kill, though. Is there a smoke to stop them? There is. The spam close, but there is no cigar on that one. Astralis have just made their way in through the tunnels and will avert this mid threat. They'll cross on out, and we're going to have a B-site post plan if all things go according to plan.
Yeah, that was a really good call from Astralis, though, right? I mean, they know that Soul needs to respect that smoke towards CT spawn, so they can just let it be. They can just rotate everybody back towards the tunnels and play the 3 versus 3. And we know how tough it is to retake towards the B-bomb side, notoriously. And without a defuse kit, this should be just the save from Soul.
Yeah, next round, they'll keep what they have. They'll be surrounded by USPs in the next one. Might as well go for a couple of exits. It won't hurt.
Yeah. Try and hurt the economy of Astralis. That's going to be good. But hey,
overall, though,
that was a great round.
Yeah. I mean, is Zipex walking out long a bit? Oh, whoa, hold on. Every single bit of damage does matter here. But yeah, Zipex walking out long. They get caught off guard. Already kind of finding out the tendencies here of Astralis earlier on in the game. If Zipex is going to continually be a threat towards those long doors, could provide some problems. But the early start is good for Astralis, considering the debut. There's a lot of eyes on this game to see how they do perform with such a shifting and changing lineup.
Yeah, even though they have 2 youngsters on the lineup, you still kind of expect them to make it up to the big games, right? It is the name of Astralis, like the team, the organization. You're used to seeing them at least compete for the trophies, especially in tournaments like that. And, you know, getting a Katowice spot, that's going to be quite decent. Well, it's just the play-ins, but it's still Katowice.
At the end of the day, being able to do it with a lineup like this would mean all the more. Kind of prove that this project is worth talking about. Just now, in towards the B site. Oh, and he gets ran down. Roman could not provide cover. Mister and Glaive just open up the B site, and there's no contest here from Saw. We're packing our bags again.
Yeah, round over. It's just a complete shutdown. And I love that, by the way. They know that there's a lot of guns saved up from the Soul side, so you could probably guess that they will go for another reinvestment, right? They know that the money on Astralis wasn't great as well. There was a couple players falling down in the previous round, so you got to run it back. And if you're Astralis, an explosive round like that, it's a big risk, right? If you get shut down, your money is going to be in a bit of a starting point. Well, you have only Xyp9x, Mister, and Glaive that are going to have somewhat of a buy in the next one. blameF and Crystal are going to be scrapping for cash. But if it works out, and it does work out, well, so are going to be in a really tough spot right now. They just got to save once again. They just can't go for retakes like that.
All right, that's a very swift round there from Astralis. But again, gun saved. Still here for Saw. You could consider reinvesting. There are, I mean, there's
I think
money to drop over
at this point.
Yeah, I think it's time to. You're probably right on that one there, Ted. Is just to call it a day and just keep the guns that you got. AWP for Story probably wants to be on the horizon. Getting that CT side op is a priority for the Portuguese.
Yeah, especially in a map like this, too. You know, the Oper's Paradise alongside Overpass, I like to call it. Gives you a lot of space, a lot of options. Unless you get completely isolated, you're probably going to have an impactful game with the big green here. And this is still a round in which they can do some damage. I mean, you still have the 3 rifles. Utility is actually all right. You have a defuse kit on U-Jerk, so you can potentially go for a retake if it gets to it. And just in Roman have the armor to back up that 5-7 and the Deagle. It doesn't actually look that bleak for the CT side. They can be dangerous. And we can see Astralis playing it a little bit slowly. Not exactly sure on what to expect on the other side. They haven't really gotten the confirmation on what kind of an investment so we're going for. Oh, Roman, you've been seen.
Oh, that's a pretty big deal. Angle is being held here by blameF. If they try to push the issue, Blame could find the instant headshot. He will. Spots the other. That is the Galileo Story. Will push aggressively in. blameF will dispatch both of them. 3 versus 5, and they'll walk out middle. Mutiris is here, but not anymore. Glaive just wins the outright gunfight with the FAMAS, no less. And that puts just 5-7 in position. Has to hold things down. Opens up with the first headshot on the Mister. Astralis are starting to second guess this. They're going to go back to U-Jerk. Headshot angle being played. Finds an instant double kill. And that's the bomb down on the catwalk. Now the rotate is being cut off here by blameF. Sitting out towards middle, this duel means everything. They might just hunt for the kill instead. blameF will escape. He doesn't want to give up his life. A 1v2 for Just.
Yeah, really smart move from Blame. He realizes that he doesn't have to risk it right there. If he gets into a fight that he loses, that's just going to give Just a chance. And there was a defuse kit dropped somewhere by U-Jerks, but look at that from
nice.
Xyp9x. The defuse kit was down CT, but Xyp9x with the elevated angle is going to get the kill for 4-0 for Astralis, even though that one goes really, really close there. That one kill from the 5-7 was enough to make Astralis just run their Sandos towards the A-bomb side, but they were not ready for U-Jerks towards CT.
Yeah, I was saying that he had, despite the scoreline of U-Jerks, I still think his performance on Ancient was commendable. That is, I mean, firepower is still there, certainly. Yeah. If there wasn't Xyp9x towards long, that round could be a catastrophe for Astralis.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
Xyp9x on these lurks have been impactful so far early in this game.
Yeah, that's something that we're going to see a lot of, as you pointed out, you know, that early presence towards long from Xyp. One thing that he loves doing is, you know, getting into the action early on. They send him out with a couple of flashes, maybe a couple of smokes, assist him to get into a good position, and then he just freezes, right? He's just getting into a good position, and then he doesn't really initiate contact. Or if he does, well, that means that they're going to be playing a bit of a faster round. It just really depends on the idea that Astralis have for set round, but yeah, he's really good at, you know, transitioning from making first contact to being that lurking player. He needs to be careful with making the first contact against the AWP here, though.
Ooh, little duel attempted there by blameF. Mutiers doesn't want any of that, though. And we'll drop off instead. Early on, Astralis, they love pressuring this mid to be split. Another flash out, and Saul have to attend to this gap in the defense. Glaive wants to press the issue. He's going to toss in the smoke and the molly. Threaten that split, and those alarm bells start going off for Saw.
Yeah, it's a really good protocol thing that Astralis are going to do a lot of, right? Show some middle presence, knowing that Saw are playing this one a little bit more passively. And right now, Saw don't really know if there's Astralis players outside of middle, and this is the trap card that Astralis are trying to play into them, right? I mean, they have no intentions of actually using middle. They just have
Look at
one player that's
this.
going to be cutting off rotations, and they've left middle. They're so afraid of it. They're going to be playing a retake setup on that B bomb side. The fake is perfect. Astralis are just going to walk out.
I mean, I can't believe it. They just took the hardest site to take in the game without a shot being fired. Astralis mind games, but they try to push through. They do try to retake. They don't want to let that bomb get planted. They know what a B site post plant means, but it's a double kill from Xyp9x, and this will be the post plant that CT side so dread. Do they attempt for it? Mutiris wants to take a look in here, but it's so dangerous. Just on the double stack is Xyp9x right now, just waiting for a flash, waiting for that contact to be taken. Shoulder spot, and there you go. Xyp9x opens up. That's a third kill for him, and that's a save for Saw. 5 zip for Astralis.
Yeah, that was great. I mean, the fact that Glaive doesn't really fire a shot as well, he's just waiting for Zip to make first contact, and then he swings from the back of the side. Those are just the little details that, you know, are not going to give Saw a chance in a round like that, but that was a really good move. I feel like Glaive is, well, it might be a little bit risky to say that only 5 rounds into a game, but I feel like he's into their heads a little bit, and maybe now is the time to go for a little bit of a pause if you're Saw. Because this previous round, you've been completely outmaneuvered. I mean, you see the nades towards middle. They just leave the B bomb side. They were so afraid of this being another short play or maybe a mid to B. They realized it would have been really tough if the rotation player was just cut off and they had to hold on to the B bomb side all alone, the two of the players. So they decided to kind of tunnel vision themselves towards middle.
Saw changing up the setup a bit. However, 2 players towards bottom middle on the gun round. You see Christo take some flak in towards the upper tunnels. In lower tunnels, though, is Roman. Full mid control now for Saw, and Mutiris pushed up. This is the bomb. This is the bomb approaching Mutiris, and he gets the spot. That's it, dropped. And now Astralis are in a very, very panicked situation. How are they going to get that bomb? How can they get this control with a double setup with Mutiris covering fire? 2 versus 5, and Saw have this round gifted to them.
Yeah, that's a great move from Saw. Finally, they switch things up. They've realized this is one way to counter Astralis toying with your minds, right? Just get middle control. Just play into them. That was absolutely great. Xyp9x was never ready for that up-close angle towards top middle, and as soon as he falls down, that just provokes the reaction coming in from the tunnels player, and Saw, they had a perfect setup. 1 towards lower, 1 up short. Astralis just didn't have an idea on what hit him, and now it's just Christo, a 1 versus 5. Not a single kill on the board for him. UJerks shuts him down. A triple for Mutiris, a double for UJerks, and a first for Saw.
I mean, that's an excellent setup from Saw. Just full mid control and also the double setup in tunnels. 1 player on the catwalk and Roman down low. I mean, Mutiris locking it down. He's the real talk of the town there.
Yeah.
The first round on the board for Saw, it's convincing.
Yeah, it was really important that it was convincing as well, right? Because they're trying to build up a foundation as well. It's not just winning a couple rounds and being okay with it. You want to make sure that you have some kind of, you know, a dominant streak going into that defensive side of things. You don't really want to let Astralis get away with a couple lost clutches, because that's just going to keep the money really low on the CT side. A 1-1 buy round by Astralis is just going to reset you. And now that's not really the case. You've started to actually look a little bit better. A second round here would cement Saw's chances here to actually have a decent score in that first half. Obviously, it's way too early to write them off, but quite important that early on you do manage to pick up a couple rounds on the stack.
So in more of the stock standard setup, no one in CT spawn. They're trying to play this A defense, anticipating that catwalk play.
Yeah, and that's a really good change of tempo as well. Well, change of pace, I guess you could call it, because in the previous round they were a lot more aggro towards middle, you know, showing Astralis that they can take the initiative, and now you've just made Astralis waste a lot more time trying to clear out all those possibilities, and you're just playing it really passively from the back of the side, saving a lot of your util as well.
Still plenty enough, though, here for Astralis to put in a good execute. 3 smokes in. Preparing themselves maybe for a drop. Blame F can go into CT spawn if he so pleases, or play the one-ways. This is so nice. This is such a great way to split the B bomb site. Now Roman getting whooping down to 5 HP. But Mutiris does push the issue. He wants to take the fight to them. He doesn't want to let them split for free. And now UJerks makes the same move. Xyp9x, though, deals with both of them. 2 versus 3, but Mr. finds the entry. They're not ready for Just, though. And now with time running so darn low, Christo, it's just time to save. Saw find the round. The aggressive maneuvers through the smoke. They're taking the fight to Astralis.
Yeah, that was a great reaction. Blamev going down there, trying to drop into short. He was waiting for the contact to be made from the CT player, right, towards middle. And then he drops, gets that kill. This is a completely open round for Astralis. But that was a great reaction. The rifle is doing all the job there for So as they start to bounce back here on the CT side. Looking a lot more comfortable, even though the AWP of Story is still on only 1 kill. Same for Roman. Mutiris and Ujurks have been stepping up in a lot of these rounds.
Perso still has an AWP, and I'm wondering if they know that's in play or not. Scoping up, that surely is heard. Oh, but the flames obscure just. That's the op on the ground, and that is a massive advantage going the way of Saw.
Yeah, well, that was the only gun. I mean,
Yep.
It's just up to the pistols now, so it's about how many guns can you actually take away.
I don't think Ujurks wants to let any be taken away here. I'm going to be honest. That's another great headshot for him. And searching for that AWP. Where are you?
Oh.
Oh, man. He's able to cross safely. Don't worry. Ooh, is just going to press the issue. No, he's going to just make his way into
That's been heard, 100%.
the double stack. You think?
Yeah, just knows exactly what's going on. He's not going to peek into that.
It is the perfect angle to deal with an opper as well. Who is going to pre-aim the top of the double stack, all things said?
Just look at him. He's going to do it.
Now that I said it,
Look it up.
perhaps. He does, but he's not scoped in for it. That's an instant headshot. That's the round there for Saw. It's 3 on the trot.
Yeah, it's another swift round as well. I mean, Seoul have started to look quite dominant. I mean, yeah, the previous round, they did win with only 2 players surviving, but that was a buy versus buy. The round before that, they did win with 5 surviving, and now they get another clean one on the board. Money's actually looking fantastic right now for the CT side. Story is on 9k. Materis on, yeah, he's the lowest one on 3 with Roman, but you still have just above 6. You have Ujurks that's above 4. Things are looking great right now for the Iberian side, and they go back to the aggression. Materis is going to be a lot more pacey towards lower this time around.
Oh, okay, because they're going to go crunch in towards the upper tunnels. Normally, you'd find Astralis here mulling around, but this time around, they've left it vacant. They've evacuated the tunnels, and they're coming back out towards long late. This is a new look here from Astralis, but they have Story in position. Scoped up, he spotted an elbow, but Ujurks is providing the cover. That could have been Story going down, but this is now a problem for Astralis. They're locked in combat. The setup is here. Another headshot for the young gun. Even brings out the Deagle to try and finish out the job. The confidence oozing
He's
from
not
Saw
reloading
right now, and he just keeps going off. Roman now follows up, and Astralis have been shut down at the long doors.
He's just reloading
Mr.
the Diego, just shooting with it. Mister is in a 1 versus 5. That's impossible to get away from.
I would... Inevitability.
He's still running with the pistol.
I can't believe it. Mutiris will close it down from the end of it, but, I mean, Saw just on a rager right there.
Yeah.
4 rounds straight.
Yeah, that was a lockdown. And I'd actually, I want to emphasize on the fact that, Astralis go for that long play, but it's not because I think they didn't really want to go for it that early and feel so desperate early on, but just Soul taking away that tunnels control and making it so vocally as well, right? Astralis knew exactly what was going on. They knew that Soul had the entire map covered up.
Oh!
So they kind of had to play into them. Hello, Glaive. Yeah, okay. Imagine he hits the jump spot, or rather the jump shot.
That was just on the cross. There is still a real possibility for this round. There's a lot of avenues that could begin to open up.
I
in the
can
4v5s.
think of a couple highlights from Glaive with a scout on Dust 2. I'm just saying.
Yeah?
Yeah, I've seen a couple. He's had his story with the AWP, back when Lucky was on the lineup. We've actually had a couple games in which Glaive was the oper.
Yeah. Bit of a throwback, I suppose.
Yeah, and you know what they say? You want your IGL to frag? Just give him away a scout.
Yeah, and this could happen. They just walk up. It's only Matiris who can fight this, and they make their way up. Now Matiris could be in some serious trouble. 4 players coming his way, and now up close, but a great flash thrown for Story, but he's out of ammo. He has to reload, and the pistols could start to encroach as Blameth lands an insane Deagle headshot. And Glaive on the scout. We're talking this highlight reel, and we might see it in front of our eyes. A 2v3. Ujurks, though, great shot. Last 2 players on the site. Bomb yet to be planted. 30 seconds on the clock, and Jerks doesn't want to waste any of that time. He'll clean house with the 3K and Roman to finish. Saw avert the crisis.
Yeah, that was a great recovery. That felt really, really pisky there for a second. Blame getting that 1D. Glay following up with the scout, but still Jerks was able to find a multi-kill. We spoke about him before the start of the day quite a lot. He's 13-4 right now. He's been doing a really good job on the rotation, right? This is kind of like, I guess you could argue that on a map like Dusty, where it's so easy to lock off the CTs, every single row is quite important. But being the rotation player, you're going to get into a lot of action. All right.
See ya.
Yeah, let me tell you
That's all
a terrifying story.
Tell me that story.
Yeah, it kind of ruined the pun.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Got you.
No,
I kind of get it. All right, let's see this terrifying story. Another one for him. And spots the arm through the smoke, almost finds the shot onto Blame F. Now the smoke deployed, he'll play defensively. Doesn't want to overextend the mark. He has his teammates to back him up. It's just Blame and Glaive. Try and make this round happen, and boy, will that be a tough order, but he finds a headshot. Glaive continues going. The molly on towards Cat could do it. Now Blame F in a situation you want him to be in. The clutch. 1v2 now. Molly at his feet, looking for the fights, but just swings behind his own molly. Yeah. And Blame F not expecting it. 6 rounds for Saw. Just
running him down. And this is, by the way, I feel like this is the right way to approach it in a scenario like that. If you're Blame F, you feel like they're not really gonna want to pick up the fights with you, but you know, they don't really give him the space, right? They pressure him, they make him feel uncomfortable in the clutch, and you said it, he is maybe the most dangerous person in the server in that clutch environment. So if you really take him, or rather let him take his time, well, he can make you suffer. Back to the
B-rush. Here we go.
Yeah, 2-2.
Yeah, out into the middle of the V site. Good shot there from Blame F, at least to shut down Roman. And actually finds the double kill. Blame F has made it across, but the bomb, a different story. Op shot fired, and Mr. can actually get the bomb planted. Blame F could make this happen.
Yeah.
Mr.'s also picked up an AK.
They recover rifles. There's still 2 smokes.
Wow.
Oh, that's a lot of damage done onto Mr. That's going to make it a lot easier. And look at the flashes from Story. They're going to rain in any moment now.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. Blame F surely about to be blind. Or not. They walk in. Barrel spotted. Headshot angle. Another headshot for Blame. But it puts it down on the Mr. He needs to finish the job Blame started. The AWP for Story. It's the Deagle that's out. Bullets running low. Now he has to switch to the Tech 9. 40 HP versus 15. And it'll be Mr. to clutch up the 1v1. Astralis with a pressure situation.
Yeah, and a tactical timeout being called straight away from the coach. This is a really important round. What a clutch from Blame F and Mr. The first 2 shots, the flashes don't really catch him. Astralis go for the tag here, leveling things up once again. That's not a round that you'd expect him to win. And it's once again that B-bomb side, by the way. They've been so successful towards it.
Yeah, it's been their target. They've been able to manipulate Saw's defense early on in this game to get that B bomb site. They get themselves into another good position, and the 2v3 is a totally winnable position. But without the flashes, man, I thought there was going to be a barrage. Blame F was going to be blind, and everything was going to fall into place there for Saw. I'm just wondering why they hesitated on that decision, and you can see a little bit of discontent in the camp. They're 6-all at the moment, and Astralis give themselves an avenue back into this dust tube.
Yeah, Castle's gonna bring up the strat book here for Astralis. Obviously, he is the ex-Astralis talent coach. It was the same story with Trace as well, right? He was coaching the Astralis talent before he got promoted into the first team, so the Danes seem to be willing to give a lot of chances to the staff of the academy team. And, you know, Castle, some of you might know him from his time as an analyst and coach over at Singularity and Masonic.
Yep.
He's taught Christo how to do that.
Perhaps he did. And now Story is going to have to teach them a thing or two about offing, and that will be the first. Blame F. A couple other pot shots. The shots rain through the car, and it's so claustrophobic out there towards the car position, but sitting inside his own smoke, he might be able to preserve himself, and Astralis don't really want to battle it too much, or do they? More mollies. This just becomes inhospitable for Story. Do they want to keep peeking him, though? A great flash, but he fires on the flash. It's so perfect from Story. Another kill gifted over him. He's being hunted, though, right now by Zipnix, and He'll go down eventually. 3 versus 3, and Zipix just hits another blinder. Where has this been?
Whoa,
he's going to go ahead and smokes for the cross. They're going to make it in. Roman, though, still tries to make a play. The flash is great, but Zipix is better. Utility does nothing to this man, and it's just a 1v2. Around the site is the first, and now Zipix to beat in the 1v1 to complete the clutch. You have to beat the Minister.
Yeah, 3 kills under his belt for this one. Looking for the 4th, but he's just gonna get it. 21 HP to spare as well. What a round that was from Zipix, but just shuts it down.
7 now for Saw. A massive round to win, but we're starting to get down to the nitty gritty. 1 player surviving for Saw. Astralis' money is running low. It starts to become a pivot point to see who takes this lead towards the end of the half. But Saw are ahead at the moment. But you gotta give respect to Zipnix. He tried to make that round happen. He is currently top of the board for Astralis.
Yeah, we're seeing some flashbacks here. Golden times for Zipix. He's been picking up the slack. Same for Blameth. Astralis, though, still on the T side, so you can get away with maybe not having such a dominant showing. You still need to make a respectful, though, and so once again, going aggressive towards tunnels. We've seen what happened a couple of rounds ago when they played the exact same round. This time, Zip is a little bit slower. Usually still wins that fight.
And Glaive is already so fast up cat without a peep. Already looking to catch them up, but Story's prepared. Story's so prepared. Out long, though, Mr. Heals with you jerks. Still a man advantage. Running. Whoa, boy. Crossing into the open somehow. Christo gets away with that.
That's crazy.
And actually, he gets the off inside a pit. It's such a power position right here. And the molly on Story, he has no smoke. Oh, this is such... Again, claustrophobia sets in, but he makes do with it. A headshot on a Christo, and he's sticking around even on 8 HP. They're long gone, of course, Astralis, in this 2v4. But man, putting on a show here are the Portuguese.
Yeah, Story with an insane double kill, and now they're getting pinched. There's going to be the double P coming in from lower and short. Blameth goes down, and that was just Mr. 1 versus 4. He's completely locked out of the round. What a shutdown from Soul. I mean, that's been a great recovery into that half, right? That CT side's been impeccable. Astralis did start on a 5-0 lead. Let me remind you that. That's going to be their 8 on the board unless we see a Mr. 1 versus 4 with 25 seconds left. And, well, that answers it.
Saw is looking crisp. They have won 8 of the last 9.
Yeah, look at the smiles as well. They know it. They've put on a really good show here on the CT side. But this is what you need, right? Especially after the update. Obviously, it's been a long time now. But I feel like this too now favors the CT side a little bit. I mean, in terms of, giving you a lot of freedom, a lot of possibilities to go for many kinds of different plays and approaches. You got to feel like they need a bit of an advantage here on the defense if they want to fight for the end victory. And, well, when nothing works, go back to the basics. Another B play maybe intact for Astralis.
That has been their standard default. A smoke always suggests something that they could have pushed out towards the lower tunnels or in towards middle. Instead, Astralis looking to group up for this B play here.
Yeah, once again, it's been the most successful round for them, but this smoke is actually is going to make them reconsider. But look at Materis. He's going to move himself into a really aggressive position. Are they ready for that?
I mean, some would call this one and done. But that hasn't been the story of Materis this game.
Oh, he's heard the drop.
So much noise, and that's going to allow Story to get on this line.
Yeah, they're going to set it up. A couple smokes, a couple flashes. AWP on the other side. He needs to deliver.
All right, over the top of the box, though. The one way isn't doing him any service. Glaive, though, will find that initial and even dropping into spawn. Despite being in the man disadvantage, they actually will be able to get the plant. You see this, Mr. This is a dangerous position, but if it goes unchecked, it could be the power position. Roman, will he peek his head up? He will. Mr. reveals his position. Will he be traded? He starts to get wrapped from long, but just will do that service. It's just Glaive. He'll get cleaned up, and we're about to see a 9-6 half out of Saul. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that's great. That's a phenomenal comeback. Astralis started this one on a 5-0 lead on the T side. We were thinking that this could be a clean sweep for them, but no. So replicating their performance from earlier on towards or rather against the Bad News Seagulls, showing us that they're going to be able to put up a fight against Astralis as well. Now, ladies and gents, we're going to be moving into a short little break, and we're going to be right back in just a couple minutes with the second half to see if the Iberians are going to be able to close it out.
Nice-oo. Alrighty. Yikes, Christo 3 and 12. I've always hated Christo's opping. I mean, that's just hot opinions here with MAINCAST. Yeah.
Katsokaa kuinka Silva ankkuroi saittia samalla kun Henu kaataa aivan täydellisen kupillisen.
Ei sinne kuppiin kyllä enempää mahdu. Myltsillä on tähtäin kohdallaan. Viimeisenkin tulis osua, ja osuuhan se.
On se Myltsi vaan tarkka. Vielä jaksaa painaa jalkaa toisen eteen. Hupi hupi!
Hyvä tempo päällä, poika.
Podi yrittää pitää vielä tiiminsä pinnalla. 1-2 pommi on jo pläntättynä. Podi löytää ensimmäisen saitilta, sitten hakee vielä sitä viimeistä. Tän ensimmäisen kudin täytyy osua, nyt ei virheitä saa tehdä. Podi tiputtaa vielä luolaan viimeisen.
Löytää sieltä pimeästä se viimeisen pelaajan, hakee vielä sen pommin savu, josta Podi otais kohtaa todella etevä hakemaan. Ne kaikki tarvitsevat säkin.
Eiköhän tää riitä. Tulkaas nyt.
Well, I hope you guys like my opinions about Counter-Strike.
You know what?
Catch me on the HLTV forum.
Yeah, that was fun. That was fun.
Oh,
I just
boy.
realized it. We didn't actually realize we were not muted, so yeah.
Anyhow, welcome back in. 9-6 is the scoreline we're looking at. As we're gonna take away Saw leaping out towards long. We'll see if Astralis can turn things around on this. See if Christo can prove me a bit wrong here.
Well, to be fair, he hasn't really had a lot of chances to bring out the 8.
Of course.
So.
T-side opping is very difficult on this map.
Yeah, well, it still does too, but I guess he's going to get a little bit more here on the defense. That's an interesting pistol from Saw. It's really, really slow. They just wait it out, but the setup towards Scar is going to be interesting, especially with the lack of a Molotov on the T side.
Alrighty. So Zipex on the angle does have Christo next to him. It's a bait and switch. Zipex is really needing to find some impact here, but he's just going to take his moment to escape instead. That's been spotted, but has the bait work? Can Christo strike? Blave has. Are they even going to push the issue? Blamef has him locked in, and he's been super soldiered up. He has half armor and dual Berettas. Everything you could want. A great flash and a great shot. Come on, let's go. That's Christo. All right, prove me wrong, my friend. Prove me wrong. 2v4. Now Blame starts his play. Christo, can you make it a third? He certainly can. Astralis pick up the pistol.
Yeah, he's just doubled his kills in a single round. That was a great showing from Christo. He needed that. As you pointed out, it was a kind of slower first half from him. Ending it on 3 and 12. It was a little bit lacky, but you know, the first 2 shots, they were really impressive. And the entire idea about the bait was great. He even had the flash as well to play along with. Blamev being really proactive elsewhere on the map, just locking them down from behind. Pistol round goes in favor of Astralis. That's Astralis winning both pistol rounds, actually. Which you would think that in a bo1 environment should have a massive impact on how the game ends. Still though, that late comeback from Seoul in the first half does put them in a really good position. Regardless of that pistol. Oh, they're going to be ecoing here. Story is the only one on the scout.
See how that operates. At least. Surprised he actually went in for the purchase. Normally you just have the offer automatically saved for his AWP. But maybe trying to make some impact happen. Drop a gun. And as we know, once a gun gets dropped, it seems to just multiply and get out of hand.
Yeah.
Surprising that the scout was the weapon of choice here for Story, but see how he can make this one work.
Well, ideally, you want the pistols to just jump out, and that's going to open up some space for the scout to work with. He actually tries to find the opening and does land the tag.
That's about it. I think the follow-up should be here. Plenty enough with Blame F. Christo does get domed by a P250, but Blame F has got this lockdown. Make it an ace. All 5, crispy clean. And that will make the 8th round for Astralis. They're starting to bounce back.
Yeah. CT side buff. You got to feel like they're going to have a bit of an easier time. We're yet to see Seoul bring out the guns, though. Well, we're going to have the chance in this round. AKs across the board. Scout for Story. He's got the B spawn. Unfortunately, not quite the gun for the occasion. 9-8. As we go again. Story going to get challenged by Christo on the other side. Actually, he is towards long, I believe, with the scout. And that's just Mr. spotting towards middle, just jumping around. Gonna line up a quick nice Zaiwu smoke for his team to cross safely towards short. This one starts to look like a bit of an A split here.
Or maybe not.
That's sneaky.
That's so sneaky. But Flame F doesn't buy any of it. He even gets away around the corner. I feel like he should have been a dead man. And no one's going to follow up. Blame F gets his kill, gets out. Will Zipex try to push the issue? It would be a death sentence for sure. But instead, he gets inside of the long house, and now he has the advantage.
Yeah, that's just a great maneuver there from Zip, getting into an up-close angle. He's got this one locked out, and that's going to allow actually Glaive to get back, or rather Blame F to get back closer towards CT. So they've slowed things down. Astralis, they've left middle completely. Now Blame F is going to have some vision on that, but Mr. Any moment now, he's going to get challenged. Every single Seoul player is here, bar Mutiris. He's going to be the one lurking towards middle.
Oh, and Glaive, that's a great kill. Now that gives him time to back up towards the site and actually help out Christo. And that will be a double kill, almost the finisher. Rather, it's Mr. here on the site with that MP9. A great round out of Glaive, the IGL, and we have ourselves a 9-all game. Astralis are okay. They're starting to see some dangerous moves out of these guys.
Yeah, get Glaved. That was a great round from the IGL of Astralis. Just moving around. He might have won that round on his own, right? Just moving around, getting the kill onto middle, making it just a one-dimensional take. And as soon as he sees Mutiris smoking over, he has his teammates in a triple setup towards the A-bomb side. He can just rotate back and support his teammate. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Alrighty. We have a scout headshot and a deagle headshot. And some here for Saw. Can Glaive roll it back? He almost finds the kill on a Roman through the wall, but perhaps not enough.
Yeah, boys, there's a massive hole in the bolt right now, and it's starting to fill up with water. Gotta get the buckets. Get to work.
Tears gets a rifle. I do not want this guy with the rifle right now. He's gonna try and use it too. He picks his timing perfectly. Oh man, he's sowing so much chaos in the Astralis ranks. So much so that Saw are about to walk out B, and Mutir's selling this one-man fake. Whole real estate sold. Just sign the deal here, Astralis.
Yeah, the boat's sinking. Gotta hold your breath. Gotta clear out Roman. Otherwise, this one is gonna be done for Roman. It's all up to Mr. Oh, he's got no clue. That's round over. Surely. It's just the save for Glaive. You just drown.
Tech 9s have done it.
Yeah. Gotta love it. I mean, this is the round that you would put your money on the Astralis to win, right? And this is the round that Soul wins. And those are the rounds that can just turn around the entire game and the tempo of how everything's going, right? Astralis get a really good start once again. They pick up the pistol. They get the conversions for the second half. Yeah, they did that on the T side, but the difference was on the T side, they were actually able to pick up the first buy round and then the second one, which was a bit of a half buy again for Soul. Here, though, Soul not only get a round early on, but it's even with the pistols. It wasn't even a full buy, right? It's just a couple Tech 9s, and they make Astralis work for it. A couple really good shots from the Scout to start things off, a Digo to follow up. It was just crazy scenes there.
Double digits rolling here for Saw, as they do take the lead. We do get to see the AWP, the double ops out of Astralis on this one.
Massive investment.
A real first look here at the Astralis defense, and we are going to see a push up middle. These shots going out towards long, but we see Blame F in a very risky position with Christo holding his lower tunnels.
I'm not sure if Story actually seen him. He went for the jump spot. They seem to have an idea. Christo in a really good position. Needs to get at least one. A massive HE towards top middle. It's going to do so much damage. And now they're going to fall back.
They're going to break apart the setup. They've already done their job here by baiting out that utility for now. Will Saw have to work with a couple of smokes, a cobbling of flashes? It's not really enough to fight for map control, and Astralis have... Oh, this is looking good.
Yeah, that's looking great for Astralis. They have the setup towards long. Xipix is just going to bait them in. Blame have just been playing the rotation so far on the CT side. There's no reason to expect him to be there.
Yeah, Xipix, this is just an incredible position as well. They start to move out, and the bait has been set. Now Blame F begins to activate. Double kill for him with Xipix together. It's such a wonderful setup, and a great read from Astralis. 2 more players on the plate here for Xipix. He will get finished off, but with 30 seconds left on the clock, there are no room for errors.
Yeah, that setup was absolutely impeccable there. Justin Story now left in a 2 versus 3. The flash is in. Glaive doesn't really need to pick up that fight. He can just hold the line. Look at the time. It's already running low.
Just has a single smoke. He could use that to cross, but it looks like he wants to fight. And Glaive won't be missing that shot. 10 seconds. Time to save the op. And Astralis are going to go neck and neck again.
Yeah, it was just the double AWP holding the line. That was a great call from Astralis, right? They were absolutely ready for that play. It's just a brilliant move from Blame F to get himself into the angle. And actually, Zip misses the first shot. So Blame F getting the first kill enables him to get a kill as well. That was just a great round from Astralis. Really important that they were able to bounce back after how the previous round went, right? You can see a lot of teams actually getting out of their tempo and being really devastated after losing a round against the Pistols, but Astralis, they managed to keep their calm here and actually bait out a timeout coming in from the Soul guys. Now, obviously, they have Arky, a really capable coach, a really capable player as well. And it's always nice when, you know, your coach has had some previous and quite recent experience playing inside of the server. Kind of gives you another perspective to what's going on, and he's known some of those players for a long time. You got to feel like they have a really nice relationship going on. A lot of cohesion. Still, though, Astralis looking solid on the buy rounds. Well, against the buy rounds.
All right, out towards long, Saw. Fast play, Flame F. Dinked, but no, it's a double kill. Christo, though, does have the fallback. We're going to need a big play out of him to keep this round stable for Astralis. He will have Mr. next to him, and he will be set up, boosted up on towards the site. He does have Story to contend with inside of Pit. If he wants to look for a fight, he's going to have to compete with one of Portugal's best oppers in these past couple of years.
Yeah, there's so much
Swing in the site. Christo just up and above. Just above the angle right now. Don't think he's going to face this one, though, Ted.
No, there's so much utility on the T side as well. They can just isolate it. They can smoke off towards CT. They have a flash. They have a couple of Molotovs. They can force the Oper out of the angle. And Story, he can just hold the line here.
Yeah, and limiting what Christo can do. And, oh, missed the shot, though.
Oh.
That gives Christo an angle. That's a great shot. On towards the site. In a pressure situation, Christo is going to deliver. But just his walk up towards Cat. It could be impactful, but hey, Christo's offing, man. It's starting to ring true, and Story is going to back away. Christo has found a 3-piece, and Astralis have taken the lead.
Yeah, you like his opening now, don't you? Yeah.
I speak too soon.
Yeah, it was a great round from Christo. I mean, once again, you can make the point about, you know, Story missing that shot, because if he lands it, this is a really good round for Sol. And the bait out still works out, right? I mean, they get up close. He's just posted on the angle, hoping that Christo's going to walk into him. This is exactly what happens, but the smoke makes it, well, really confusing there. It was a little bit discombobulating. Him missing that shot, it enables Christo to shut down the first player. And obviously that unlocked the possibility of the rifles coming into play. Christo with a triple kill in the round in the end of it. He's actually picked up, what, 2 triple kills now throughout this half? Even though he's on only 9 kills. He single-handedly won them 2 rounds.
Yeah, that is certainly impact for sure for Christo.
Yeah, it's just pure impact. No kills around.
It's proving himself, honestly. I think for people who have watched the scene for a while, some weren't really impressed with his performance on North, myself included, evidently.
Well, North was, at this point, I feel like the entire team was just a sinking ship when he joined, so it was kind of tough to, you know, make a name for yourself in a team that a lot of people were struggling in.
For sure. On a similar note, though, he can't have his moments, and hey, delivering here against a tough Saw opponent is certainly reasonable. And he's going to make his way out towards Goose and post on up. He has something to say for the Counter-Strike community for sure.
Yeah. Astralis once again just letting middle completely open, and they're going to focus on the bomb sides. Glaive gets aggressive towards Tunnels. Doesn't really want to overstep the mark, though. But look at Zip. He's found a godlike timing. He knows exactly what's going on. They have the information, but Zip, he needs to be really quick with this one. The B-split is on play.
Oh, Mister, though, is doing some great work from the car position. And then Glaive's offing is great as well. Mister and Glaive, a terrifying duo on this B site, and that's a lockdown. That is 12 for Astralis, and they start to take control of the game.
Yeah, gives you some mages can do pre-flashbacks, doesn't it? Great stuff towards the B-bomb side. It's a clean round as well from Astralis. They don't lose a single member, and that one looked quite dangerous. I mean, yeah, okay, you had all the information in the world, but in the end of the day, even though you did know what the play was, it was all down to Mr. and Glaive to hold on, and hell, they did. Another round with the pistols, and maybe the first B-send coming in here from the Iberian side.
Oh, jumping through the smoke. Oh, Blame! Oh my goodness, it's a mowdown. Absolutely. Blame F just found a triple. Make it 4 from the back of the site. Astralis utterly prepared for that kind of play. And now they're starting to laugh. They're starting to giggle. They're starting to feel this game in their palm of their hands right now. 13-10.
Yeah, when you see Blame F smiling, you know that things are going right for Astralis. And now they've started to look a lot better, right? I mean, Blame is up to 24-13 just like that. Crystal's finding some impact. Zip, Mr. Glaive, all of them having their good moments. Another buy round coming in for So, but you gotta feel like if they lose this one, they're pretty much out of the game, right?
Oh, okay. Glaive on the AWP is providing some serious problems right now for Saw. Gutierrez down to 23 early on. We're going to try for some wall bangs here, Glaive. Would you like the style on them?
Well, he's the classic guy. You know, he likes being efficient. Yeah. Unless he's got the scout. Then he's
That's the Astralis way. Never waste a single nade, a single bullet.
Yeah, old school stuff. A really important round for So, though. Utility still of plenty. They came out of a pretty successful and, well, solid take here. One of the two bomb sites looks like it's going to be another short take. Bomb slowly starting to make its way back towards long. And once again, Zip is going to get tested. Multi-kill potential needs to provide. There's one.
Wow.
He actually has a smoke. That's going to delay them for so much longer. They need to either wait this one out and they're going to be running the clock thin or just run through it.
And the way Zip's been looking, I wouldn't want to run through it. But they're going to be forced to. They actually do. And Zipix isn't.
Crystal has no clue.
Oh, no. Crystal's just out in the open. They didn't realize that was even a possibility. They still make 2 kills out of it, though. blameF was able to hold down the cat side, and now all he needs to do is focus on long. And it's... Oh, he runs out of ammo. Oh, no. This is getting very odd. Has to go to the P250 as they cross out towards the site, but Mr. is trying to provide support, and he will help out just fine. Astralis to 14. It gets a bit weird with Christo out in the open, but... saved by Blame, saved by Mr. Doing great work.
Yeah, they assumed that long was clear after Zipix getting the first kill and not spotting a second player there. You know, he actually gets a kill on the nade, falling back. Even though both him and Crystal fall down, he actually tossed the nade towards short, and I think that finished off one of the 2 players. That was just a great hold once again from Astralis, even though it went a little bit south there for a second. They do manage to convert.
Saw's in desperation mode. They're trying to Tech 9 rush up towards Catwalk, and blameF gets all that information. Let's see it, Christo. Jiggle peek on the line. Great shot. Fast on it as well. And is able to actually reposition himself. Gutierrez tries to cross out towards middle, not getting away with that. Christo not quite hitting that shot. They're going to continue to progress forward. It puts it onto Zipix, and he goes down. Christo, though, does hit the shot, the difficult one, onto you jerks. It just leaves one Roman in a 1v3.
Yeah, that would be a massive clutch to pull off in a moment like that. And they've actually given him a lot of space and respect in the clutch. This is the right approach. They have one player holding his bag, though, and that's going to be Clay from the AWP. He should have this one in the bag, and indeed he will. 15 for Astralis, 5 consecutive map points here for the Danes in their first game here at the Elisa Masters Espoo 2022.
You know, some impactful opping from Christo down the stretch. I'll have to give him that for sure. Of course, we'll have to see how it performs later today, but so far the CT side opping performance has not been bad from the man who is filling Device's shoes.
Yeah, he was 3-12 in the end of the first half, I believe. So that makes him what? That makes him 8-3.
Hey, alrighty.
9-3 the second half. That was great.
.4v4 though, as Jerkers does snag Zipex out towards long. But double off still very much in play, and Mr. here on the site. They will begin to push on through, but on the edge of the smoke, not respecting it, is just finding the kill. blameF is in rotation though at the window side, swings out, gets the kill, gets away, and even he wants to go back in, but Roman will shut him down on that AWP. But Christo drops down U-Jerks in middle, cutting that
that's
rotate off, but this is so massive from Mutiris out and finding that kill onto Glaive. It's Christo, a 1v2 to close. If anything, to prove the doubters wrong, it'd be this, but Roman holding it with an AWP. Saw stay alive on Dust 2 for a bit longer.
Yeah, flashes himself a little bit there. Mr. caught off guard by the play. I think it was Mutiris, the person that just walked inside of the Molotov. That was a great play towards the B-bomb side. He just heard the spam. He knew that he's caught a bit of a timing. So I'll stay alive here for just a little bit longer. And actually, the foundation of Astralis in terms of the finances isn't that great. So maybe if So are able to pick up a couple more rounds, they could be resetting that Danish economy and potentially having something to say about that map. It's still a long road, though. You got to win 4 rounds in a row. And it hasn't been easy so far for you on the T side.
All right, Christo, solo opping long. Can he do it here? Has to back away. I like him taking the forward face. But no connection on the shot. Saw still fighting to stay in this one.
Yeah, Christo just firing a couple warning shots from the back of the side. Doesn't really want to get into a fight. You can see that the idea behind this is Astralis giving enough time to their teammates towards the tunnels to aggress and clear it out. But Justice is going to hear all of that. In fact, he doesn't. He pulls out a nade. Glaives is going to take him down off guard. Zipix finds another kill towards middle. And now they need to go.
It's wonderful. It's a great strategy. And on the cross, Christo, so fast on the shot. walking inside the smoke, trying to make a play. It's Roman, but it's looking like Astralis are going to pick up their first BO1 of the day. Saw falling down potentially to that 0-2 bracket. They have a gauntlet to run for the rest of the group stage here. There's Roman on the cross, hunting for a 1v4. Now spotted out, now down to 20. And now even getting flanked out. They know exactly where he is, but he's getting flanked by Mr. who will close out the map. Astralis on the debut will clean up 16-11.
Yeah, 2 academy teams in the roster doesn't really make a difference. BlameF still manages to drop 27 kills. Cristo, after a really shaky start on the T side at 3-12, manages to end the map on 12 kills in the end with a really good recovery there on the defense. And overall, I feel like Astralis looked quite solid, you know. So once again, being able to put on a pretty decent fight, but no, it was supposed to be the Danes. And well, now I guess all that's left is just to see how they do against the Bad News Eagles.
Yeah, that CT side was all over Saw, all things said. They had the setups everywhere they went. And while there were some moments, for sure, from Saw on their own CT side with some good setup, it was just Astralis pulling it off more consistently at that. And also some great rounds out of BlameF. I think we're just getting his expected performance at this rate. This was excellent.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal from the side of Astralis, as we're going to be breaking it down in just a couple seconds, but they're going to be happy with this result. Okay.
And we're back over to us here on the desk. But yeah, what a great performance out of Astralis overall. Of course, it's Astralis, it's BlameF, and then it's a team effort. I think Zipex in particular, I'll put my highlight on him. He had some good impact on that T side, and generally said, he's continuing, you know, his more or less solid form that we've been seeing from him throughout the later end of this year.
Yeah, he's been really solid. You know, some of those pushes towards long were really well timed. Astralis did look kind of good in this matchup. Now, obviously, for all of you at home, there is the quick stand-in. I'm not sure if the 500 game has ended. Apparently, it has. And
I think it has.
Yeah, Fnatic did manage to take the better of 500. So, still, the Bulgarians are going to be claiming that top spot because they're you know, the only team that I think has played 2 games, but we have Fnatic winning their first one, Astralis and BNE currently sitting on 1 victory after only 1 game. Complexity, unfortunately for them, are going to be bottom alongside. I think that's a little bit wrong. Soul should be bottom, but you know, it's the 2 of Soul and Complexity. That's the point we're trying to make here.
For sure. We have a couple other games coming down the stretch because it's non-stop BO1s today as we do, you see, BNE versus Astralis. That will be taking away next here on this stream as soon as possible. Astralis looking solid. BNE, though, still in good form as well, as we saw them drop Saw. That'll be a really interesting game to go ahead and tune on into.
Yeah, absolutely. So make sure you tune in because we're going to be heading into a short, quick break, and we're going to be right back in just a couple of minutes to see if Astralis are going to be able to move into that 2-0 or if it's going to be the Bad News Eagles once again reigning superior.
We have a solution for you.
Gives you wings.
Katsokaa kuinka silvankuroi saittia samalla kun Henu kaataa aivan täydellisen kupillisen.
Ei sinne kuppiin kyllä enempää mahdu. Myltsillä on tähtäin kohdallaan. Viimeisenkin tulis osua, ja osuuhan se!
On se Myltsi vaan tarkka. Vielä jaksaa painaa jalkaa toisen eteen. Hupi hupi!
Hyvä tempo päällä pojat.
Body yrittää pitää vielä tiiminsä pinnalla. 1 vastaan 2. Pommi on jo pläntättynä. Body löytää ensimmäisen saitilta. Sitten hakee vielä sitä viimeistä. Tän ensimmäisen kudin täytyy osua. Nyt ei virheitä saa tehdä. Body tiputtaa vielä luolaan viimeisen.
Löytää sieltä pimeästä se viimeisen pelaajan. Hakee vielä sen pommin savuista. Body otais kohtaa todella etevä hakemaan ne. Kaikki tarvitsevat trackit.
Eiköhän tää riitä. Tulkaas nyt.
Welcome back to the Elisa Masters Espoo here, going down in Finland on LAN right here, right now. Group stage still going on, Group B, and then we're moving on to a third best of one of the day. Astralis just picked up their win over Saw, and now they're facing the bad news Eagles. Ted, what's good?
Well, I can tell you what's good. Well, nothing's good for Saw. They played 2 really close games, but unfortunately for them, they're after 2 losses, and well, at least we're going to get to watch the game of the victors here. Both Astralis and Bad News Eagles being able to get their Ws. I guess it's safe to say that B&E had a bit of a tougher time than Astralis, right? Astralis did manage to control the game quite nicely, even though obviously there was that point of the first half on Dust 2 where Seoul did have that crazy streak of winning, I think, 9 out of 10 rounds, but Astralis were still able to kind of keep it under control and under a lock and key. For B&E, things were a little bit tougher. They posted only 5 rounds on the CT side of their engine and did manage to come back on the T side, but here we are, Group B trying to, or at least starting to shape up just a little bit. Fnatic picking up their first win as well. Obviously, if you want to catch them, you can go over towards the B stream where they're going to be facing Complexity simultaneously with the B&E game and Astralis game going on here at the A stream.
Yeah, and this matchup brings a whole new set of storylines for themselves. B&E kind of taking that going deep in towards the major, and I feel like Astralis kind of missed out on that train, and they could have been in that very same spot. Astralis have been on the sideline. They make big roster moves. They show up here, and they deliver a good first best of one. But now you're taking these 2 completely clashing styles of Counter-Strike. We know Astralis as the methodical unit, and we know B&E playing that wild style of Counter-Strike. It's going to be a brawl. It's going to be a super interesting, to use a complicated word, dichotomy between these 2 teams.
Yeah, it's going to be a fight and a half for sure. I mean, last time those 2 faced off against each other, it was everything just went in favor of B&E. Astralis obviously now playing with a bit of a changed lineup for those of you that might have missed the previous game. Unfortunately for them, Device is not quite able to participate in this one. As they put it, he's not feeling too ready to go into the server right now, not from an individual point of view, but more of a, team perspective. He hasn't really played any officials in 2022, so you can kind of relate to that and understand what's going through his mind there. Christo is standing in, and to be fair, he had a bit of a slower start on that map number 1, but he was still able to recover into that CT side quite nicely. I believe he ended the first half on 2 and 13, and he did manage to get, I think, 9 or 10 kills during that second half, which was kind of impressive for him. Had a lot of impactful rounds, a lot of multi-kill rounds. BlameF obviously dropping this 27 bomb was something that we're all accustomed to at this point. But on the other side, we have the B&E squad that has been one of the most exciting teams to watch in recent history in the world of CSGO.
Oh my gosh, as they play the most entertaining Counter-Strike, they don't save like Jame. They are the anti-outsiders. I guess the Is it? Yeah. We'll just leave it at that. Furia. Yeah, I know, right? They really do channel the most aggressive nature of Counter-Strike you can see. They are smoke pushers. They are aggressive. They are explosive. That is everything you can do to frame B&E. But the thing is, for Astralis, they are deadly consistent. And look at your head-to-head. The man on your right has been exactly that.
Yeah, BlameF, I'd say the best without a doubt the best player on the side of Astralis, one of the best players in the world, even though, his teams haven't really been able to get some massive success in terms of, getting to finals, winning tournaments and all of that. He's consistently been one of the best riflers we have in the entire world, in the entire scene. And on the other side, we have a Flatro, which, obviously the easiest point would have been, speak about Synopsy and his crazy numbers and all of that. But Flatro's actually been really, really solid every single time he's faced off against Astralis. And, he has been one of the people for the big games, right? Even at the major, when you look at people struggling a little bit towards the second stage and the legend stage for the BNE, Flatro was always the man for the big moments. And that's why I wanted to highlight him. I feel like he gets, I'm not sure if he gets really overlooked, because I feel like a lot of people give a lot of praise to Synopsy, to Regon, to GX. But Flatro is actually doing so much on the side of BNE. And I feel like it's really hard to actually only underline one and kind of speak about only one of the individuals on the side of Bad News Eagles, because as if in Astralis, we can actually make a point about, Blamev being one level above his teammates, at least individually, right? In terms of firepower. On the side of BNE, you have so many people that are able to crunch those numbers. And that's why it's so tough to take them down, right? Because let's say in the previous game that we had, it was Synopsy. It wasn't quite Flatro, but it was Synopsy to step up against the side of Saul and kind of help everybody else to wake up a little bit. And I feel like everyone in this team is capable to do something like that. I've really liked what we've seen. Another thing that, we could put out there is the fact that BNE have been playing a lot more structured in recent history as well. Something, again, that we did mention before their first game.
I mean, they're still an individualistic team. Let's not get that wrong. But still, they've added some layers to their gameplay. It isn't just headshots galore for this team no more. It still is in a way, but they've evolved as a team since Antwerp, since Rio. And taking their first game so far today, it was a bit rocky against Saw. That's why I gave Saw a bit of credit before their game against Astralis. But it was particularly a rough game out of one Flasher. Not that he wasn't delivering. I think Saw just had a good read on him. So if Astralis can replicate that kind of form, which I think Astralis are certainly the team to break out the pen and paper and talk all about player tendencies. If Flatro gets found out again, this could be a serious problem.
Yeah, it could be a serious problem. But speaking about a serious problem, well, a bad map could be a serious problem for one of those teams. So we're going to get into the veto straight away. And initial thoughts, I feel like Ancient is always going to be a really fair ground for both of these teams. But we saw what happened last time around when those two faced off on Ancient. It was a 16-3 victory for Bad News Eagles. That one took place at the RMR. And I had the chance to watch that game. I watched every single second of it. I had no clue what was going on. It was just BNE running over them, and it was against Synopsy, right? He's a crazy man on that map. I think statistically he's their best player on Ancient for sure. In the past 3 months, I'm not sure about before that, but past 3 months, 100%. And I feel like if you're Bad News Eagles, you'd ideally want to go back to that Ancient. If you're Astralis, though, you might be thinking about a little bit of a switch up and maybe a cheeky Inferno in there.
Yeah, BNE get to steer the map pool here, so they'll be taking away the nuke overpass, and there's a couple of maps that they can take out. They kind of have a ballpark open to them against Astralis, so there are some serious opportunities here. We do see Astralis actually take out the Ancient. They don't want to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. You want this one out of the way. And now we're left, if I'm not mistaken, with Dusty, Mirage, and Inferno. So we have the classic Sin still in the veto. And now the question is, where do Bad News Eagles really want to go? I feel like individually, you're playing up to a really high level right now. And Mirage could be an option. Apparently, Astralis don't really want to go for Dust 2 anymore. So we're going to be in between Mirage and Inferno. Inferno is normally an alright map for the Eagles, but I feel like, again, from the individual point of view, you'd want to have the Mirage. You'd want to have the Pug galore there. Knowing that Astralis are playing with two stand-ins as well. Seeing that Crystal was a little bit lackey on that first map, I guess you could say. Confidence wasn't up there maybe, especially on the T side. Mr. obviously did a good job, but individually, if you compare those two teams, the question is, will Blamev be able to solo carry his way through the Bad News Eagles? Well, I'd say if he's all alone, chances aren't quite big, but maybe there's someone on the side of Astralis that's going to be able to help him out.
Yeah, I think I mean, there were signs of it as well. Glaive's offing was looking pretty solid. Zipex in general had a great T side lurking out towards long as well. Without setup on his own, he was getting the job done a lot of the time.
Yeah, it felt like the communication was on point for Astralis. But speaking about Astralis and Bad News Eagles, we're going to get through the key points real quick because, you know, the game is going to start really, really soon. And we won't actually have time to go through these this time around. But there's a lot of interesting things to speak about, right? Because those two teams, they have some kind of history going against each other. We already mentioned that Ancient game. And, you know, Bad News Eagles, they always look quite confident going into those games against Astralis. I feel like this, again, has to do a lot with, you know, individually, as you put it. I think you put it just headshot galore going into a game like that. That was the perfect example, that previous Ancient match that they played, right? Even though we praised B&E for being able to put in some more structure in some of those plays or some of their games, they didn't really need to do that against Astralis. They were just able to run over them, headshot after headshot, wild play after wild play, and Astralis didn't seem to have an answer for that.
Yeah, it seems like Bad News Eagles seem to level up when they play against some of the higher opposition in the zone and on LAN as well. So, I mean, if they can replicate what they just did to them back at the RMR, then that basically assisted in taking Astralis out of major contention. That would be a start here, but of course it's a different map. What's your next point here, Ted?
Well, I guess the next thing that we can mention is the blame F factor. I mean, we touched upon it a little bit. I feel like he is the winning condition, especially in a game like that, right? Even if you're tactically really well-rounded, even if Zip is doing his job, even if Glaive is looking all right, even if Christo is delivering on the AWP, even if Mr. is doing well in the server, you can't best the Bad News Eagles if you don't have, well, a cheeky biscuit that can drop 35 kills. Or should I say a cheeky mountain in that scenario. Blame F needs to go absolutely huge in the server.
Yeah, I mean, Blame, even then, like, his impact statistic is through the roof for this Astralis camp. I mean, he's been a win condition. I actually want to bring up a stat that I loved when I talk about Blame F, and that is when he gets the first kill, Astralis win 90% of their rounds. That is higher. That is number one out of all players within the top 30. Yeah. That is Blame F. You know, call him bait F all you want. When he finds the opening, it is something that Astralis absolutely take to the house and really do convert upon. Blame F is a strong asset.
Yeah, he is. And he will have to be a really strong asset in this game if they want to get the victory. But in the end of the day, this is always going to be a really tough matchup, right? And this is our final key point. It's not as much as a key point, whether it's like just the conclusion, right? I mean, both of these teams are looking to get a second victory, and we know in such a long day, this is something that we actually discussed yesterday in the first day of the group stage. When you have 5 BO1s that you want to play in a single day, that's a really long one, right? Especially if you don't have them, you know, straight out the back, you play the first 5 games. Sometimes you gotta wait. Sometimes your day is going to go up to 10, 11, 12 hours, 13 hours. It was a 14-hour day yesterday. So imagine if you're Astralis or B&E and you need to play your game or your elimination game that's going to either send you to the playoffs or send you home as the last game of the day, approximately 16, 17 hours after you've woken up. You don't want that happening, right? Towards the latter stages of the day, you want to make sure that you're a little bit more relaxed. You've already guaranteed your spot in the next day and tomorrow and to the day after that if you get, obviously, the first spot in the group. So I feel like both teams right now just want to get onto a good 2-0 start.
Yeah, and that would be super optimal, putting yourself in prime position to get yourself into playoffs. Basically, a single best of 3 of a positive win rate will typically get you there over the line to make it into playoffs, with a couple of exceptions here and there. So this would be a huge step in the right direction, especially for two teams that, when you look at this initial seeding of the group, these are teams that are in the top 3. Maybe you could realistically put Astralis in there, but you're looking also at Bad News Eagles as well as Fnatic to perhaps be in that top 3, and you have a couple of challengers down below.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like we've seen some really good stuff from Seoul. Obviously, 500 have shown some great gameplay, you know, beating Complexity, being able to take off 11 rounds out of Fnatic. But I feel like at this point, both Bad News Eagles and Astralis have realized that, you know, Fnatic being the only playoff major team in this entire tournament, and we got to emphasize on that. they're a little bit of a different cherry, right? I mean, they're going to be a different breed. So you don't really want to let that Fnatic game have too much impact. You might be able to beat them. It's still a BO1, right? It's not the BO3. And I'd say that even though Fnatic, in my eyes, is right now, speaking about, momentum and current form, the best team in this group, you can still get away with a win against them in the BO1 format. You still don't really want it to get down to the wire, do you?
Yeah, that's well, yeah, again, you just want to give yourself that breath of fresh air. And for Astralis, who are in the midst of their debut, that could be exactly what they need to really get the ball rolling and really start to improve on their gameplay. So winning this is, breathing room. You can make a couple of hiccups here and there against, and you're taking down some of the better teams in this group as well. Of course, there's still Fnatic and complexity for these teams to play off against, but still, getting one leg up, being able to make a mistake is, Astralis are not a perfect team going into this event. We know that. Without Device, with a couple of academy players that they've brought in just to fill the gaps for now, Astralis, they need this.
Yeah. Okay, we just got information, ladies and gents, for those of you that might be wondering. We are getting slightly delayed because apparently the players, or rather the teams, have some slight microphone issues in terms of, one of the coaches. So we'll have to wait it out a little bit longer, but we should be good to go any moment now. But yeah, I feel like for Astralis being, regarded as, I'd say, a younger team in that aspect of, having Crystal and Mr. in this game, momentum is going to play out a big role, right? I mean, we saw what happened and how Astralis were playing towards the latter stages of Dust 2 as soon as, Blamef starts smiling, starts pumping them up. We spoke about the fact that he's a real hype guy in this lineup. When things are going well, he's going to be the one cheering everybody else up. He's kind of like the Cadian, like the apex of Astralis in a way, right? He's going to be the one. If that was a gym, he's going to be the one to, start screaming when you hit your PB on the bench press, right? He's that guy. So in the end of the day, you want to get onto a good start. You get the first 2 wins out of the window. And you got to feel like when they have 2 victories, well, then Crystal is going to start playing without a lot of pressure. Mr., I feel like at this point, he's starting to get accustomed to that after the RMR, right? I feel like his good performance there showed that he's not really fazed by pressure all that much. But especially for Crystal right now, I feel like, the Astralis talent team, they picked up a new Oper there. So we don't really know if he's actually going to go back into the team and, continue playing for them. He might actually move on, right? We've seen that happen. Well, actually, I want to correct myself. They didn't. He was the replacement of Breezer. But we've seen a lot of those Astralis talent members in the past couple of months, moving forward to other projects. Breezer was a really good example. The entire ex-Astralis talent lineup, actually, bar Altex, moved forward. And, for Crystal, this could be a really good chance at, saying, maybe not to the tier 1 teams, but to some tier 2, tier 3 organizations, hey, I'm here. I'm ready to play some serious CS. And after this Academy League stint is over for me, I'm ready to get picked up by a serious organization.
Yeah, I mean, you can grow as a player. Is the biggest thing here for Christo, who's been bouncing around, the tier 2 areas and is really trying to find a slot, find a home, and kind of advertise that, yeah, I have improved since the online days. And a good performance here. I mean, we've seen so many stand-in performances turn players' careers around, and that could be Christo here, maybe landing himself a new gig. Not just with Astralis talent, but it could be some other team. We'll see how his performance progresses throughout this event. Take, for example, Refresh's performance. This was back way 2018, but he stood in for Cloud9. No one knew who he was, and now he's a Danish staple.
Come on!
Now
people knew who he was. He played on Optic. Don't disrespect MSL like that.
That was before Optic.
Was it when he was standing in for Cloud9? I'm a little bit okay. I might be a little bit wasted in the story time of it. I think you were right. But yeah, I guess chances like that don't come twice in life. I mean, especially for Crystal, that a lot of people actually called washed up after his time on North, right? Because you kind of you were playing on AGF beforehand. You get picked up by the second biggest Danish organization and the second best team at the time as well. I think Heroic weren't really up to the level of North back then, or they were around the same for sure. and then you get downgraded once again to that AGF lineup. So a lot of people actually thought that Crystal won't really be able to, bounce back, but maybe this is the chance that he's been waiting for. And we're getting a word, ladies and gents, that we're ready to jump straight into the server to see how this one goes.
Let's go ahead and hop on into it. And welcome back. Pistol round on the way. We land ourselves on Mirage, finally. Enough of the podcast and the storytelling. We're about to get a B-rush, aren't we?
Well, more of a B-pop. But Glaive, he's going to get up close and personal with the Julies. Okay, this one either goes really well for Glaive or horribly wrong.
There's no in between for the dual Beretta, so let's see it. Horribly wrong. It's looking more likely, but he turns it around.
Great.
He turns it to a double kill somehow. Exactly right there, Ted. As now Zipex dancing around the site. He does get cleaned up by Rigon, but the kills do come through. Christo cleans it up, and madness there for Glaive, but he gets it down the stretch.
Yeah, apparently there was a third option.
In between, I guess?
Yeah, it was just horribly great for him. I mean, he whiffed pretty much everything. The flash was up his face, still manages to get a double kill. This was massive from Glaive. Look at that. That was so discombobulating there. Still gets away with a couple. Astralis with heavy investment going on for the Force. A lot of M4s in the mix. Only one MP9 in the hands of Zip. B&E, though, in true B&E fashion, are going to go for the D-Eagles. Synopsy tries to go for an early peek. Doesn't really find anything there. Well, that's the Mirage galore for Bad News Eagles. Obviously, you're playing a map that gives you a lot of possibilities for those cheeky pistols to find something.
Depends on the day, but sometimes those Eagles can just turn themselves into AKs. You never know. But this day is okay. There you go. That's the B&E Deagle right there. Mr. Down on the site does have help in the form of Zipex, so it is a good setup. He even gets himself underneath balcony, and that will be a cleanup kill onto Rigon. And so this should be finished off nicely. I say should.
Yeah. Want to hear something crazy, by the way?
Sure.
We spoke about that ancient game that B&E won 16-3 against Astralis at the RMR, right? Synopsy finished that one on 28-7, 2.36 rating.
Whoa, my goodness.
Flatro was on 25-8. And he was not the best player in the server.
Somehow.
Somehow
that's how it works.
Yeah. You can only catch that on B&E TV.
This one is looking a bit better from Astralis, all things said. It's not... I don't think we're going to get a 16-3 out of this one here, Ted. I think we're seeing a much more competitive Astralis today with the pistol and the conversion.
Yeah, a different map as well. I mean, that could simplify things and make it a little bit easier for Astralis as well. It's going to get Blamef a lot more comfortable. Individually, he can have a better performance. A bit of a technical timeout here as we're sorting out some issues. We hope that everything's going to be all right. But going back in history a little bit in terms of, those two teams and in the map that we're watching right now. For Astralis, actually, Mirage did used to be quite a solid one for some time. Yeah, they did lose their last game, which was against Forza. It was at the RMR. They lost that one 14-16. Before that, though, they had 3 consecutive wins that were against Ents, Illuminar, and Los Cucutos. And there's a couple of Vitality and OG victories in the mix as well, which were at the last group. So it actually hasn't been an awful map. I think statistically they're second best after Inferno, and it's leveled up with Dust 2. Both on 71% win rate, if I'm not mistaken. And then you look at the B&E camp, it's kind of like a 50-50 fiesta for them. If they're feeling it on the day, they're going to be really good. We saw that against FaZe Clan at the major. They won that Mirage 22-20. That was an absolutely crazy game. They did manage to take down Gamer Legion at the major as well. It was a 16-7. And before that, we actually had a couple, fairly disturbing results for them, and one of them was actually at the Elisa Invitational, right? They did lose to Tai Lu. It was a 13-16, and before that, in another game that they did win in the series, but still lost on that map. It was against Paloma. But no, that's my mistake. That wasn't Elisa Invitational. That was ESL Challenger, but yeah, lost to Paloma 14-16.
Yeah, results have always been over the place. I think for B&E, there's been some memes thrown around, B&E versus...
They're a really wild
versus team. Tier 1, and then B&E versus everyone else online.
Yeah. But they've been a long team. I think this is something really good, right? We touched upon that before the start of game number 1. You'd expect those guys to be a lot better online, but well, history shows that it doesn't really phase them. I mean, they can play on a stage and be as good, if not even better. And it feels like it just pumps them up. I feel like that's because they're really emotional. And, you know, when things go well for them, when they're together, they kind of form that bond. And it feels like everyone's just better when they're surrounded by their teammates, if that makes any sense. They're just a big family.
Yeah. For those wondering what the technical timeout is about, it's Coach Headset. They're trying to swap things out and get things fixed on site.
Yeah. By the way, we can run another survey in chat while we're doing that. This is something GK I love doing from time to time, and you know,
all right.
As we had a Dust 2 prior to that, and I know a lot of you guys in chat might not like Dust 2 all that much. I actually wanted to ask you, if you were to remove one map, which map would you remove? And if you were to replace it with another, which one would you put in? What would you say, Fi?
Now, I might be hating the map that we're currently playing on. Now, I'm fine with watching Mirage, but I just don't like playing Mirage. Okay. I'm not a pugger, all right? I'm a tactician. Would I remove it?
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like if I'm a Valve developer, I can't remove Vertigo because it's just too new of a map. That just
can't. No. Listen. You can do whatever you want.
I'm trying to be realistic here. You see, I'm being too realistic.
Well, define new. It's been a couple years now.
Yeah, it's actually weird to think that Vertigo got retrained. What is that now? 3 years? Wait, it's been 3 years since the Berlin Major. That is.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just having an epiphany right now. Yeah, it's actually been that long since Vertigo's been out of the game. I guess you could take out Vertigo. I've loved the new Tuscan, by the way. I've loved it. Maybe needs a couple more fixes, like to angle management and things like that. But I love the layout.
Yeah. I'm a fan of, you know, bringing something. Well, it's something old but new in the same time for
it's
Tuscan.
Fresh.
Yeah, it's really fresh. I'm a fan of the
graphic style.
Back.
Train is all right. I mean, some people, I find it so funny that people were like super happy when they added Ancient back to the pool, and they're like, finally, we got the most CT-sided map out of the pool. And then they proceeded to probably add one of the most CT-sided maps in Counter-Strike Global Offensive.
I don't know. People around me actually weren't too happy about Train. I mean, I actually got more of a negative reaction out of this. I think people love Train. I mean, I don't know a lot of people that dislike Train, to be fair. It was just a really good map.
You know, when they removed it, I think it was just being broken in the pro meta. I think it was just being found out as like the T side of Train and the outside smokes. It was Kerrigan's Mouse Sports that was really innovating on it a lot back in late 2019, early 2020. That really got that unit some support.
Did you see Glaive's reaction there? He got really surprised for a second.
Oh, I wasn't. Look, man, I'm in my own thoughts right now.
Yeah, you're in your own
stories. I got an arsenal of Counter-Strike thoughts to talk about.
Yeah.
But yeah.
You bring me back in time. I mean, Kerrigan and Mouse. And
remember
that seems really recent to me as well. Like I'd say bringing back in time is just Kerrigan just joining FaZe Clan. I think that was for the first time. That was back in time.
Yeah. Transporting back in time. This is the thing about a year ago. Barely anyone knew who Synopsy, One Flotro, and the rest of the guys here on who BNE were. I believe they were playing under the Blink banner.
Yeah, they were playing under Blink, and you know, I'd say that they were well known, but because of FPL, right? Not because of their
Rigon especially.
Well. Yeah, Rigon. Well, Rigon joined in that team after that. I think post factum. Initially, they were playing in Blink with a guy called Gulito, who's one of the. I'd say he's one of the best players out of the Kosovian region as well. You know, he's still playing under the organization with a couple of different, younger guys, but. Yeah, it's been a wild ride for those guys, you know, kind of like from zero to hero story.
Let's go. I see hands on the keyboard and the mouse, and we should be going back live in just a couple of moments as we're ready to take this one away. Players lean forward as well. You know it's game time here, Ted.
Yeah, technical difficulties out of the way. 2-0. Astralis did win the pistol and the conversion for those of you that missed it. So now it's eco time. And maybe eco kills time. Ideally, you'd get away with a bomb plant. If you're being...
And that's what they're trying to do. Out Palace they go. Christo snapping on the first, but it's dropped. Whoa. Glocks, hello? Things are getting weird. 2v3. Juan is somehow inside of jungle. And the bomb on the back of Scenario did not commit out Palace. You can keep moving around, but Zipex. That's a really nice find. Through the murder hole finds Juan, and now Scenario is a tough task ahead of him. He has to have a 1v1 against Zipex, and he has no idea where Zipex is hiding from. I think it's just going to continue the sprint here. Out towards the site. This should be Zipex's all the way. And there it is. 3 zip for Astralis.
Yeah, 3-0, a nice round. Went a little bit out of the way there for a second. Crystal and Blamev going down to the pistols. And, 1 M4 in the hands of Juan Flatro. Still, though, they managed to bounce back. A 3-0 start. Astralis quite good in starting those halves, right? That's their third pistol round victory, and the third, actually, start of a half in which they managed to not only pick up the pistol round, but the conversions as well. They did that in both halves against Soul earlier on. It's a good bonus to have in bo1 series.
For sure. Christo. That's a shoulder spotted. And he'll find one. He's been fast on it, that's for sure. Bad News Eagles maybe looking to react out towards middle. Yeah, the op of...
failed run boost.
Out middle, but they missed the run boost. They failed it, and it's going to cost them 2 players.
Ooh.
That's a nice find, though, from Rigon. On the fallback, Glaive not getting away and keeping Bad News Eagles' head in the game.
Yeah, keeps them in the round completely. It was about to be a 2 versus 4. If Glaive manages to turn that corner, it's pretty much impossible for B&E to walk back into it. Now they have the bomb. They have 1 minute to work with, and both Rigon and GX are full on HP. Zips pushed all the way into the apartment. So if they actually decide to walk towards short and the B-bomb side, they might get away with a plant. But Mr's aggressive position might actually make Christo start thinking about bouncing back towards that B-bomb site, or at least going for a little bit of a peek towards middle.
Wondering if Zipex heard any sound cues. Christo, he goes up and above on the ticket booth and doesn't see anyone inside of connector. Or towards catwalk, for that matter.
Yeah.
Could be some false information.
They've been so quiet. Zip has no idea. They're going to figure out as the B-bomb side as soon as the bomb goes down, right? They haven't made a single noise, and surely they're going to realize that Zip's aggressive towards apps. They're going to maul him off. There's the confirmation.
Wow, so confident in the play. And extinguish. That nade going nowhere. And GXS even finds Mr. across the map, trying to rotate across the A side. But that's a great hold there from Christo, staying patient. Now Rigon, a 1v2, but he knows where the first is, and now Rigon, I love the angle switch up. He goes up and above, and Christo can't flick up for Rigon. A sick 1v2, and Bad News Eagles notch their first.
Yeah, expertly played clutch by Rigon there. That's why you want him to step up. That's the moments you need him. What a great play. Zip wasn't ready for the angle, and after that, the elevated position. Dioper is never going to be ready for a play like that. Great stuff by the Swiss man. There's the second one as well. Christo completely outmaneuvered there, and that was a great call from B&E. That's a 2 versus 4 that they win on the first buy round as well.
Yeah, I mean, being able to bring it back was just Rigon all the way. Glaive, though, wants to take some space, wants to take a frag with them as well, but Rigon is not letting that happen. He's starting this game off with a bang. Not just that round, but maybe keeping it consistent. 2 rounds in a row with impact.
Yeah, welcome to Mirage against Bad News Eagles. You got to deal with that. That's one of the main problems that a lot of teams have facing off against those guys, right? You just get into fights that should be favorable for you. You should be winning them, but you just get an insta headshot. You know what they say. Everyone has a plan until they get punched in the face.
All right, let's see this from Mr. Christo at long range. If he hits the Deagle headshot, it helps out Mr., but not quite the connection. Almost the lineup, though. Scenario on 1 point of health. But Blame will finish off one Flatro. There are still opportunities that lie here for Astralis. Is it time to take a risk? Is it time to throw your hat into the ring? Maybe put this 2v3 retake on the plate.
Yeah.
Nade. It sails in. It takes down Scenery. BlameF wins his duel inside a spawn. GX now has all the information he needs, but he's smoked out now. Gets the spot, but no connection. Where'd the op go? Oh, okay, he has it now. But is it high time to save? I think it is. Yeah, no chance on this one.
Yeah, that was such a methodical retake coming in from BlameF and Zip, right? And it's all because Blame manages to get that kill through the smoke onto the Palace player. It becomes a 2 versus 3. The nade from Zip gets the kill. That's the alarm for BlameF to activate himself from CT spawn. And then even the follow-up jiggle from Zip, realizing that the AWP player was alive. Didn't really want to give himself away for free. The 4th round for Astralis. Quite important that they were able to bounce back. Pretty similar to how things went on the CT side of Dust 2 for them, right? I mean, they win the first 3 rounds, then they lose the first buy. Well, the previous time it was just losing to the Pistols, but the whole idea of it is that they were able to bounce back straight away.
Creep up towards middle, but BlameF is sticking inside of Con. He wants to fight. Oh, but maybe not anymore. Molly at Third's feet. He's out of there. Diving through a couple of smokes and no one's holding for the fallback. That could have been very dangerous there, but nothing gives. Ladder control established. They'll plant the flag.
Yeah, Christo needs to be careful. There's a T player already towards ladder, and he's actually made noise. They've heard him. Scenario knows exactly where Christo resides. Doesn't have anything to flush him out of position with. And actually, B&E, they have only 2 flashes and 1 HE left, 1 minute.
Nice.
Until the end of the round. They need to get this one only by killing Astralis.
And the follow-up, taking back the control, but BlameF could not escape. But there's the smoke. They try to make a move. Glaive just watching it, being patient. The setup is here for Astralis. And that will be a quick 2-for-1. Rigon does fall. And Mr. still playing out towards the default box to be a problem. Making his way out now towards Firebox, helped out by Christo inside of spawn. 20 seconds remaining. He's going to put the emphasis onto Scenery to make the play to try and take this fight versus Christo, who's jiggle peeking and finds the instant headshot. What a shot from Scenery. And surely they know Mr. still here. They both jump at the same time. Mr. needs to stay alive, stop the plant, but he cannot. Now it's Zipex in a 1 versus 2, and GX isn't even going to let the clutch attempt happen. BNE win a sitter.
Oh, what a round that is from BNE. Another one that they shouldn't be winning, right? The first one that they won was a 2 versus 4 conversion. That one is pretty much the same. Again, they just win it in the clutch. They were completely locked out of the round. They had no nades to work with. It was a perfect round from Astralis. They just gave nothing to Bad News Eagles towards middle. And the T spent all their nades towards that part of the map. But still, they managed to make it work in the clutch. Christo and Mr., you gotta feel like they just needed 1 kill combined, but they just couldn't achieve it. Just the classics.
And so now you just poke and prod. You find out where the stack is. 5 players on that B site. And all it takes is for one Flotcher to walk out Palace. I think they've got this one in the bag here, Ted.
Yeah, well, it's just the pistol, so you, for the sake of my heart rate, let Bad News Eagles take it away. It should be theirs. Yeah.
I got plenty of that from my North American Counter-Strike casting. I don't need any of it here.
Oh, by the way,
I got my fair share.
Yeah, you need to post that video that you sent to me during the break in chat.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I'll give the link.
I can tell you for sure, people want to see that. That was great. What tournament was it? It was like ECL or...
It was Challenger League. Yeah.
Okay, it was Challenger League, ESO Challenger League, NA, and that was, guys, believe me, that was great.
That is one of the clips of Counter-Strike that's ever happened, and I don't think I will never experience it again. I don't want to experience it again. And BNE are also just letting that kind of thing happen. Only a single kill goes the way of BlameF towards the later end of it. The fist bumps go out. It's a clean one for BNE. And the question actually here, do Astralis buy back in this?
Yeah, I mean, at this point,
it's messy.
Yeah, it is, but when you think about it, the buy rounds from Astralis actually have been quite successful, right? I mean, you had a 4 versus 2 that you did lose, and then another 3 versus 2 that you did lose that you had to convert absolutely. So in a lot of these rounds, they've actually been able to get really close. Initially, they have the right idea, they have the right play, but it's just the later part of the round where they struggle. So I guess you can justify that, and they don't really want to let Bad News Eagles feel comfortable on their T side, because it's one thing winning the clutches, it's an entirely different thing just letting B&E start building up that momentum and getting consecutive easy dominant rounds on the board. A lot of early mid aggression there for the CT side. Zip is finally going to find a kill towards B. Synopsy is going to get punished. Middle presence still held fairly passively aggressively from Astralis, but B&E looking to change that.
The underpass walk, is being held. Every angle being held, and every angle won there for Astralis. Glaive from top middle and Christo inside of Con. And this is a 2v5 that's not looking great here for B&E. Astralis are going to have to make some egregious errors. They're going to have to give B&E the fights, but Astralis are not that type of team to do that. I think that is Astralis branding right there.
Yeah, well, they did it a couple of times so far this game, so now for sure they're going to be really, really diligent with how they approach the end of that round. But yeah, that was great. You know, just picking up a couple favorable fights for them, a couple nice off angles, playing on the contact of each other, which is great work. All started by Zip's kill towards the B-bomb side, obviously. And now Juan Flatro and GX just left to try and find some kills. I assume GX is just going to hold on to the AWP at this point. Flatro can try and find Zip towards the back of the B-bomb side. Maybe cause some chaos there.
This is an annoying off angle to deal with too, because you have to look back and forth. You have to check cat, you have to check site, bench, everything, and that angle not on the radar of one. They weren't even really attempting this with the bomb so deep in spawn, so it's not a big deal. B&E have some cash in the coffers to use here. They'll have a buy next round, and GX will still have an AWP for sure. Astralis though taking a 2-round lead.
Yeah, starting to look good. It's been team effort for Astralis as well, right? You have Crystal, lowest tab being on 5 kills. 7 is the top for Blamev and Mister, and everybody's kind of in between that. On the side of B&E, we've had some big rounds from both Regon and GX. Scenari's had his moments. Flatro and Synopsy actually quite quiet so far, but no. After his performance from Synopsy, we can't really fault him too much, and he might get warmed up with the game. It's quite early, only 8 rounds in. Another buy round coming in for both sides. AWP once again for GX, saved up from the previous round. And it looks like they're going to attempt something a little bit more interesting. Maybe a little bit of an A split there. Bomb still in front of Ram, but you do have some solid presence towards middle. Regan and Synopsy going to try and make their way into connector and challenge Blamev later on. Does he fumble though?
Meantime, they're starting to sneak up this A ramp as well. They want to split. Oh, but this boost up in the window.
They've heard him.
Oh, and but no one's watching this at all. And with Blamev going down, that's only going to draw the attention of Christo further. That sends a gun flying across the A side, and then these kills are instant. B&E, the squeeze gets the better of Astralis.
Yeah, that's great. They just boost up a player that's waiting to walk into window, and then the second guy just tries to walk into connector and make contact, right? Even if he goes down, that's going to cause enough distraction for Regon to get into position towards window, but they don't really need that in that scenario. I mean, oh no, it wasn't Regon, it was Scenari, pardon, but it still works out really well, right? They get the kill onto Blamev, they hear Christo getting off the angle, throwing some utility. Scenari catches the perfect timing there. Synopsy even getting the initial kill. That's just a round that you win with 2 kills. Great stuff.
Yeah. And the third one just comes as a given.
Yeah.
They will try hunting these guns. And the only one challenging remotely is Glaive. And oh, he's going to drop. That's a nice headshot. Zipek, pray your lucky stars that you hold on to this M4. Regan is not going to let it happen. That's a big round for B&E. No guns saved over.
Yeah, look at the money. Even though it's maximum loss bonus, Astralis will have to go for another half. By Blamev instantly buys the hero M4 though. He's going to try and be a big boy in this round. Going to take the initiative. Maybe go for an early peek. Try and open things up. A couple pistol armors purchased around him as well to try and support. He's going to start making his way towards Under Palace. Oh, they're actually just going to stack with the M4. He's not going to go aggressive. They're just going to bait for him. This is perfect. BNE are going to play right into them.
We're going to do the old faithful strategy. That is throw a smoke and then the guy inside the smoke just run. Oh, no. They just lost Blame F. The spam through the floorboards. Rigon just walks out and gets the triple kill. But wait. Oh, wait. The ace up the sleeve. Mr. is going to hold the angle. He's in a literal 1v5. He can only get the one. That's it.
Yeah, that was actually a gold-like position there for Mr., right? I mean, Blamev gets spammed through. They spam even further and don't really hit him, so they assume it's clear, but he just loses his entire team in the process, so it doesn't really matter that he's got that position. Everyone just turns around and looks towards him. Another bite coming in for the Danes. AWP for Christo. I'm actually missing some action from Christo on the AWP. I know he hasn't really had it a lot. He tried going for a really nice palace peek in the first buy round, and I hope that we see some more from him in that endeavor, you know, trying to open up space. Speaking about that, though, Blamef is going to be the one picking up the slack in this one.
Grief. He's on the MP9. If he had the M4, that was a guaranteed kill, and the bomb carrier as well. But now with that presence, BNE looking to slink out from A main, and GX here with an AWP. Of course, one ways can be taken here, so GX doesn't want to fight that angle. Speaking of the devil, there's Mr. up top of ticket. Now out towards middle, though. A great flash, a great reaggression that actually catches Synopsy down in mid.
Yeah, and that's going to cut the ruse. This is such a one-dimensional take right now for BNE. They still have the time, though. They can reconsider. The only problem is there could be so many aggressive plays coming up for Astralis right now. There could be a player flanking them towards T-spawn by now. Could be a player that's pushed up towards B apartment, so they kind of need to get a move on.
Oh, let's see. Christo, that's a tag onto GX. Mr. does find the Palace player. That leaves a lot of pressure on this A site. Also allows Glaive to dance through. So another kill there for Mr. And Glaive helping out. Just Scenari in a 1v4, 15 HP on the Opper. And he will just be patient, hope for a peek of some sort. If Christo gives it to him. What a flick. He actually hit the shot. But he's dead to rights. And I think they're even going to try and wait off time. This is rude from Blame. 15 seconds.
Yeah, it's cruel. Scenario's not going to be clearing out that angle. Blame is just going to wait for the timer. He wants to make sure that Scenario gets no bonus money. It's not going to stop him from reinvesting in the next round. He still got it, but this is such a nice way to thin up the economy. There's the kill, and it is after time.
Just checking?
Yeah, it was. It was.
I think so. Gotcha. Yeah. Like literally the millisecond. I thought... I always see people killing before time, but there you go. Actual success there from Blame, taking it after time. Hold on. We can check out the seconds. 0. Yeah, that was after time. It's just a couple, like a half second or so. And so, yeah, Scenari's going to be down to little money on this one. And Astralis starting to take a significant lead. BNE. They've been able to break open some of these setups. They've had some good executes. But when they're a bit cut and dry, Astralis kind of, their setups prevail.
Yeah, that's a good play, though, from BNE. They're trying to open up a lot of space for Scenari to work with right now towards middle. And it's actually worked out, but Astralis, they were thinking it's going to be a B hit. So Mr.'s kind of alone here. Rotations are going to start moving in. And there's actually no one towards connector or jungle to get caught off guard from Astralis.
Tons of control here for BNE. Lots of space. But Mr. trying to take some up from inside of spawn as well. 3 players for Astralis to help Mr. Keep fighting for that site. Juan from connector. It's a big kill if he can convert it. 6 HP. Mr. does go down, but more players have to fall. They have to pay a cost for that. 2v4. Space on the site will be taken, but now the catwalk begins to become a threat. Oh dear. As now Zipex does resurface, there will be no bomb plant. And that will be Astralis, a 2-round lead again. They're securing it.
Yeah, that was a team ace as well. Everybody picking up a kill there for Astralis. It was a really good round for Astralis in terms of, you know, getting a little bit fortunate with how BNE wanted to approach it. It was a good idea from BNE, you know, throwing the stairs in the bottom stair smokes. They're trying to get 2 players in really good positions towards connector, maybe catch somebody off guard. It was quite unfortunate that Astralis just didn't have anyone there, right? Window was free, connector was free, jungle was free. They just had the passive hold later on towards the murder hoe, and at some point B&E going for a play like that, not really having CT control, knowing that you still don't have the site, you feel like you need to look for a kill and find something to work with. So that's why you just saw them picking for the kill and, well, respectively losing the fight. And this one should be a free.
There you go. Clean up here, no funny games from BNE. So unable to connect, but BlameF is able to pick up the slack. 8-5 now for Astralis. Looking for a very good halftime scoreline and securing themselves, a commanding position. But there is always a BNE CT side. They're never out of a game. Are the Bad News Eagles. You got to keep your head in it 24/7 here if you're Astralis.
Yeah, looking solid now, though, on that CT side. Obviously, things could turn around, but it's been a good recovery, especially thinking about having that 5 rounds towards the middle part of the half where BNE did manage to pick up 4 out of them. That was great. Once again, picking up the pace. Regon is really fast. And he's going to catch them off guard.
Oh, but Zipex does get his gun out in time and does trade the kill. At the same time, Christo catches one flash where they try to turn up the pace, but Mr. is going to punish them. Shut down our BNE. They try to hit the gas, but Astralis say no. Play concrete barrier, my friend. And a 1v4 for Scenario. This round was over quick.
Yeah, good reactive play from Astralis, right? They were caught off guard by that fast play from Regon initially, but everybody just knew what they wanted to do, right? It just doesn't look like they're playing with a, well, I don't want to call it a mixed team, but, playing with stand-ins right now. The reaction was great from everyone on the CT side. Everybody knew exactly which fights they want to pick up. Everybody knew exactly how they want to approach those fights. And, well, that's just going to leave Scenario in a pretty much unwinnable scenario that might actually give him a bomb plant if he really wants to go for it. Obviously, I don't think he realizes. I mean, how could he?
Exactly. I mean, he's going to start clearing at every angle. Like now, next up is CT spawn. This is probably the most likely position that someone would be hiding in. 30 seconds remaining. He clears that out. I think he's going to start guessing that there's a player inside of Palace.
Yeah.
And you can see he's going to plant away from that Palace position. He'll get it. Or will he? No. The leg spotted out. Mr. Takes him down. No bomb plant for BNE. Broke at the end of the half. This is tough.
Yeah, Mr. is on 15 and 8, by the way. He's been having a phenomenal game, and that's your A anchor as well. Really good with multi-kills. Everyone on the side of Astralis has been delivering so far. It's been way more consistent compared to Dust 2, in a way. Where we kind of saw the BlameF show, and, we had some good stuff from both Glaive, Zipex, Crystal the second half. But in terms of numbers, it was just Blame picking up the slack. So far, it's been everybody on the Astralis camp. BNE looking for the 6th round at least here in the end of that first half as they line up another contact play out of the A-bomb side. One flash row making first contact, and Christo now is going to spot the play coming.
Oh, but now the rest of the play opens up. BlameF, Mr. Shave down to Christo, another double kill for BlameF, and, well,
yep. That tells the story.
10-5 right here. Astralis have had these rounds on lockdown towards the later end of this half, man. Give it a second, and yeah, that's going to be Glaive to close it down. That's going to call in a halftime break. Astralis come in with a commanding lead. 5 rounds on Mirage, and B&E are throwing for a ringer. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Katsokaa kuinka silvankkuroi saittia samalla kun Henu kaataa aivan täydellisen kupillisen.
Ei sinne kuppiin kyllä enempää mahdu. Myltsillä on tähtäin kohdallaan. Viimeisenkin tulis osua, ja osuuhan se!
On se Myltsi vaan tarkka. Vielä jaksaa painaa jalkaa toisen eteen. Hupi hupi!
Hyvä tempo päällä pojat.
Podi yrittää pitää vielä tiiminsä pinnalla. 1 vastaan 2. Pommi on jo pläntättynä. Podi löytää ensimmäisen saitilta. Sitten hakee vielä sitä viimeistä. Tän ensimmäisen kudin täytyy osua. Nyt ei virheitä saa tehdä. Podi tiputtaa vielä luolaan viimeisen.
Löytää sieltä pimeästä se viimeisen pelaajan. Hakee vielä sen pommin savuista. Podi otas kohtaa todella etevä hakemaan ne. Kaikki tarvitsevat täkin.
Eiköhän tää riitä. Tulkaas nyt.
And getting things sorted out, I think we are good to go.
Yeah, we are
We're
back.
live. We are back. All right, halftime. Halftime is done, and we're hopping back into game. You see, BlameF picks up the strat book. The pistol strat is in order as we're heading on in to that T side.
Yeah, a pretty crucial pistol round coming in for both sides, right? This could be the difference between a really comfortable win for Astralis in a pretty close game from the perspective of Bad News Eagles. Really aggressive approach towards top middle early on. Blame is holding for it. Synopsis is going to spot him out. The bomb's actually towards Palace, and Scenario needs to be careful about it.
Oh, boy.
It's the ding. Oh, that one's going to hurt. You got to stay alive. You got to run for your life there.
Oh, they're hunting him.
Yeah,
oh, they
bomb's
want
actually
him.
pushing it to CT.
Who needs a plant? I guess we're just going to go hunt for kills. 3 players, though, looking to immediately retake on this one. And GX is going to find the first onto Christo. But still, BlameF in towards Tetris, catching them, going aggressive for it. But surprise and upsee, but no, BlameF spins. 2v3, Scenario hits the dirt. It's a 1v3 now for one Flatro. It was looking to be a given, but BlameF hits him with the Zywoo spin.
Oh.
And that's it.
That was so painful for BNE, and now it's just flat roll. 1 versus 3. He's just going to be picked on the contact of Blame. He's going to get swung from the side, and Blame doesn't even need the help here. Gets the triple kill. That's Blame F. Look at the cheering. They know what they've just done. Glaive even showing his smile there. You know that the atmosphere on the Astralis camp is going to be great after this one. Look at that shot from Blame F.
And that's the type of stuff that just tilts you if you're BNE. Yeah. That's the type of stuff like, you know internally that you hit those shots every day of the week, and it's been really tough this map for the stars of BNE. Synopsy had an incredible 30-bomb map against Saw just earlier on Ancient. This is a complete reversal of what we're seeing here. Astralis with some excellent reads on that CT side in particular, having just the setups to shut down BNE, tactically speaking. And we haven't seen the firepower surpass that just yet.
Yeah, Astralis are actually playing a really good game, right? I mean, that's 4 pistol rounds that they've picked up as well. Of course, that's going to play out a massive role in, you know, having success in the BO1s, but getting every single pistol round, all the conversions, that's a massive boost to a team that, you know, might not be the biggest favorite in terms of the lineup that they're playing in or with right now, but still have been impressive. Blame finds another opening, and that's the force buy coming in for the BNE side.
Yeah. Ooh, wow. All right, Dome, but man, BlameF is still precise as a scout, I guess. Headshot hit and position revealed here.
Yeah,
the legs were not spotted on the fallback. Blame relies too much on that. That could be a detriment. Scenario though, underneath Palace. How hard will this be cleared? Not that much. And Ragon, he also found the Deagle headshot from inside a jungle. The precise shooting could lead to a force buy victory for BNE. That is something they certainly need to get back into this game. And they have the man advantage to do it. BlameF stomping inside of the jungle area. Ragon in a pressure position will fall back in towards Connector. 20 seconds on the clock, and Ragon is playing games with BlameF. Now a 1v3 for Zip, and Ragon hits him with the FPL swing.
Yeah.
B&E a force buy.
Look at his reaction as well. He's like, that's all we need to do, guys. We just need to swing at them, get the kills, land a couple nice 1Ds. That's it. As easy. And that's, you know, when you look at the books, that's actually the wrong play to go for, right? Just a wild swing. You could be giving away a free kill, but no, not if you're Regon. What a snap to the head. What a shot. He's joined the server. Astralis don't even force back here. Well, it's awkward. It's kind of like a half force, yeah?
Yeah. Regon, this isn't FPL. This is... Why is it Espoo the Espoo? This is Elisa Masters, man.
Yeah. Well, he's had a couple of those, you know. This is not FPL moments. He even had a couple of those at the major. I guess it's always going to be tough to, you know, beat the original, but he's been trying and he's been successful in some of those.
Yeah, Regon has such a story as a player because he was bouncing around so many different teams as stand-ins, substitutes for the longest time before he's found a home on this unit.
Yeah, yeah.
He was always hyped up. I believe he's had a couple like bold predictions for his name, and now he's solidified himself here.
Yeah,
that's a nice shot.
He's always been on the radar quite a lot, but you know, going through teams like Contact, like Bling. I think he even played on a he was a part of Secret as well. He played on a team called Gaijin as well, which is a completely like full Swiss lineup.
He's always had hype behind him. I think a lot of pro players have always touted his name back in 2019, 2020. When he was kind of running up a storm.
Yeah, when he was playing on that mix with, I think it was Synopsy, Anarchiz, and Tutson, if I'm not mistaken.
That was Mix. I think it got signed by Secret, and then...
Yeah, but he was kind of like a stand-in.
He was like... Yeah. Mm-hmm. He was always a nomadic player who's certainly found a home. And definitely it's good that he gets to show what he's made of here. Charles taking another eco.
Yeah, well, it was either the full force buy in the previous one or the double eco, and apparently they just want to have the full buy. And oh, okay, that's a new Astralis stack. 5-man
on the T side.
Yeah, on the T side as well. Okay, do you want to bet on the fact that GX is going to jump down and just have the jump scare of his life?
Oh, he's going to pop flash for it.
Yeah, he's going to jump, surely. Okay, guys, prepare yourselves for a picture. That's one is going to be a family one for the history book.
Oh, boy, this is about to be fun.
Hello, everyone.
All right, he finds the kill. He spots out so many. He's going to go for the re-swing, and it actually works out for a kill. It's not going to be a round-winning thing, surely. There's no gun for retrieval. There's damage taken for Blame F. Skip a nade down there as well. Oh, they're coming out top middle. If Synopsy overextended, it could be some problems, or he'll just mow down all three. Easy does it. And it's Chris with only a Glock. That's the bad news. Eagles up to 8. There's, again, this team does not give up. You cannot give them the ground to get back into this game. They already did it once against Saw today.
Yeah, they've shown to be a team that knows how to come back, and we actually know that, right? I mean, it's been kind of like the story for this team, even outside of the servers. Or, you know, they've been people that, you know, everyone praises them for always going against the odds and still being able to, you know, succeed in a way. It's still a miracle for me. They're still playing with no organization, but going into the first buy round, Mister is going to try and pick up the pace while Flatro shuts him down straight away, and Regon is going to pick up another one onto Glaive. Astralis tried to be a little bit gimmicky with this one, but completely shut down, and GX is going to fall back as the B-bomb side was completely empty for the first part of the round, but no one from Astralis is actually realizing that as they slow down into a 3 versus 5. And now being completely locked out, you just got to walk around looking for openings.
An old statistic. Fear the BNE CT side is starting to rear its head here on Mirage.
Yeah, it's not ancient, but surely they know the taste of it.
Mm-hmm. It is a statistic that has stuck with BNE through the RMR and into the Major, being one of the most CT-sided teams in Counter-Strike. And, okay, and they do want to keep pressing the issue. They never let off the gas, and going back for round 2 here. Christo, the one way on the edge of the smoke. It's too good. One, Tags down on a Blame. Going to follow up. It's very awkward. And Blame F is actually going to find the kill. This gets weird. It's a 2v2. BNE were in full control, but now they aren't.
Yeah, and that was a 5 versus 3 for the CT side as well. Blame, he's low on HP, but he's still in a prime position. And Zip, he's going to make his way towards A. The only problem is that time is running low. There's only 25 seconds. Zip needs to go really quickly with this one, but Scenarii, he's going to fall back, being afraid of the jungle possibility. That's actually going to play perfectly into the hands of Astralis. They have an empty bomb site to work with, and he's not going to contest whatsoever. They're going to get a bomb plant out of this. Now he's hurt it.
They're pushing towards Spawn.
No way.
Oh my goodness. Blame F. What was that? Unbelievable headshot and the tag, but it's no kill. The USP is in play. They know that both players are so low that it's M4 could be so instrumental.
Oh, look at the flash.
Oh, Zipnix, what a shot. A headshot sends GX flying, and Astralis stabilize that situation. BNE fall on their own sword.
Oh, that's a tough pill to swallow for sure. What a 3 versus 5. And that's why we put Blame F as the final boss, right? That's why he is the win condition. 23 and 10. He is the man to step up in those rounds. He is the man to constantly deliver in those low percentage situations for Astralis. What a headshot onto Scenarii. That was absolutely mental from Blame F.
On 14 HP, he got 2 kills. That is an unreal performance. BNE are still in with the bye, but this is their last legs. Lose this, and Astralis are looking to constrict the game. Take everything away from you and take this bo1.
Yeah, they've looked impressive so far. Blame F's individual form is just great. Now is the time for someone from the side of BNE to step it up, right? We spoke about all those great individuals. Regon's on 19 and 13 so far. He's top of the board, but both Synopsy and Flashrow are bottom of the barrel, respectively 7 and 6 kills. And it's the A split on the cards. BNE have a nice setup for the occasion. 2 people towards connector and jungle, another one towards short, and 1 more towards the A bomb side.
Ooh, one might not know what resides underneath the smoke. He's actually going to back away. He doesn't want to face it as it fades, and for good reason. 3 players inside a connector. That's it. Oh, the smoke is there for the split.
Oh, they've seen the barrel.
Oh, they've seen the barrel. It's a death sentence here. That Molly could be the demise, but no, instead it's a double kill, nearly 3. As Scenarii finds his success. GX is even still in CT spawn, and that spam comes awful close. GX does ring out, does reposition. They're looking for the fight. So is Christo. They're fighting for frags here, but they don't really have the time to do so. Christo, though, finds Rigon. Synopsy, though, might see an opportunity to push that smoke, and it's a bit messy, but it'll get it done. And so does GX inside a spawn. BNE are back into the swing of things. Sire Elite for sure.
Yeah, that was a tough round to win. I was thinking for a second there that Christo actually could go through the murder hole and just go for the Hail Mary play towards the B-bomb side, but it was always going to be really uncomfortable, right? I mean, it's a 2 versus 3. You're locked out of the bomb side. You know the AWP is towards CT holding the line. You still have the timer on the top connector smoke, and as soon as it expires, it's just BNE reigning superior in this round. Money kind of reset for Astralis. Time for Castle to try and help them out a little bit.
They've lost control of the game here.
Yeah.
That was a huge pivot round that Astralis, if they won it, they're running away with it.
Well, they're still in the lead, but yeah, it could have been a lot easier, right? You're going to put the economy of the BNE guys at a starting position. You're going to be up, 13-8, potentially 14-8, and it's an entirely different game. Now, unless you manage to pull off a pistol masterclass here on the T side, we should be looking at double digits for the BNE boys.
Played with the smoke in hand. He was trying to prepare himself for the molly, but there was none, so he just runs out with the smoke in hand and looks a little silly. Could they land a deagle headshot? Could they pull a Rigon? Not exactly Christo, but Mr. certainly will.
Oh.
And oh no. Okay, running.
B's clear.
This could be a bomb plant.
I mean,
he will, and this is going to be a bomb plant. This is a success here for Astralis.
Yeah, and he can still get into a comfortable position, right? They're being really diligent with this one. In the end of the day, this is Zip in the clutch, so you don't really want to be giving too many chances.
Are we going to talk a clutch here? Armorless M4. He has the goods to do it and gets the spot, but Glands a dink. Comes so close.
Yeah.
Finding that initial.
Well, in a perfect world, maybe a couple years ago, he gets that 1 kill onto short, turns around, gets the Oprah, and then has a 1v1 against the Apartments player and knows exactly where he's coming from.
And then on the HLTV highlight board is ZipX versus Bad News Eagles, and we wrap it up and history.
Yeah, live from the Elisa Masters Espoo. Zip pulls off an amazing clutch against Bad News Eagles. Well, that would be in an alternative universe. Unfortunately, Doctor Strange, we live in today's world, and it's 12-10.
Oh, this is... Oh my goodness. Synopsy's in a very awkward position, and he couldn't get that initial kill. He spotted out. He's done. He's wrapped up from so many angles. It's a 3v5, and BNE, I'm not sure they can afford to lose one of these rounds. They're going to take a gamble inside of the window, and as that smoke fades, they want to fight. And Scenario will find the initial onto Mister. They even have Glaive trapped, but he will fight out of his cage from that chair position. He just drawing so many eyes. One Flotcher also wants to find this kill. They need to find this kill. And Glaive just getting information. He's just being such an annoyance, a nuisance for BNE. He's keeping them off of that B site where ZipX just takes all the space for free.
Yeah, that was a great jiggle by Glaive, by the way, because I think he heard the first player falling back from jungle, and then he sees the other one towards the right-hand side, so he has the confirmation that both players were actually towards window at some point. Makes it a lot easier for Astralis to just run for it. But yeah, that's a massive shutdown round from Astralis, right? This is the round that kind of keeps BNE from leveling things up. If that's a round that goes in favor of the CT side, no bomb plan as well. Could have been a bonus one in the next one. But now you're put back into starting position. Money, not looking great, not looking terrible either. Scenario and GX could still be able to mount up somewhat of a buy. But those fights towards middle have been hell exciting, right? I mean, for both teams, BNE had a couple of those really quick mid rounds on their T side. Didn't really work out that much, even in the moments when they were able to pick up the opening kill. On the side of Astralis, though, maybe because they haven't really been too pacey with it, BNE actually got caught off guard. Most of the time so far this half, BNE have been able to establish middle control, and Astralis have been rather later interested in that part of the map. Not this time, though. Complete switch of pace works out. And it's a max 7 for Synopsy. Now, we're not on half wall on Inferno, but I still love that.
We have a couple players in NA who know how to use that gun very well. For those NA that are awake right now.
Is Floppy one of them?
No. This is old Pone alone.
That was a tricky question. The flop is for every gun.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is very true. I'll be playing in a bit. Actually, I believe they did just take their win over Fnatic. Yeah, they did. So while this one's going down, there's some news from the side stream.
Yeah, it means the winner of this one is going to be the only 2-0 team in the group as well.
Yeah. This is the fight for just control over this group stage. Real big. Again, that breath of fresh air between two of these top teams in the group.
Yeah, we're going to have one team on the top with 2-0, one team at the bottom being 0-2, that's so. And everyone else 1-1. Really close game. I love that approach from Astralis, though. They know that the buy is not going to be great in terms of utility. Yes, weapons are there for BNE, but they're just playing this really slow. They're trying to get into the heads of Bad News Eagles right now.
Oh, that smoke towards top connector, though. Very well timed, but...
They know what the opposite.
Oh, they don't really know that the cat split's coming through. Tag on a one Flotro. Now they re-execute on through. It's Synopsy's Mag 7. If they try to challenge, this could be very problematic.
Oh.
He doesn't hit the initial, but he does hit the second. He even jumps up for so much damage on the Zip. The shot not connected from Christo. It's Ragon on lockdown, and it's BNE holding on here in Mirage.
Yeah, and it's Ragon once again, stepping up so many times. We spoke about the individuals. Somebody had to step it up and match up with the performance of Blame F. Well, not only he's been able to step up and match up with Ragon, he's done one more than him. He's on 24 and 15, top of the server. What a play from him. What a hold. He is the man for the big rounds. BNE, they needed a hero and they got one in that previous round. Another buy coming forward. But it's going to be so tough to close this one out if you're Astralis, and you got to get past those individual performances on the CT side.
Oh, blame. All right,
Whoa.
talk about individual performances. That's one right there. And they're just going to pop out of the A side, but GX is still in position. No smoke towards the stairs, and Blame jumps the gun. You know, a sentence that hasn't been said many times in Counter-Strike history. Now, Mister, even inside of the stairs smoke. This is such a risky position. It's a real 50-50 fight when the smoke fades, and it'll pay off for Mr. Juan Flatro. Swings right into the angle, and look where Astralis are off to. They're off to the other site here, Ted.
Oh, look
Blame
at
F
that
is...
Blame.
Oh, man, he can clean up the site. This is just the guaranteed, the percentage play to win the round. Unreal. The first bullet out the gun. It's done. Astralis are everywhere. BNE have no idea what just hit them.
Yeah, it's just Regon versus Blame F at this point. What a phenomenal game from both individuals. That was just the Blame F special in this round. Goes over towards middle, gets the first kill, then activates the lurk towards the B-bomb side. Actually, Astralis do a really good job of getting that kill onto the stairs player, opening up space towards A, dragging everybody bar the short one. And well, even though there was still one guy towards short, Blame had no troubles getting that kill either. And even the follow-up to round up the 3K26 is just going back and forth between Astralis and Bad News Eagles, back and forth between Regon and Blame F. And this is the B play to try and shut them down. There's no utility to stop that. BNE, they need to stop it only with their guns.
Are they just going to contact walk up? They are. Synopsis is an armorless Eagle. Has to have some help from Regon. From inside of it. Oh, the flashes. It's almost perfect, but Synopsis couldn't convert the kill. And Regon, he'll get ran down. The grenades get the better of him. And GX not quite in position to stop the plant.
Look at EHP.
Oh, unbelievable. That's so tragic there from GX. They're not going to go for it. It's Matt Point Astralis.
Oh, that's the most unfortunate round we've seen this entire day for sure. Mister's on 8 HP, Glaive's on 22, Zip is on 8 as well. They're so low. Every single fight that BNE went into was completely winnable. One bullet away, one whisker away, one pixel away in most of those fights would have meant a BNE round, but it's not. It's Astralis taking 15. And now you have the FAMAS, you have the AWP and the M4. But Regon and Synopsis with nothing in the bank will need some kind of a drop to come forward, and it's not going to be anything more than an MP9 apiece.
Holy. I mean, some of these rounds that Astralis have run have been so... I feel like if you're going to beat BNE, you have to play BNE's game as well. And Astralis have certainly made that work. Blame F in particular, taking some of these openers and then finding lurks, finding entries into the site, and then a straight contact B walk to bring it over the line for that 15th.
Yeah, we're just
so much diversity.
We're just seeing great stuff from Blame F and great stuff from Astralis. I mean, as a team, they've had some great ideas, and look at that. Focus towards Palace. That's the good old guys. Go and make contact towards B. We're going to have two people coming from middle, and we're going to plant on A. GX manages the first kill, but that's not the idea of the round. Flatrol's found another, and yeah, that's collapsed.
Oh, what?
No.
Unbelievable. Zip? You know, no way he survives this, right? He's getting wrapped up from CT spawn. Is he just going to swing? No. GX actually is patient on the play. They're going to give Zip and the rest of Astralis the chance to close out this game. But now he's trapped out towards the firebox position. No matter how good you are, you're not beating that. One Flatro through the floorboards, and it's Mr. 1v4. It's going to take a miracle, and I don't think miracles are happening today. The defuse is going to come on through.
That shot from Zip. I'm still thinking about it. You were never going to win that round. Realistically, it's a 2 versus 4, and BNE actually played that one perfectly, right? They didn't give him a lot of 1v1s. Flatro with a massive triple, but let's reload that shot from Zip. That was mental.
I'm so glad we got it from his perspective as well, because it just feels so impossible.
Look at that. Imagine dying like that.
Man.
It wasn't even... His feet weren't at the ground. That was a mid-air shot.
See ya.
Yeah, just the
I thought when he made some noise, he was a dead man, but don't be that easy. I mean, Christo, for one, has been a really fast opper today, and that's a leg shot onto Juan. And even though the timing's not favoring GX there, he gets off the angle, and They're already making their way up through A main. The execute is here, and Zipex is going to clean up what Christo started. Scenari from inside of spawn, though, will strike down one. Dinks going through. Wall bangs are serious. Molly next up.
How is he
down
alive?
to 9. He survives. And that is all that matters here for BNE. But, oh, going for the swing. Christo deals with Ragon, punishing that aggression, but a flank. There is a flank. Synopsy is about to give him a warm welcome. Christo falls. Next up. No, they're not going to continue. They have to press forward. With their backs to the sea, basically, here are Astralis. But BNE are going to give them the space.
Yeah, that's so intelligent. They're just going to open up the bomb side. They want Astralis to walk straight there. They want to know where they are. And GX, they're going to walk into
Wow.
it. There's one and there's two. Lovely stuff by GX. 13 rounds on the board for BNE. What a round that was. Astralis once again in a really tough spot.
All right. And Bad News Eagles, a team that never gives up, are 2 rounds away from an overtime.
P90 for Zip. Did they just send it out the B apartment?
No.
I think they just rushed B. Yeah.
Is this a... Is this
yeah.
a correct purchase? I mean,
it is correct,
it's-
baby. It is.
All right. Let's see how it goes. It's going to be on the move shooting here from Zip to chase down and to win a map. A P90. Are you serious? It gets the kill. It gets the entry. And maybe that's all they need. How has that been the weapon? Could that be the one that wins the game, though, is a bigger question. Lots of damage, and the nade strikes down one Flatro. Rigon on 28. Nice edge away from going down, but he finds a headshot on Christo. BlameF deals with them, and now it's BlameF to clutch. To do what Zipex's P90 started. Minute on the clock to think about it, but the flank up from Catwalk, the tag from the off, but it's not the kill.
Oh, that's so smart.
Now,
They're gonna play together. He's not
Oh
ready.
my word, he's not ready. He wasn't expecting Scenari to reposition. Almost a clutch there, almost the P90 entry and the conversion, but no, it's all 30 rounds.
Yeah, look at Scenari. He's so nervous right now. That's been such a tough game. Astralis go for another tactical timeout. That was so wild there. Christo with the tag on the Tech 9. BlameF, it had to be him in the 1 versus 3, but it's just not. He was picking up so many kills across the board. Once again, 29 under his belt. Needed 30 to close it out in regulation. But now, might not have the time. Second tactical timeout for Astralis in this game. What do you pull out of the hat now? Money is not great either. I mean, you're still going to be able to have rifles on a couple people, but it's not going to be ideal. The previous round, it was a ballsy decision. It's a nice call, but if it doesn't work out, and if you don't get away with the bomb plant, which they didn't, it gets really close. And I believe the money on the side of BNE is going to be more than perfect. So the purchase there, it doesn't really matter that they lost 4 members. It's going to be impeccable.
Oh, this is a speed out middle. And almost full on smoke spam from Juan. Swing out. Oh, he could convert. Zip on 11 HP. We'll find the kill, but Christo walks out and just goes down to GX. Advantage handed right back to BNE.
Yeah, look at the HP as well. Both Glaive and Zip being extremely low. Flatro, if he goes for a peek, if they challenge, they might be going down. It's Mr. and BlameF that need to step up in this round, surely, and they're just on Galils.
Mr. still in towards A main, giving them that option. Scenari looking like he wants to play the issue, like he wants to brawl towards A main. This is a game-deciding move, and he's going to win the fight. You would think Mr. could get it, but no. Glaive actually comes back in and finds a kill back. One Flatro hands him the fight. And with 50 seconds remaining, we have a 3v3.
Oh, what
no,
a
the nade!
Kobe.
$30 seconds. Walk out A main. BlameF, the only healthy player. Flash in, that just reveals the position. BlameF is going to start taking the space. He knows where. What a headshot to find Scenari. Is he going to be ready for the next, though? It's GX inside of spawn. Gonna throw out the bomb and swing into GX. It's Zip on 11 HP. He's good. Is he this good? He isn't. It's overtime for BNE. They don't give up, my friend.
Oh, look at that reaction as well. It's absolutely deserved. Regon Well, it's no coincidence the cameras are showing him. He's been an absolute hero, right? He was, I think it's safe to say, he was the reason that they're still in this game, right? Towards the latter stages, there were so many people stepping up. Everybody on the side of B&E was delivering kills. Scenari, GX, Synopsy, Flatroll, they just woke up towards the last couple rounds, but it was Regon with those insane clutches, those insane individual displays that did manage to keep them in the game. And he's actually went for the AWP purchase here. Rock the double op. Man is feeling comfortable. Let him try and run them over.
There's been an opper in his time. And does secondary for his team. Christo had an opportunity, but instead goes down to 10 points of health. And, oh, okay, they really don't want him going towards the underpass. 2 mollies to greet him.
Setup's perfect.
Oh, but Glaive hits the instant headshot. That was the opper walking into the line. Synopsy, though, still pushing up aggressively towards top middle. That kill will not go untraded, or will it? Zipex got past the connector players, and the setup falls apart. Juan Flatro has got him pinned underneath the window, and
Great
yes,
bait.
Juan Flatro will trade. But, I mean, you have to commit so many I say that, but now it's a 3v3 all of a sudden. They're going to turn it back towards the B site, and it's Rigon's off, who will snipe out Glaive from the sky. More on the way as well for Rigon. They have to find a way to bait the shot, and it's so perfect. Jumping out the window, but the plant's not protected. Scenario on the site. Juan Flatro's going to find Christo. It's Blame F for a 1v2.
Yeah, he's spotted both
around the
of them.
site, and he's seen the player inside a market. He's ready for the player. Dancing around the site first. Headshot found. It could be a classic Blame F clutch. 30 seconds, but he's trapped out toward the bench. He needs to fight himself into a new position, and Juan Flatro picks the peak perfectly. 16 for B&E.
Oh, that's the impact as well, right? Flatro, he's been having a really slow game so far, but stepping up in a moment like that, this is absolutely massive to shut down Blame F as well. He's been having a monstrosity of a game. 31 and 18 for the Danish tank as he gets shut down in this clutch attempt there. B&E, they continue on 16 rounds now on the CT side. The streak is alive. A game that felt like it was done a long time ago, but bad news Eagles, they continue winning consecutive rounds. Mister once again gonna try and press charges towards middle.
Nope.
And does manage to do so onto Regon.
Oh, GX locked out. I mean, you play this committed angle with an op. Hoping maybe that a player boosts up right into his barrel, but nothing giving. Now Synopsy's turn. He gets an op. They're going up connector right now. Synopsy, does he want to take the swing? He'll receive a molly, and he's considering the push forward. He wants to extinguish, but by this time, his entire team has been swept aside, or has it? Almost a chance there. Scenari so close on a blame. But with Synopsy on 2 HP, it's time to save. It'll be Astralis equalizing.
Yeah, 16-16. Great middle presence from Astralis, getting that early opening kill and then freezing totally, right? They didn't give anything there to Bad News Eagles in terms of information, in terms of fights, and Zip is probably going to get that kill. Synopsy is just 2 on HP. He's going to go down. He's going to barrel spot it. Spam through the wall. There's the kill. Nothing being saved. That's a bit of a problem now, by the way. I mean, you look at the money. Regon and GX had no cash whatsoever going into the round. So a lot of guns are going to be dropped over. I think they're still going to be all right. Yeah, they're barely going to be all right. No money for the double op here. Synopsy doesn't really have a kit. Same for Scenario and Regon, but it's not going to be such a massive issue. Flatro has one. Utility is all right as well. Everything in touch. We go again this round. Could be the difference maker. And it's going to be a pretty straightforward one from Astralis.
They don't want to go... I mean, they've been putting some complicated defaults in the mix early on in this game. Now it's just a straight hit. And they even leave Blame F towards middle. They cross. To the site they go, but... Oh, Glaive, he found the spam through the smoke. Juan Flatro tried to engage in that duel, and Blame F, even on the lurk, catches the rotator Rigon. 3v5, tags through the smoke, damage landed here by Synopsy, but it needs to be more than that. And he's going into connector. I mean, he's just about to walk right into Blame F, surely. I mean, 28 HP, 1 bullet will do it.
They're going back B.
I can't
That's
believe it.
crazy.
They play the percentage game so much here for Astralis, but it's getting a little risky, but this B-side's wide open.
Yeah, now they realize that GX and Synopsy are just going to go for the run. They're actually going to be quite quick on this one. The jump towards short, I believe, is a fact, and the timing might be favorable. Synopsy, he's going to run through that. He's got a timing. Glaive is low on HP. Synopsy gets the kill, but it's Cristo and Zip to close it out. It's 17 for Astralis.
He hit the shot while blind. I thought it was going to be something absolutely obscene, but the 2 kills do come in through from the remaining Astralis players. There are trades on the play, and even Cristo posted up to lock it in. So Astralis hold the lead.
Wow.
In this overtime.
Those last second rotations have been absolutely wild, right? The fact that they were able to set up Blame F in such a nice way towards the middle lurk, obviously this is something that B&E actually took into account in regulation, and they dealt with him a couple times, but I believe he was hiding in the top mid smoke, and he was a lot more passive, so that's why they kind of overlooked it. And then it feels like Blame just from a lurker transitions into the guy that's just going maximum damage. And the lurker actually becomes Mister, who's been left towards ramp. And he was initially the person to make first contact. It's just a really deep plan there from Astralis. And I feel like all of these goals have been made on the fly, right? Just mid-round, really good coordination and reactions from the Danes. Great stuff from both Blame.
No hesitation, right?
Yeah.
Like, if you hesitate once on that call, then B&E are there in time, and you are looking silly when you might have just had an A site that you might need to put up a little bit of a fight for.
Yeah, that's why it's really good to have, a lurker that was really accustomed to IGLing, because, he's going to be a big voice in the team, and he's going to be giving away ideas in different perspectives.
All right, Cristo. That's a great flash. Austin, Cristo. They do sneak up closer to the angle. And trying to play the jump peek game. No shot connected from Cristo, and he's going to take the long reposition. Could have gotten punished if there was an op on the other end of things, but not today. Seems like are they just going to go through this? Oh, they certainly are. The flash is in. And we're going on entry duty. They are already taking all of this space, but Mister will open up with the first, and in the sight, Mister just posting up a great hold. It's a shutdown here from Astralis. We might see another map point out of them. And Cristo is going to nail it in 18. One more to go.
Yeah, what a hold that was from the youngsters. 2 for Mister, 2 for Cristo. That was the same round that Astralis did in the previous one, right? Bad News Eagles just stole it away, but Astralis were really good with the reaction. AWP able to find both shots. Mister, we highlighted him after Blame F. He's been the best individual performer on the side of Astralis, constantly delivering multi-kills towards that A-bomb side in regulation as well in the first half. 2 consecutive chances for Astralis to close it out, and this time around is on the defense.
And so working this underpass position, super slow. B&E don't want to make any more mistakes. I think the situation is starting to be very real as the smoke fades, though they're inside of it. Cristo couldn't hit the shot. He's lucky to be alive, though. He gets away.
Oh, flash is great. Glaive needs to be careful. He still has Cristo, who's taking that underpass position into account. And he can just stick around, right? There's no top middle presence being shown just yet from Bad News Eagles, and that's not going to change. Astralis, they have a lot of information right now. Surely you rotate a second player back towards the B-bomb side eventually. They're actually going to send Glaive looking towards top mid, but B&E, GX is going to get the kill, and now it's a man advantage for the T's.
He was sitting patient there since the start of the round, and he gets rewarded a minute deep.
Yeah, problem is they have no map control right now, right? They have only top middle. There could be a CT push towards mid. There could be another one towards the B apartments. There could be one towards Palace and ramp. That's going to be a really tough round. They need to clear out every single angle, and there's only 30 seconds to work with.
Yeah, I mean, they're this is incredibly risky. But they're just going to go for the cat split, and Cristo is locked out. They do have 2 players here, though, for Astralis. Blame F towards the bench. Zipex on cat. Blame F follows up. It's a double kill for the 2 defenders. Now Zipex gets another. Blame F up top, looking to put this one to rest. To be 2-0 here at the Espoo on their debut. It's only Flotcher standing in the way, and he's not even going to commit to the plant. Astralis are now 2-0. That is the map. A 19-16 win on the debut with a new lineup every which way. That's a huge win.
Yeah, ring around the rosy, around the smoke for blameF in that final round, just dancing around, staying alive, getting kill after kill. What a hold from himself and Zip. And what a moment of resilience shown by Astralis as well, right? To have that massive lead in regulation, flop it away, B&E doing a really great job of forcing that game into overtime, but still, Astralis were able to come back strong and close it out.
Yeah, I mean, respect the resilience, though, from B&E. Again, they're still a contender in this tournament, putting 4 rounds in a row in regulation to bring it to overtime. But Astralis, a debut with new players. Mr. putting up a great game on that CP side, no less. blameF doing blameF things. And Christo doing as asked, for sure. They're definitely...
The blameF factor, he ended the game on 35-20. What more can you ask from blameF? I mean, this man delivered in every single aspect. But Astralis, man, I really didn't expect him to be looking that great going into the tournament, right? I mean, playing without Device, Farlick is out of the lineup. You're playing with both Christo and Mr. blameF needs to step it up a lot more, but it hasn't been only him. Yes, he's been delivering, and he's been delivering in an astonishing way. But I like the way that they've used Christo and Mr. in some of those rounds. Man, we need to highlight Mr. He's been a really solid A anchor.
Yeah, that was he was the rock of the team, all things said. And also transitioning into lurks, moving between roles. Astralis were a unit this game. Is a really a really big takeaway within this game against B&E. And Mr. did everything he needed to. This was an Astralis unit. This is something that hasn't been able to be said. I mean, maybe since that major. This is a good-looking Astralis. All things said, they're 2-0 in their group. They have that breath of fresh air. So, maybe there could be a mistake in these bo1. Things could go wrong. But they still have a great opportunity just to press themselves into playoffs. Easy as that. They're 2-0. We also see Complexity take their win over Fnatic. So this is your current Group B standings. It is, I mean, we're only 2 bo1s deep, but this group is wide open.
Yeah, it's really overcomplicated, right? We have Complexity, B&E, 500, and Fnatic, all of them being with 1 loss and 1 victory, and we still have another B&E game to follow up after this one, I believe. I'm not sure if this is right, and we have Complexity taking on Saw now on the A stream. I believe we should have B&E taking on 500, and this could be a little bit wrong, but yeah, we're going to get a confirmation from production any moment now, I guess, guys. But for now, we're going to be going into a bit of a short break, and we're going to be right back in just around 10-15 minutes with the next game of the second day here at the Elisa Masters Espoo 2022.
We have a solution for you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Katsokaa kuinka Silvankroi soittia samalla kun Henu kaataa aivan täydellisen kupillisen.
Ei sinne kuppiin kyllä enempää mahdu. Myltsillä on tähtäin kohdallaan. Viimeisenkin tulis osua, ja osuuhan se!
On se Myltsi vaan tarkka. Vielä jaksaa painaa jalkaa toisen eteen. Hupi hupi!
Hyvä tempo päällä pojilla.
Podi yrittää pitää vielä tiiminsä pinnalla. 1 vastaan 2. Pommi on jo pläntättynä. Podi löytää ensimmäisen saitilta. Sitten hakee vielä sitä viimeistä. Tän ensimmäisen kudin täytyy osua. Nyt ei virheitä saa tehdä. Podi tiputtaa vielä luolaan viimeisen.
Löytää sieltä pimeästä se viimeisen pelaajan. Hakee vielä sen pommin savuista. Podi otais kohtaa todella etevä hakemaan ne. Kaikki tarjotavat trackit.
Eiköhän tää riitä. Tulkaas nyt.
And welcome back on in. We're taking this one back in with the Elisa Esports Espoo going down in Finland right now. Day number 2, Group B. BO3's not yet, but BO1's still running. We just finished up Astralis versus BNE, and we have to continue as we're taking in 500 now as they make their debut on the mainstream.
Yeah, we welcome the Bulgarians for the first time here over at Stream A. Them and Fnatic are the only two teams that we actually haven't seen play just yet. Well, we haven't seen Complexity either, but we're going to have some more action from them later on. Fnatic, sadly, we're not going to catch over at the A stream, but over at the B stream, you can watch Fnatic play. This is the standings as it is right now. Astralis top of the group with 2 wins after their first 2 games. Complexity, BNE, 500, and Fnatic, all of them with 1 win and 1 lost game. And unfortunately for the Seoul people, well, they're going to be bottom of the table with 2 L's. But for now, we're going to focus on the next game of the day. As you can see on the graphic right now, okay, I believe this one is not the right one because we don't have Complexity and Seoul. Complexity and Seoul are facing off against each other right now over at the B stream. You can follow this one out. Yes, this is the right graphic. We have BNE taking on 500 and Complexity and Seoul battling it out over at Stream B, which I believe it's already started.
Yeah. But don't worry about that. You can stick around here for more BNE action as they fall down to 1-1, but they are still looking like the contender in this bracket to make their way up to the top of the BO1 standings. We kind of had some expectations. You know, you can pick out a top 3 from this, take a Fnatic, an Astralis, and a BNE and just throw them into playoffs already, surely, right? But this 500 unit is looking to upset some of that. They play certainly a similar style, and being number 50 in the world and being called 500 just kind of make a bit of sense here, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, that's really satisfying. I just saw that.
They play very similar style Counter-Strike. This is going to be a brawl for sure.
Yeah, it's always a wild game when those two face off against each other, right? And in 500, having that win against Complexity in the first round, then losing to Fnatic, and then actually Complexity take the better off Fnatic. So we had a bit of an exchange there for the first 3 rounds, but yeah, the Bulgarians are looking solid, to be fair. I mean, new lineup. Obviously, you bring in Nikki and Patrick, 2 people that, you know, I wouldn't say are the most famous players outside of the Bulgarian region, right? Maybe on lower tiers, but haven't really had their shot at higher tier competition as Danny Ships and Ray Waker have for the past couple of months and even the past couple of years. But it seems like they've blended it quite nicely.
Yeah, and I mean, they've been terrorizing the tier 2 scene for such a long time. They've even made some appearances on LAN and replicated that same upset potential. But has it been realized in deep playoff runs or major appearances? The answer to that question is not quite. And this is the place where they really can do the damage. I think teams more around their level, they're not playing against the S tier, they're playing against the A tier. And this is where this team can actually show up. And I guess it's a certain introduction to some of these players on this A stream. I hope they give a good introduction because they are some real powerful players.
Yeah, moving into the head-to-head, though, we have the 2 opers. And actually, a fun fact for you, Denislaw actually has his birthday today. So he actually turned 23 today. So chat, let's wish happy birthday to Denislaw today. You know, he's playing some nice CS. obviously he's going to wish for a birthday present of, making it into the playoffs. But I've chosen himself in GX. I feel like this is going to be a really AWP-heavy game. It's always been a really AWP-heavy game. And even though GX, he hasn't been the most, I'd say, consistent AWPer in the world. Of course, a lot of that has to do with, the play style of BNE being really pacey. And, for some AWPers, this could be quite uncomfortable, even though, he's an aggressive guy himself. When you just have people like Rigo, Flatro, and Synopsy running around, it's, most of the time it could be hard to keep it up with the AWP, but he's been doing his fair share. A really interesting fact is that historically, he always plays really good against Bulgarian players. So I guess, we shouldn't look at this game as any other normal game. We should look at this game as a Balkan derby. And we know in this matchups, players just know each other really well and teams know each other really well. So it's always a nice recipe for a close game.
Yeah, they've always played at these local lands that have gone down in the Balkan area. That, the internet cafes that both these teams grew up playing in as well in their early Counter-Strike careers. Surely they definitely traveled around. It isn't too far away. And so, yeah, these are familiar opponents. They play a very familiar Balkan style of Counter-Strike, aggressive, in your face, and full headshots. This is, I'll say it, this is going to be a fun game. It's going to be a brawl.
Yeah, and another thing that we can highlight about both these AWPers before we get into the veto is that both of them have actually been the strongest whenever their teams have been struggling, right? Danny had a moment when Skate were going through their mini crisis, obviously a couple months ago. Now 500, a lot of you might know them from their time in Skate, but enough about that. We're going to actually get into the veto. And, last time around when those two actually faced off against each other, it was a BO3 and BNE did win that. It was a 2-1 game. The maps that we did have were Nuke, Mirage, and Inferno. And an interesting fact for you, by the way, the Inferno went into overtime, but both Nuke and Mirage were actually double-digit rounds for both teams. So we haven't really had a stomp between those two in a really long time. And I expect that we might see something similar to Mirage and Inferno again.
Yeah, Inferno it's an absolute staple map for 500 for the amount of times that they've played it and just for the history of the lineup as a whole. It's always just been a solid map for the core. And BNE could be willing to play it as well, as we will see them, insta-ban out the Ancient. We'll see some of the perma-bans head out with the Overpass. Next in line, I do assume that a Vertigo is out of the picture as well, as 500 just simply don't play it. So we'll just move through some of the givens here. Taking away the nuke early on, it was a possibility. It could enter your mind as a possible map, but that one taken away early on.
Yeah. I guess so far it makes sense, right? Overpass is not going to be left in from Bad News Eagle. Same for Ancient and Vertigo from the point of view of 500. Apparently, BNE don't really want to test the waters on Nuke. And we're getting closer to those, Inferno and Mirage possibilities. I really wonder if 500 want to go for Mirage, and indeed they want. We've seen them play only Overpass so far through this tournament, right? In both their games against Complexity and Fnatic, they did play Overpass. So that's going to be something new. We actually end on Dust too. And, this might come as a little bit of a surprise here.
Yeah, we're leaning more towards a bit of an Inferno. It's a strong map for both of the teams, but BNE want to switch things up, I suppose. And that is certainly, it's in 500's wheelhouse, but it's never been their strongest map. For sure. You could probably call it their number 3 in their list there for 500. And maybe BNE with some time, maybe they have some strats that they can unleash on this map, or some tactics, or just leverage the absolute firepower. Maybe this is just challenging 500 to a duel. We can out-frag you here.
Well, it could be. I feel like this is always going to be a tough one, as you pointed out, even from the days, of X-Skate and Skate and, all of these Bulgarian lineups. They've always been all right with us too, but it's been a pocket pick, as you mentioned, right? It's not their go-to. It's not a map that they're extremely happy with. Occasionally, you're going to be all right, especially if it's the map pick of your opponents. You might get away with a surprising victory there. It's never been their comfort zone. I'd say it's pretty much the same for BNE as well. It's not their go-to. It's not a map that they go for most of the time, but they're still quite decent on it. So I guess this is, like a fair matchup.
The thing is here for BNE is that they've also just had recently some impactful wins on that map. of Dust 2, specifically the win over Big, is a surprising one that came to many as BNE made the run through the major.
And that was big with Searson as well.
Yeah, and that was big with Searson as well. That at 16-11 victory over one of the best Dust 2 teams in the world. That's big. But Ted, what are some of your points going into this game before we head on in?
Well, there's a lot of things to speak about. And obviously now we've seen 2 games for 500 over at the B stream, but over at the A stream, we're still yet to watch them play. So the first thing I actually want to touch upon is the fact that, you know, they went for a new lineup. They played only 3 official games, and those were online. This is the first LAN tournament for this mix, right? Obviously, Ships, Rainwaker, and Denny have been together for a long while. But speaking about Nick and Patrick, the duo that was a part of Need Doctor, that was a part of Fate previously. This is the first time they actually played together on the same stage ever. Which you know, we don't count the 8 years ago Bulgarian mixed tournaments and whatnot in an official team. In CSGO on HOTV, that's the first time those 5 individuals played together at a LAN environment. So really looking forward to seeing how the cohesion is going to be.
Yeah, I mean, always the LAN cohesion. And, feeding off each other's energy as well. I don't think Skade were, back then when they were competing, I believe it was IEM Fall, weren't necessarily the same team on LAN. And actually at the RMR qualifiers, they weren't that same online team. They still had the elements of it, but they didn't quite fully convert it. There's still a chance for them to realize it here.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the other side, you pointed out that the 2 teams have a little bit of a similar game style, right? But we've touched upon something for Bad News Seagulls in the last couple of games. Obviously, we have a lot of BNE action over here at the A stream today, so we're going to speak about that a whole lot more. But BNE's tightened up structure compared to last time those 2 teams faced off against each other might actually cause into a little bit of havoc and maybe act as a bit of a surprise, because the last time that they played was a while ago, right? That was back in the start of the year, the first 3 months. So in the end of the day, 500 might not be necessarily ready for what BNE have to throw at them, but moving forward, well, it's always a close matchup between those 2 teams. And we kind of spoke about it just now. I mean, the last BO3 and the only BO3 they actually played in 2022 went into overtime on one of the maps, and the next 2 maps went, both of them, above 26 and 27 rounds.
Yeah, so it's been a neck and neck between these Balkan brothers. So it'll be again a total brawl between these 2. Similar styles, familiar opponents. I think there's plenty to be said across the studio for these 2 teams. We're about to get ready to head on into game. However, any predictions? I'm gonna hit you with this question here, Ted. Any predictions on this one?
It's really tough because I feel like both teams, going into a game like that, feel like this is a must-win. From the perspective of BNE, you get to face off against. We kind of put 500 and so into that category of an outsider, maybe in the start of the tournament. That was before we saw the complexity game as well, but. I feel like this one is going to be a really tough one to predict. This is a complete 50-50 for me. But as we're speaking about 50-50s, we're going to jump into the server in just 5 seconds as we're ready to kick things off with the pistol round of this game.
And let's take it away. Pistol round on the way. As we're going to take this one to a straight long play here for 500. No one's home, though. BNE have put their sights elsewhere. So we'll take that control and pause for a little bit. Take a breather here to start this pistol. 500 and BNE. It's going to be a fun one, and it's going to be an impactful one as well. The winner of this game gets to go to that, go up to 2-1. Give themselves some, again, that extra breathing room. We'll see if that pays off. Right now, it's a fast up towards Cat, though, with 2 players on the setup, and GXX with the dual Berettas, but not anymore. It's Synopsy, though. He just walked up from underneath the Xbox, found 2 kills, and cleans up the rest. Ships 1v3. Hasn't quite made the cross, but that's a hell of a shot. Can he find the player in CT spawn? Rigon out in the open, and the finisher's there, but Synopsy made his way all the way around from long. Ships, that's the last thing he expects. BNA with the pistol.
Yeah, what a round from Synopsy that is. We had a massive performance from him as well on the first map, right? In the first game of the day on Ancient, he was an absolutely unstoppable beast, going above that 30 kill mark. In the last game against Astralis, he was a little bit more quiet, but here on Dust 2, He's gonna step it up early on, a triple kill with the pistol, shutting down 500. Ships there with some nice effort towards the latter stages. Same for Rainwaker towards short, but it was just not meant to be. Eco time now.
Oh, but the Glocks does a triple dink in from Saneri. And one Flotcher to follow, and Ships with the Deagle headshot. Hold on, Regon. Oh, it's getting watched for Ships instant. Is he gonna go for more? Body shots galore. It's so close on the GXX, but no one goes down for the moment. Synopsy does swing out though to finish the job. That was a messy one, just showing what 500 are made of.
That was really expensive, by the way, for Bad News Eagles, right? Considering that this was just playing against the pistols. I believe Ships was the only one that actually had an upgraded pistol as well. Everybody else was on Glocks. That was a really good round for 500, doing a lot of damage there to the CT side economy. First buy round though on the cards. Galil for Nikki. Everybody else on the AK's 47. Bad News Eagles playing a little bit of a bonus. GX still going to be rocking that scout. Everybody else though on the premium rifle. Well, it is actually only GX playing the bonus.
Probably worth putting in the investment considering your opposition are fully kitted up Ts.
Yeah, and you did lose a lot in that previous round as well.
Might as well put all your eggs in one basket. For now, it's going to be cat control established by 500.
Yeah, it's been a really default-ish round from the T side. I feel like both teams are just trying to test the waters right now. That shows that they both realize how much of an important BO1 that is, right? That's the difference between being 2-1 and arguably being just 1-1 away from making playoffs and being down to 1-2 doldrums. Ships gonna make his way out of short. That's a really sneaky play.
Hello.
They have no clue. Flatro didn't expect that whatsoever.
We're gone. Okay, that's going to be a freebie. Picked up back onto Ships, but now he has to deal with the long play. Taps out from Patrick. Trying to run him down. Rigon fights out for another, though, and he gets so much damage downrange as well. Lots of value, but it's a man advantage for 500. They will cross onto the site. The problem is the plant could be stopped with a jump spot. Will it go for it? I hear a scout ring out, but then Rainwaker walks up from Cat. Sinks a knife into the back, and there goes Nikki. That is the gun round for 500, and we talked about that full investment. B&E are sent reeling.
Yeah, that was a great round. Such a creative play from Ships. And by the way, this is something that, you know, we could emphasize on. The fact that Nick is on the team now, obviously for a lot of you people at home, you might not know this, but he's been one of the most, I'd say, emblematic IGLs in the Bulgarian scene for maybe the past 10, 15 years even. Starting from 1.6, even though he hasn't really had a lot of, you know, exposure outside of the domestic scene on a higher level. And, you know, his arrival in the team is going to open up a lot of space for Ships once again to, you know, play his own game. Pretty much what was the case when Bubble was on the lineup. And we know that Ships was actually doing a lot of secondary calling back with Bubble. We're not sure if that's the case anymore. And that's going to open up some room for Ships to go for plays like that.
They're going to begin a creep up Cat. You still saw GXX investing into a glass cannon. What a move here from Juan. It's so close, though. But no headshot connected on a Nikki. Will go ahead and be the opening kill handed over to the Bulgarians.
Yeah, it's a force buy as well. Just the hero AWP GX. You feel like he needs to go for a little bit of a play. Bump is yet to actually drop down, and 500 are just holding for this. GX might get an opening, and he does. Yeah, that's a great kill. There is still a couple pistols around him, so he needs to get a little bit more.
Yeah, Saneri on the other hand, though, maybe not in the greatest position. It's only a P250 to his name. Damage on the ships, though. 2 bullets, 48 HP. Toying with his opponents, but everyone else falls afterwards. 1 headshot from Rigon, but is that all? No! Whoa! Does he want more? No. Denislav will put him to rest with an instant headshot. But Rigon gave it a good college try. Other than that, though, it is 2 for 500.
Yeah, you always
been broken.
You always get the goosebumps as soon as you see Rigon getting fired up without the ego, don't you?
Oh yeah.
I mean, he lands the first one. You're thinking, all right, that's a nice shot. He gets the second one. You instantly clock in that he's got a chance in the round. Then he dares to shut him down, though. On the AWP in this one, B&E back to the eco, just the pistols. A single flash for Synopsy. Curious to see how he uses that one. Maybe flashes his teammates out of middle.
The old faithful strategy. 4 players mid doors, 1 flashbang to rule them all.
Yeah. 4 people mid, 1 flash, and a legend.
No one's even peeking though.
Oh.
They got their time with it. Oh,
that's the
there's
alert.
The smoke. And here we go. 1 flash. 3 players in middle right now. Who's out in the open? Who could go down? Right now, Nikki. Oh, he just goes full blind with the spray, making the money right now. 2 kills from GXX. Probably the most you could ask for there, all things said. And this is going to be the 3rd for 500, unless I don't even want to dream about Synopsy winning this round. I'm just gonna say you can't.
I was about to say I've seen rounds like that. I haven't really, so that's going to be quite unique. He's got the right idea though. He's going to get mollied off. Molotov actually doesn't catch him.
Okay,
Yeah.
never mind.
Eventually, Patrick is going to get the better out of him. AK versus USP, quite an advantageous one for the Bulgarian player. As they get their 3rd round here on the T side, AWP is being brought in. We spoke about that AWP fight between Denny and GX. GX has actually opted for the glass cannon here as well. He's got the long spawn. Might go for an early peek. Looks like Skate are going to test it as well. We're going to have an early long fight. Look at the spawns from the T spawn. Or the T side. Oh no. Actually, they just boosted middle. Okay.
All right.
Yeah, no fight there. You don't want to challenge. This is actually a great call.
Wow. All right, mid is wide open right now. Mid to B split already on the cards. 1 minute and 40 seconds into the round. They're already knocking on the B doors. Chips on entry duty. They have Nathan and Chips just double entries it. Who's expecting that? Not me, not them. And the bomb's gonna get planted on the B site in the 3v3.
What a crazy call that was. Ships getting both kills, and now they're locked out of the B bomb site. You can even consider going for the save. Obviously, this is bad news Seagulls, so you might want to go for it, but still, GX is only on a glass cannon with a single flash. You have no defuse kit. 500, they're not giving you any peeks whatsoever. This is going to be so tough.
Rainmaker is low. That's I mean, that's the one thing, but the smokes locking him out. They're out of there. 500 early lead here on Dust 2.
Yeah, that's a really great call coming in from 500, right? And we thought it was going to be the long peak. I mean, they had 3 people that I think had the first spawn for a long, and apparently GX thought the same, right? He was just going straight away for the AWP fight towards that part of the map, but 500 just focusing on middle. And this is actually a great approach. This is something that I don't know if you've noticed that, but a lot of teams is kind of like a default thing, you know, first buy round, Dust 2, you've lost a couple ones in a row. You finally get the money on the CT side. You focus a little bit more on the long fight and a potential B rush because you're afraid of being just completely run over, right? And you just leave middle for, you know, the first couple seconds, especially when you've had such strong presence towards that part of the map in the first opening rounds. But yeah, it's just a great goal coming in from the Bulgarian side. Another buy though for B&E. At least they hold on to the guns, so they're going to be able to challenge. And now long they go.
Ooh, long control given for free though, and we'll say thank you very much and call in the rest of the squad. And hi, this is the type of opping. Some oppers drop into pit. Dennis Law just walks the thing out and wants to fight. Player on the site. Around the corner and fires off a shot, no connection. Smoke deployed. He continues going for the fight. Who needs smokes? I got this off and I'm just gonna take you down.
Yeah, no fear.
5. And onto the site scenario though, from the goose position, blinded up by Patrick, but he'll still find the kill. Can't double up though. And they will be able to make it across, but Juan is still out towards the Gandalf side. So as they do cross up, who's gonna plant? It's a very good question. Planting safe though. Behind the box, Ships, however. Oh, he's not being watched for. And while Juan tries to frag his way out of the situation, 500 don't care. It's 5-2.
Yeah, Ships on the lurk manages to get that kill. This is massive opening from Danny as well. And it's such a big risk when you know there's an AWP on the other side, right? I'm not sure if they actually knew about GX, but well, apparently they didn't fear it whatsoever. No chance that Danny goes for another play like that, surely, but GX, well, you gotta feel a little bit hard done, right? Rigo's just holding towards his own spawn, deep towards middle, and he just gets peeked by an AWP.
Oh, okay. Trying to cross out towards pit, a bold play. The one Flatros in the dirt.
Yeah, contact play is looking great. a really comfortable start for 500, which is, by the way, quite fascinating to me because back in time when they were, still competing under the skate banner, they were a team that was famous with, going for a lot of B plays on the T side. Pretty much every single other round was a B execution, but GX might have a couple executions on the scout.
I mean, more tags, more damage. I mean, could convert, but no tag on the Denislaw. And so these last two Deagles are going to valiantly attempt to hold the line here. Young dancing around the smoke. I'm not even sure he intended to hit Denislaw there. Doesn't matter anyways, because Patrick's going to clean house. 6 now for 500.
Yeah, things are looking good for the T side right now.
You can see not necessarily overjoyed right now, or B&E. Not, I mean, always mentally for. Wow,
that was a timing shot. 100%.
I would say that's just a reaction shot. He's just that fast. And now swinging out long. This is just one-way traffic right now for 500. They just keep going. Patrick has a player trapped out towards elevator. And things just keep getting worse here for B&E. The swing, though, not good enough. So close. But Ships spams while blind and strikes gold. 2v5, low HP bar, sure, but there's going to need to be a whole lot more from Synopsy to make this happen.
That's so unfortunate for B&E as well. They do so much damage in this round, but don't pick up a single kill. And Synopsy, surely he's just a dead man. He's going to deploy the smoke. Now they know exactly where he is. There's the jump, and Patrick should have his number written down and memorized. AWP gonna try and go for the save. Yeah, Rainwaker.
That nothing appeared on your top right kill feed.
Yeah,
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, he was just on the dodgeball team in high school.
Yeah. Honestly, just practicing utility a little bit. My bad. Great nade though, crazy nade towards.
Oh yeah, nailed it.
Save it for your pugs or lineups. GXX hunting for exits, but he himself gets hunted. No op saved over. B&E have to eco again, and we're getting into this cycle right here where 500 could just take full control of this game.
Yeah, man, that one's looked impressive so far. I mean, it's always going to be
from Denny.
It's always going to be really different when they've changed IGL, they've changed another player, and you could argue that Bobo, you could argue that he's one of the most legendary Bulgarian IGLs and Balkan IGLs ever, and having Dreamer, who was arguably again one of the best players that's ever played the game from this region, getting removed from her team, that's gonna change a whole lot, right? But I feel like I didn't expect that Dust 2 to be that solid. I don't know if this is gonna be a standard map that 500 just play quite a lot, if they're gonna bring it into their map pool, or they're just feeling really good at the day right now and just having a good game plan for this specific matchup. But so far it's been really convincing.
This scenario, a scout and a P250 inside a pit. I don't think it takes a very good individual to clean up this kind of round. Oh, okay. Whoa. Scenario's getting out of hand here with the P250. The bomb's on the ground. A chance here. It is just a chance, however, as now it's only Scenario. P250, a scout and a dream, and no more, says Denislaw. 8-2, 500.
Yeah, CT side needs to start finding some solutions. A double AWP hasn't really been thrown into the mix yet. I was thinking about it a little bit there for B&E. I guess a tactical timeout would be a nice thing to go for now. I mean, you've been a little bit hard done by in a lot of those rounds, right? I mean, you've been able to do the damage, but have been falling short. But in the end of the day, one thing that you got to realize is, well, out of all those rounds, and that's 8 in a row that you've lost, the biggest amount of kills you've gotten in a single one was 3. And that's not close enough. You've just won the pistol and the second one.
That's a great flash. Scenario out long, finds that shit through the smoke, I guess.
Yeah.
Fought it out Scenario somehow, some way. And he's even going to continue taking the space. Ships sees an opportunity. And, GXX is out in the open. GXX can get run down. He's going to get blindsided right beneath the scope. Ships opens up. Make it 3. This guy. There's just no brakes on this freight train.
He jumped down CT. Look at him go.
I can't believe it. This guy just keeps going. He's already single-handedly maybe won this round, but Synopsy, I mean, he can give himself an opportunity, but when the bomb gets planted, things get infinitely more difficult. There's still the op and Denislaw to compete with as well, and the flash not connecting. Denislaw unblinded, and that's simple as that, as Denislaw just keeps going, and that is 9 now for 500. This is an obscene run of rounds. This is 9 in a row.
Yeah, you didn't expect that going into a game like that, did you? I mean, we expected this one to be a really close one, and so far it's just been sheer domination from the Bulgarians. What a round that was from Ships. I mean, he was just running around. Again, those contact plays, those just walk downs towards the A-bomb side. They've been catching Bad News Eagles off guard time and time again. Ships with the triple. Gets them another round on the board. Another half buy coming in for the Kosovians as Nikki is going to pick up the pieces towards long. Oh, that's a lovely shot from Scenari.
All right, but I'm not sure there's how much there is in return. Ships indomitable right now. And even Rainwaker hears the footsteps ready for it. GXX hoping for some cheese with the scout. He finds a headshot. I mean, commiserations for the kills, but it's not going to be much more than that. It's now double digits. This game, I mean, how fast have these rounds been?
Yeah, there's the tactical timeout. First out of 4 here. And that's when you actually play like the old school B&E, right? You're just running around. It's just momentum-based TS. Everything's working out. You're winning every single fight. And it's really rarely when you actually see a team being able to dominate B&E in that style, right? Playing that style of game. And it's honestly impressive. I mean, right now, 500, they're looking like a really solid side on this too. Danny, 15-4. The birthday man, Ships, 13-7. Everything's just been working out for them. If you're B&E, you want to get a couple rounds until the end of that half, at least 4, if not 5.
I mean, I'll extend an olive branch to B&E and say that. I mean, every time we've doubted them so far today, they've made a comeback and kept it close.
I really want to see them have a nice start to a map, right? I mean, it's always been them in the role of the underdog, you know, the team that needs to get back into a game. That's a lot better for Regon. Needs to get careful. Gotta fall back there.
Out. Past the door with the molly's good on the Ships, and it's going to force the fallback. They're going to go back into the B site, though. It's Synopsy's domain, but I believe they've been smoked out or something of the sort. Synopsy is holding, Jiggle peeking the angle. Denislaw is wheeling his op into position. But, he actually does go down. He misses the shot, so op will not find any success, and we're looking at a solid round here out of B&E. Fast-paced shutdown early there by Ragon.
Yeah, they need to convert here. It's a 5 versus 3. You're not going to get a lot of chances like this one. Scenario in a really good position. Flash is good. Do they clear him out? Oh, no. That's so dangerous. Goodness. The second player spots him, but he still gets one, and GX is going to help him out with a double. That's a lot better for Bad News Eagles.
I mean, even then, the round might have just been over by just the long presence on its own, but not checking the corner is doubly worse. And we will see B&E finally win a gun round this game. That was a 10-round run out of 500. So this is stabilization.
Yeah, I believe is the first Dust 2 that those two play against each other as well in a really long time. I mean, they haven't played a Dust 2, I think, ever, to be fair. So, yeah, quite interesting, but B&E still salvageable in a way. You can still get away with 5, and you know they've been quite good with comebacks, as you pointed out so far today.
What's Denny holding on the copy side? Yeah, he's gonna get spotted. Yeah, Denny just sees that easily from Synopsy. He was holding catwalk. He just swings out a little bit, and that's an easy kill. GX is looking for the frag back, but seeing nothing, and B presence coming through. Panic starts to set in for B&E. They don't really have the resources to attend to all the problems. They might need to solve some of these problems quickly, and we might see this swing from one Flatro soon. He's going to need to turn up big time here and swinging into the multiple players. It's a dink onto Denislaw, but even then, I'm sure he's getting traded.
You
still come long.
Scenari. He can save this one.
He can. Tucked away in the corner there. How hard will they clear it? The first kill is easy. The second is there. The bomb's on the ground and Denislaw's low. There's no trade. Scenari could just win the round on his own. Here for B&E.
Oh, GX and Regon, they've picked up 2 more. That is great stuff from Scenari. The IGL stepping up massively in a 3 versus 5 round, and he's going to get the third one as well. What a play from Scenari. That's the hero plays that you need if you're Bad News Eagles. This is the thing that actually got you started on maps 1 and 2 here in the studio. What a way to step it up. And Scenari out of everybody, right? I mean, out of GX, out of Synopsy, Platform, Regon, all of these people that have been stepping up so much. Is the captain that does it here on Dust 2. Double up on the T side?
I mean, I don't think Denislaw's complaining. And I even have ships out towards long. I mean, they have so much money, they don't know what to do with it. So we might see ships trade out for an AK.
They've walked out
he
of
can
B.
just hold on to the off.
Look at that.
Hello.
No
Goodness.
idea.
Oh, goodness. That's egregious. Vicky, easy kill on a Synopsy. This round is some would say a done deal already in the 3v5 in a B retake. 11 on the cards here for 500. What a half.
Yeah, that was great. You get the peek onto the middle player. You send Chip straight away towards long with the second AWP. And as soon as he fires the shot, you just run out B. They were so focused on middle. They were so afraid of Skate just running down, or rather 500, again, just running down mid. Even getting confused with a team name at this point. It's just been a wild game. Nikki gets the penultimate one. The flash is actually going to save the life of Flatro for a little bit longer, but this round's already over. 500 making a statement and a half here on Dust 2. Bad News Eagles, thanks to Scenari's heroics, did manage to get 4 in the end of it, but is it going to be enough?
Yeah, I mean, you can see that 500 are loving it, and it's, well, every time we've doubted B&E, they've made a comeback happen. Can they do it for the 3rd time today is a very, very big question to pose, but when they're down in rounds, it seems like this team just levels up.
Yeah,
so this game is far from over.
Yeah, it's gonna be really tough. It's a tall order to come back into a game like that. They've looked fairly stumbled here, but to be fair, if there is a team in this tournament that's gonna be able to pull off a round like that, or rather a game like that, it's gonna be B&E, right? I mean, we were actually singing the same song on map number 1 on Ashen when they registered only 5 rounds on the CP side, but they were still able to come back against Saw and even win the map. So at this point, I feel like B&E still have a chance. They still have some fighting life, but it will require some real heroics from them.
Katsokaa kuinka Silva ankkuroi saittia samalla kun Henu kaataa aivan täydellisen kupillisen.
Ei sinne kuppiin kyllä enempää mahdu. Myltsillä on tähtäin kohdillaan. Viimeisenkin tulis osua, ja osuuhan se.
On se Myltsi vaan tarkka. Vielä jaksaa painaa jalkaa toisen eteen. Hupi hupi!
Hyvä tempo päällä, pojat.
Podi yrittää pitää vielä tiiminsä pinnalla. 1 vastaan 2. Pommi on jo pläntättynä. Podi löytää ensimmäisen saitilta. Sitten hakee vielä sitä viimeistä. Tän ensimmäisen kudin täytyy osua. Nyt ei virheitä saa tehdä. Podi tiputtaa vielä luolaan viimeisen.
Löytää sieltä pimeästä se viimeisen pelaajan. Hakee vielä sen pommin savuista. Podi otais kohtaa todella etelä hakemaan. Ne kaikki tarjotavat trackit.
Eiköhän tää riitä. Tulkaas nyt.
And we're back 11-4. This is a tall order here for B&E, but hey, they've done it before at 10-5. Why not a couple extra rounds for themselves to start a comeback? It would have to be the T side. And 500, I mean, a CT side second half is definitely, could be a nail in the coffin. This pistol round means a whole darn lot, and Regon knows that he'll hit the initial.
Yeah, that's a nice shot. He's even spotted the second player as well. Ships gonna try and get away from there. But yeah, B&E, they were down 5 and 10 after the first halves of, well, respectively, their first 2 games here at the tournament, and they were able to win the first one and take the second one into overtime. So you can't really write them off this one. Ships, though, getting aggressive. This is all about timing. Does manage to get one. Needs to be careful, though. There's a couple of bodies on the other side of that wall.
Yeah, he also has backup in the form of Rainwaker, so Ships gets in trouble. Rainwaker's looking to help on out, but trying to... a bit worried about top middle. Now the flash, but no, Ragon isn't blind. And so, where do you go with this one? B&E can pump the brakes. They can hit B. Many options. And now, well, with Nikki gone, the whole map opens up. And Patrick is caught out in the middle of the open. That's a pistol round for B&E. Oh, this is always the way they start things, isn't it?
Yeah, that was a great pistol round victory for B&E, and they needed that one absolutely. They just let 500 play into them pretty much. Which, you know, it's been the case so far of this game. Just 500 going for really unorthodox and really fast plays. And again, they were just hyper aggressive. B&E were completely prepared and ready for it. A great denial. It's a long way, Fi, but, you know, it's not impossible.
Oh, and the spot comes through there for the GXX. Yeah, but it does start here, and it starts gloriously. A nice 4-man spray down on that anti-eco.
Of course, it chips.
Of course.
Yeah, lower with a Zeus. For sure. Who else?
He's going back around to the beast. Are they going to hunt him down? Are they going to hunt these ecos? Oh, he just needs to bait him in. I mean, if it works, it works. Oh,
He's trying it.
Surely.
He's trying
surely
real hard.
You don't take the bait here, right? No.
I think they've realized it at this point. They're going to slap him through.
Yeah, they know. They know. And, it fires off. He goes down. All right. Good bit of fun there for Ships. But now it's time to talk serious. It's the gun round here for 500.
Yeah. That's the round in which we're going to find out if Bad News Eagles are for real in this game. A bit of a bonus going on for them. Money's actually looking good after the first 2 rounds. They were kind of dominant. Same thing happened in the first half, though. Let's not forget, B&E are actually off of winning both pistol rounds here on Dust. Need to convert the first buy, though, 100%. Scenario is going to pick up the pace towards long. Smoke in, a lot more comfortable, but Nicky is going to find the opening.
The gun goes down through the smoke. And Bad News Eagles have been stifled quite a bit here by the 500 defense. Question is, will they keep pressing long, or will they try to reconsider? I think long is now a one-way street here for B&E.
Yeah, no further presence around the map either, so you don't really have other options. And look at 500, they're going to clear out middle. This is a really smart play from Danny. He's just going to aggress, but now he's realized that they can actually make their way onto the side, and they've went for the exact same contact play that 500 did so many times.
Oh, Rainwaker really exposed right now with this boost. Trying to find a one-way above the smoke, but seeing nothing. They will begin to cross. Ships burning out of position. But a player still out there towards Gandalf. That's Rainwaker. Has a smoke to play with. Oh, that's the biggest kill. Synopsy deals with Dennis on the flank. No, but Ships right through the smoke. Considering the push, is probably going to push right on through. Back's turned. Everyone's gone. 500. First gun round.
Oh, so much damage through the smoke there. And that was massive from GX, right? As soon as he turns around and he gets rid of that lure coming in from Danny, you gotta feel like B&E have the advantage going into the round, but no, it was just the spam through the smoke. Rainwaker staying alive towards Gandalf, just being a nuisance. So many smokes raining towards the direction of B&E players. As now they go for their second tactical timeout. They're up against the wall now. I mean, you still have the money to go for another investment, but that could be your last one into the game potentially. Well, your last one before 500 get to 14 rounds.
Yeah, that I know B&E are good, and they've gone on plenty of winning sprees in terms of round counts, but 14-6 with 500, only 2 rounds the difference.
Yeah.
Getting to that 14-6 scoreline could be really threatening.
You need the Bad News Eagles magic right now. We've seen them pull it off so many times, time and time again, game after game. But this one might be out of reach if you fall down here still. You have the buy coming up for you, a couple Galils in the mix. There's nothing to worry about. You still have GX on the AWP and a really heavy play towards the B-bomb side, it seems like.
I mean, a win here for 500 could be their ticket to playoff. Of course, 500 still have to play some difficult opposition in the form of Astralis for sure, but still, I mean, they've gotten past some of the tougher opponents today with the win over Complexity. So, I mean, getting this could be, you know, the team who struggles to make deeper playoff runs and in these meaningful tournaments. Well, here it is right now on LAN. An opportunity for sure if they take this game.
Yeah, they slow things down. 500, they've given them a lot of freedom towards middle. And actually, B&E are going to be able to get themselves in a really good spot. Yeah, Synopsis and absolute
no
useless.
idea.
They have no idea. But
Or
Rainmaker's going to spam him through. That's crazy.
Unbelievable. And now Rainmaker is even here for the actual play on the site. Dennis lost mode down 2. And this is a catastrophe here for B&E. It's a systematic, it's a flawless round. It's worst case scenario for the Kosovians.
Yeah, it's a 4K from Danny as well. 23-9. Statistically the best 500 and XK Dust 2 player out there. Putting on a star-like performance. B&E, that felt like the perfect round. I mean, Synopsis getting into that position. For a second there, it felt like Ships had no idea, but Rainmaker, apparently he's caught a glance of him. I don't know what was the case there, but still gets the kill. That could have been the play to win them the round, but after he went down, everyone was just running in from the same direction, and Denny won every single fight there. Another eco coming in for the B&E boys, and we spoke about that before that tactical timeout in the previous round. If Skate convert the anti-eco, and it does look like they will convert the anti-eco, that's going to be a 14-6.
I mean, this aim is mean from the Bulgarians right now as they do mop up 14-6 now for 500. And this is the nightmare scoreline we were just talking about.
Exciting scenes for 500 and terrifying scenes, horrible scenes for Bad News Eagles. They still have that final buy round though. 8 rounds behind. As we've said multiple times, they've been a team that's been really tough to, take down, especially in such a dominant fashion. But you gotta start pulling the rabbits out of the hat at this point. Things are just not looking great for you. Early boost not really gonna spot anything. A bit of a slower default coming in from the T side. Just map control all over the place. You want to make sure that the CTs don't really aggress into you. And so far, they haven't really shown any interest in doing anything like that. Some nice damage done onto Ships there through the smoke. But still, no real action. 500 are more than happy with just playing a pretty laid-back, pretty relaxed approach here.
I mean, when I see the player cams, that's kind of what 500 are emanating right now. There's smiles across the board for this group of guys right now. I mean, this is one of the biggest opportunities on an international stage that they've had to push deeper and deeper into a tournament. Right now, though, they do have to prepare for a bit of a catwalk execute, and Dennis will get himself back into position.
Yeah, he's alone here, though. Ideally, he'd require 1 or 2 kills and then just falling back, staying alive, making sure that they have 1-man advantage going into the retake.
And, oh, they're just going to try mid to B. They drop into spawn instead, but Rainmaker was ready for Synopsis' gimmick. And now they make their way out middle. Rainmaker a double. Patrick to follow. Nikki now next. And it's just Scenari without the bomb walking into the site. That's 15 for 500.
Yeah, that was a great move. A really good mid-round reaction coming in from the Bulgarian boys. Rainwaker manages to get the kill onto the player, dropping down CT, then turns around. They completely leave the B-bomb side. They just focused on middle. They wanted to get every single kill. There was only one player coming in from the tunnels. That was perfect once again from the CT side. And look at the buy for Bad News Eagles now. There's one Galil, or rather two Galiles, one Scout, and two Deagles. A lot of utility as well, but that's been the most one-sided game we've seen so far today.
Yeah. On the mainstream, 500 surprise. Oh, wait. Okay. Oh, hold on. Nice. Hold on. This game's not over yet. This game is still not over yet. Chips out towards middle, but Nikki will also answer back with his own. One, just, okay, surprise. Chips is down and out. Nikki's going to make his way back on towards the A site actual, though. And try to take a fight against one right around the edge of the box. Does see the spot. Will actually drop down to concede some of the space. Interesting smoke. It does allow them to cross, but you can actually see Patrick start to make his way up the catwalk. He can get a catch on the one right here. And oh, it should have been the conversion. It will be the conversion on the kill. But now, how about the actual retake here to close the game?
He's going to run through the Molotov.
Unbelievable. Nikki almost had it, though, but Synopsy spins in time. Patrick for a clutch. Surely you want to go for this. Surely you want to close the game, but Patrick without a kit is actually going to have to back away. We're going to stick around here for a bit.
Yeah, he's going to try and get the AWP and the defuse kit there from CT spawn. That's actually a good save from him, you know. Let him get away with it around here. It's going to be a 7. It's a good conversion. Bad News Eagles still stay alive in this game. Patrick going to take care of the economy for now. They don't want to throw it away. Realizing he probably couldn't stand the chance without a kid there. Without a U2 as well. 15-7. There's a replay of the lovely opening coming in from GX. One of the first times we've actually seen him, you know, have some big success towards middle in those early fights. And he even does it only with the Scout. Great stuff. Gonna need a whole lot more on that. At this point, obviously, because we have another B&E game coming up after this, even if you don't manage to go for the comeback, you just want to get a couple rounds on the board just for confidence sake, right? And eventually, you might make something out of this.
They're just going to assemble the firing squad on long. And, oh, it does not work at all. It's lots of damage, but, I mean, 2 kills for none is not the trade they were looking for.
Yeah, great shutdown. Both Nicky and Danny out of the round already. A lot of damage done to some of those members, but it's still going to be all right. We had a couple really close rounds in the first half that were quite similar, right? I mean, B&E just tagging down 500, not really getting the kills. Is the other way around, though.
Ooh,
only how it would be fair. Look at the HP on the T side, but they're all alive still.
That's all that matters. I mean, okay, the spam. 1 bullet does connect on the wand for the kill, but the flank from middle. And it'll be a lineup for Synopsy. There's one more buy in the tank here for 500. And then Bad News Eagles start to make a break for it.
Yeah, and, well, I guess as soon as if they get up to 10, we start considering it, don't we? I mean, yeah, it's going to be quite doable. There is still a long way. There is still 7 more rounds to go. But you get this one, as you pointed out, there's going to be a reset, a potential eco coming in for the Bulgarians. So there is a potential way back into this game for the B&E boys. Just got to stay focused. Eyes on the prize, round by round.
Oh, boy. That's not a good start, though. You got to get past this hurdle. And now even Ships. That was from bottom middle onto Synopsy somehow. And Rigon could not hit the op shot right back. Tags go down, and okay, Ships will get picked eventually. They're going to commit to this mid to B play, though. And flash Molly, but that Molly may be a little too late. Spam too early. And they've already made it past. Rainwaker, you're insane. He drops in for the kill, the second, and perhaps the game here. As he's going to get all 3 to close it down. And a systematic win here for 500. A systematic upset. They're now 2-1, and they're putting themselves in prime position for playoffs.
Yeah, look at their smiles. They know what they've just done. They've just beaten one of the toughest oppositions in their group. Bad News Eagles, absolutely surprised. We expected this one to be a really close game. And it's a shame that once again, we just see see a really rough start from B&E, right? I mean, it's been like that in all of their games. They were down 5-10 in their first 2 matchups, now down 4-11 at halftime. And even though they've been able to crawl back, even though they've been able to get some rounds on the board, it's all about the Bulgarians here. They played a phenomenal game.
Yeah, I mean, that there's no doubt about that. Absolute firepower. It's ships all the way, my friend. It is ships. He said in interviews as well that he wins rounds by his keyboard, not just with his mouse, not with his mouse and his aim here, but you can see that he's catching players off guard, and then he's actually able to capitalize on the gaps that he exploits here as well. I mean, there's a couple of signs of life here for B&E, but it really was 500 all the way. Shout outs to ships.
Yeah, man. I mean, that was a crazy game. We expected this one to be a derby, and to be fair, I'm a little bit disappointed. It wasn't a little bit closer, but in the end of the day, what can you say about it? 500 making a statement for themselves, picking up a second victory here in the group stage, now being 2-1, being bested only by Fnatic. And unfortunately for the B&E boys, by the way, this one becomes a really tough game. Now, we have another B&E game coming up after the break as well. They're going to be facing off against Complexity. And at this point, you feel like they got to win it 100%.
Yeah, they are down 1-2 right now for B&E. This is starting to be must-win territory. 3 losses is, well, some would say, is a death sentence unless things really pan out to be an oddity so far throughout this. Yeah, and I mean, Astralis currently sitting 2-0, 500, 2-1, and Complexity actually fell, by the way, at the hands of Saw. They are also in that 1-2 bracket. That's a huge tiebreaker as well for 500. If it comes down to it, there could be that win over Complexity for 500 could be a real big power play.
Yeah, and you can see this group is actually a lot closer than the one yesterday, right? Yesterday we had some teams that were able to pick up 3 wins on the back of their first 3 games, even some teams that went all the way for 12 points in the end. But yeah, it's really close at this point. Anyone can still make it through after 3 rounds being played out. And as you can see, our next game here over at the A stream is going to see B&E take on Complexity. Another Bad News Eagles game. I believe this is our last Bad News Eagles game for the A stream as well. So we better enjoy it. And, the Kosovian boys, they absolutely need a victory round now. So do Complexity, to be fair. In the meantime, there's going to be Fnatic taking on Astralis over at the B stream. Make sure not to miss that one out. And for our penultimate game, I believe, of the day, we're going to see Astralis take on 500 once again at the A stream. And there's going to be another Fnatic versus Soul Derby over at the B stream. But until then, we're going to jump into a short bit of a break, and we're going to be right back in around 10 minutes with the next Bad News Eagles matchup taking on Complexity.
Katsokaa kuinka silmänkuroi saittia samalla kun Henu kaataa aivan täydellisen kupillisen.
Ei sinne kuppiin kyllä enempää mahdu. Myltsillä on tähtäin kohdallaan. Viimeisenkin tulis osua, ja osuuhan se!
On se Myltsi vaan tarkka. Vielä jaksaa painaa jalkaa toisen eteen. Hupi hupi!
Hyvä tempo päällä pojat.
Body yrittää pitää vielä tiiminsä pinnalla. 1 vastaan 2. Pommi on jo pläntähtynä. Body löytää ensimmäisen saitilta. Sitten hakee vielä sitä viimeistä. Tän ensimmäisen kudin täytyy osua. Nyt ei virheitä saa tehdä. Body tiputtaa vielä luolaan viimeisen.
Löytää sieltä pimeästä se viimeisen pelaajan. Hakee vielä sen pommin savu, josta Body otais kohtaa todella etevä hakemaan ne. Kaikki tarvitsevat trackin.
Eiköhän tää riitä. Tulkaas nyt.
And welcome back to the Elisa Masters Espoo, taking down Group B. We're a couple best of ones deep, and we're running down to the later stages. And this one here, Ted, is quite the impactful one. It is Complexity taking on Bad News Eagles, two teams who are facing elimination in this game.
Yeah, you gotta feel like, even though, you know, we're not 100% sure about it mathematically, but in the end of the day, if you get 3 losses out of 5 games, chances are you're not gonna be making it through. So that's gonna make it really tough for both those teams. And we actually have a couple, we have a couple squads that are in a bit of a tough spot. Obviously, Fnatic and Astralis have played only 2 games each, and Astralis did manage to win both their games. Fnatic went 1-1. Bad News Eagles, So, and Complexity, though, feeling like they don't really have a lot of room for mistake left. Now, the Bad News Eagles, they've had a really good start, actually. You know, taking down So after a really good comeback on Ancient, being down 5-10 after their CT side, may I add, but they were able to bounce back. Pretty much the same happened in their second game, but couldn't close out the comeback against Astralis, and then they attempted the same against the Bulgarians from 500, but just weren't able to close it out once again in the end on Dust 2. For Complexity, things, well, they started a little bit shakily for them. They did fall again to the Bulgarian side in their first round, did manage to actually get a surprising victory against Fnatic. That was a bit of an upset, and, you know, kind of the thing that made that group even closer, but then ended up losing on Vertigo 9-16 to the Iberian side of So, and, well, that put them in that 1-2 position.
Yeah, and so, well, for Complexity, this is... they're also in that now a very uphill battle for B&E. I mean, they've had to facing off against tough opposition, but the loss to 500 all of a sudden sets this group into a weird motion. Both these teams are in must-win situations here. I mean, yes, they're not mathematically eliminated when they get 3 losses, but things are going to have to pan out impossibly so. For things like perfectly in these next couple of BO1s. How about we just win it, all right? And then actually keep your hopes alive and take the win, get a good tiebreaker over your opponent. And so for Complexity, they are playing this match, and then they have Astralis waiting for that. That's one of their longtime rivals, I feel like, when it comes to these kind of events. They've played Complexity and the Core have played against Astralis for so darn long. And that's a best of one worth watching. But for now, we're going to take this head-to-head. We have Rigon taking on Grim. Ted, what's your take?
Well, speaking about Rigon, I feel like he showed us why we need to keep an eye on him on that Mirage game against Astralis, right? When nothing was going right, they were down 11-15, if I'm not wrong. He just started stepping up, you know. He won a couple clutch rounds for them, and he's normally a really heavy hitter, and he's normally the guy to, you know, come up with the goods when they need him the most. And I feel like, even though, you know, when you compare the ratings of himself and Grim, they might not be that close past 3 months, but still the impact on Rigon and, you know, the star potential and the upset potential in some of his plays is absolutely imminent. On the other side, though, we have a Grim that, you know, he's had one of the, I say, most intriguing stories in World CS. It's quite interesting, the fact that, you know, even though he's fairly young, he's actually in a position where he's had his fair share of experience, right? All of us know him from his time back in Liquid. Now he's back on Complexity, being the big star. And as you said before the start of this broadcasting day, he's hella cracked.
Yeah, I mean, he is by far and away the star player for Complexity. I mean, take a look at some of his performances in Pro League against some of the best in the world. And Grim brings the heat all the time. But throughout this event, I mean, a 16-9 loss to Saw is a surprise. Not only to NA fans, I guess I am grouped in that category. But for myself, it normally, Complexity are a team that you think, okay, yeah, certainly they would convert against a team like this. They weren't able to do so against 500, but yeah, you can say that's a hiccup. And then they did well against Fnatic. It's so up and down for this Complexity team. Which shade are we going to see? Is it going to be any different? Or are we going to keep going up and down? Or are we going to see them be nearly mathematically eliminated from this event with 3 losses?
Well, it's really awkward when we speak about them, right? Because they had that decent showing at EPL group stage at season 15 in September, and they made a lot of people believe, including myself. And then there was that flop at the RMR, losing a lot of games that they might not be losing, including that one against Imperial, even though, the majority of the CS world wanted Imperial to win that one, and for a reason, because of the major being in Rio and whatnot. But when you look at it from a sheer CSGO perspective, Complexity were the better team going into that game, but still they crumbled under the pressure. And I feel like them missing out the major is a bit of a blowout for a team like that. I was just on the rise, and people were starting to actually commend them and give them a lot of credit recently before that disappointment. So I feel like a tournament like this one really needs to be successful, even though you're playing against the BNE side that not even made it into the major, but even into the Legends stage. But speaking about making it into the game, first of all, we got to get through the veto. And to be fair, I'm not really sure on where we're going to go with this one, because when you look at especially like win rates and stuff like that and how successful Complexity have been, the only map that you can actually give them a lot of credit on is Overpass, and we're not going to see an Overpass against Bad News Eagles.
Yeah, that's for sure. So, I mean, you start to whittle down the map pool here of Complexity. It gets thinner and thinner and thinner. And, I mean, a couple maps could pop out. You might consider, I mean, Infernal was a consideration, but that's immediately their first map that they take out of the veto. I mean, a Vertigo, I guess, does exist as a potential pick. Complexity banning out Mirage. As I mean, it is normally just their straight permaban. There's no questions asked about that. We start to inch closer, and I think what we're going to end up landing here is an Ancient, and this is Complexity have loved picking into Ancient, but it feels like every time they play it, it never goes according to plan.
Okay, so that's quite in contrary with what they need right now. But I actually like the fact we're going on Ancient. I feel like, obviously Bad News Eagles have proven to be one of the most, I'd say one of the most dangerous Ancient teams in the world, maybe, if they have a good day as well, even though they had a couple, devastating results at the major, losing a couple single digits games there. I still remember that Spirit one as well. But, those were games where they would either start on the T side or things would just not really go right for them. But we've seen them when they have a day. And I feel like even earlier today against Saw, it was, again, even though they did win the game, it was a bit of a hiccup still getting only 5 rounds on the CT side. I think they're one of the most dangerous teams on this particular map in the tournament that we have right now. And on the other side of Complexity, that's always been kind of shaky on Ancient, but hasn't really lost it too dominantly, right? I mean, even when you look at their games against tier 1 oppositions, they've always been able to make it a close one or steal away a victory. But will they be able to make it work here? I have no idea.
Yeah, it's always been up and down. Every time it feels like Ancient is never a solid pick for Complexity. But I mean, they've taken some teams to their limits. They've had some decent showings, but this is back in Pro League, and this is against Pain Gaming. This is, I mean, maybe you can't really even compare this. Before we jump into things, though, Ted, what are some of your points that you got to bring up for this game?
Well, something interesting, actually, that I stumbled upon is the fact that Bad News Eagles haven't played against a single North American team under this organization. They have played against Imperial. They have played against 0-0 Nation. They've played against a couple of those South American teams, but not quite an NA team. And that might catch them off guard. It's a different style. You have some EU teams are really, really good taking on those NA sides, but some of them might struggle. So I think that's going to be an interesting prospect to follow. It's kind of a first for them. They haven't really been able to test themselves against, I guess you could say, well, I don't want to say it, but the second strongest part of the NA region.
Yeah, I mean, the second point is completely right. Complexity had a lot of time to stew about themselves, missing out on the major, of course, at the hands of Imperial, and probably that could go down as one of the top 10 series of the year, for sure. Complexity versus Imperial to qualify for that major. But now, of course, they have to sit, stew, wait, watch, and we'll see what they can deliver here at the Espoo. We want to see what they can deliver here at the Espoo, but this could be dashed away in a single best of one.
Yeah, it could, right? I mean, you've had a lot of time to kind of rethink stuff and go back on your games and try and evaluate on what went wrong. But in the end of the day, you're just 1-0-1 away from bombing out of the tournament. And even though you still have some games to go, chances for you to make it through to the playoffs with losing 3 out of 5 games are really, really thin. And moving into the last one, of course, Complexity struggles in the Elisa tournaments. Now, that was, again, interesting for me because, they haven't really played a lot of Tier 2 European CS. So they haven't really been a part of a lot of the online cups. But one tournament that I do remember was the Spring 2022 earlier this year. And they actually played only one game. They were a direct invitee into the playoffs. And they lost to Sinners. It was a 1-2. And, when you compare Sinners to Bad News Eagles, yeah, maybe a year ago, you could say that you could make a point that Sinners were better. At this point, though, Bad News Eagles is just one level above, if not two. So I guess if you're normally struggling against, European sides, and that's been a bit of a problem, we've kind of had those talks. And I feel like the entire world has had those talks for the past couple years that, even what is considered a Tier 1 NA team could actually struggle massively against Tier 2 European opposition simply because of how competitive the scene has been. So Complexity, they need to be picture perfect here.
At the same time, that loss against Sinners was when they were working with a particular offer. His name was Junior.
Okay, so you're going to pull out the Junior card. Okay. Yeah, I see.
That was a different, but to be honest, that was a completely different era of Complexity considering the one we're looking at right now. That Complexity was on at least like a 15 loss streak or something of that sort back then when it came to European competition. They didn't have a single series victory until the start of this season when it came into the Blast groups. I remember that stretching through that entire stretch of the first part of this year. So, I mean, that was a rough patch for sure, but this is the new Complexity coming off the player break, entering into the season. Of course, not making the major, but hoping to deliver here at the Espoo. We're jumping in, and I believe, to a knife round shortly. And yes, we are starting on Ancient for those just joining us. So maybe a knife round might mean a thing or two here. That's for darn sure.
Yeah, especially on a map like that. But I'm actually glad that you touched upon the Opers there for a second. Obviously, we have Helzerk now. He was a part of Dignitas beforehand. He's played with, some pretty experienced guys from the world of, European CSGO. He's played with Forest on the same team. I mean, that tells you enough. And I feel like he's changed the way that Complexity approach their games and, the way that they play overall. But speaking of that, we're going to see him in action as we're ready to jump straight into the server.
And we're off. Pistol round on the way, and it's Complexity who take that knife round to get the start off on that CT side. 4 players towards mid to start. We're going to get a brawl out of this one. That is, if BNE want to give it to him. At the same time, Grim is going to take an opportunity to take a peek down towards that B short side. Who wants to fight this man? Well, it will be Synopsy, but he gets the piece of JT instead. Now, Halzerk starts to empty out his USP, picking off another. GX, though, has a gap to push through, slipping past the defense, and will find Floppy a double gush to do it. We even will get access inside of Temple right now. He could flank around Halzerk, and I'm not sure Halzerk is going to be prepared for this. Halzerk does find one Flasher. He does turn around, but GX is going to find another kill. And now
They can run B.
sprints away to the B site, or they can cut the rotation from inside of middle. GX fighting up, but Fang with an instant headshot, and it puts Scenario in the 1v2. But there's not going to be much time for this clutch, as they're already running him down from Cage.
No way.
A team kill, though. A team kill. Oh, no. This is catastrophic right now. Smoke on the bomb, and he's going to start to defuse the spam on through the smoke, though. It's not connecting. It's going to be the full stick from Fang. Pistol round for Complexity.
Oh, that was so chaotic there. Vang just instantly executes his teammate towards the back of the head. What a shot, but Complexity still managed to get away with it. The early middle aggression doesn't really work out for Bad News Eagles. It was a great setup coming in from the CTs. Hauser picking up a double there. JT helping out with another. Fang is obviously going to be on 0 kills because, you know.
Unfortunate.
Yeah. Even though he picked up 2, but just the wrong person taken down. Bad News Eagles still managed to do the damage, so it's going to be a buy round coming in. Deagle for Synopsy, rifles for the rest. And a quick play towards the A-bomb side.
All right. It's only Grim on a FAMAS and the rest with, I mean, armed to the teeth, all things said. But the FAMAS spray from Fang, not quite connecting for all of them. But Grim, this is a nasty one-way above the smoke. Looking to get that spot in towards the triple box. At the same time, Juan pushes through, but Floppy beats him on the duel. And the one-way being played by Grim, he does get punished and knocked off his post, but traded out immediately. Synopsy has a smoke phase. Halzerk's waiting for it. Force buy dealt with by Complexity.
Yeah, it was a really well played round. It's a team ace as well in the end of the day for the Complexity side. Picking up kills left, right, and center. Just open up the space. They use the smokes towards the back of the side quite nicely as well. Finding advantageous peaks and fights. Obviously, that is the T side for Bad News Eagles. The T side on which they were actually really, really good in their soul game, right? I mean, for those of you that missed it, that was, I believe, our first game of the day even. So that was a long time ago now, a couple hours. They did mark only 5 rounds on their CT side, which was a little bit of a surprise. But then, after we went for the switch, it was a completely new Bad News Eagles. Yeah, that was a monster HE.
I think this could just fall into place here for Fang. He is busy moving between smokes just as they round the corner, however.
Yeah.
And there are a couple of Eagles. This could be a speed run, or this one could be a quick one, as they will walk into his crosshair, gets a couple more spots on in, make it 3, turn it to 4. That's a crispy last one. And then one Deagle shot has to ring on out for Juan Flatro. For it to be a Bad News Eagles round, it has to be that. But it's 3-zip for Complexity.
Yeah, ace denial. But as we started saying, you know, the first time that they played Ancient today against on the T side, GX ended on 17-6. And, you know, that was a comeback. They had an 11-2 T side against the Iberian players. On the CT, obviously, all of us remember that insane performance from Synopsy, who ended the map on 31-17. And what's more impressive from GX, by the way, you remember, he marked 17 on T side. He ended the first half on 3 kills.
Yep. I mean, that's terrifying because he's such a great clutch factor for the Bad News Eagles unit. Was GX again in that game? I just saw there was multiple 1vx situations for him on the T side with that AWP. See if he gets himself into any positions to make that work. Of course, first things first, you got to get past this setup. Anti-flash being played by everyone here on Complexity, it seems.
Yeah, it's really aggressive stance from the CT side, though. They're not giving a lot of freedom, but the problem is as soon as the smokes fade, they will have to actually fight their way out of here.
Oh, Pete, the swing off the contact, the bomb down, and JT helping out, covering that mid swing as well. Right inside that smoke is Synopsy, and the off angle being played. Fang can't quite convert. It's a 2-for-1, but Grim now here to salvage this with the bomb on the ground at the B doors. Grim looking to close it down as a dink landed onto Rigon through the stones. And with 30 seconds remaining, even copping an HE. And then Halzerk's going to finish it off with an op shot. That is 4-0 here for Complexity.
Yeah, good find from Halzer. Great aggression once again. JT being really mobile around middle, right? And this is one of the, really good aspects of having your IGL play either Donut or Cave on a map like Genshin. He gets to be involved in the action and, you know, get to micromanage things from the inside, which is always a little bit of a bonus, especially considering that was the first buy round from Bad News Eagles, and you don't really let them get their way onto, well, their hands onto a bomb plant. They couldn't even make it up to the bomb site.
Hero AK purchased up here for Scenarii. B&E do want to brawl.
Yeah, gotta keep the CT side economy low. Juan Flatros went for the glow as well.
Smoke towards Red Room and mid control taken. They're leaving Grim all alone on this A site. Trying to at least bring in Fang for support, but he smoked out at the Red Room. Grim on the off angle. Trying to take the brawl, spots the barrel. Gets the first kill. Anything extra on that? Another one through. A trade is there from Juan. And actually open access to this A site. Wrapping around though. I love this from Fang. Quietly. This could be the backstab that Complexity needs. The bomb does get planted, but how much post-plant positioning are they going to get with Fang in this position? It's a double kill for him. And the bomb plant is all they'll be getting, plus the kill onto Grim. And that's 5 now for Complexity.
Yeah, great display from Fang as well. It's a great start on the CT side. I mean, those rounds haven't really been that close, right? I mean, yeah, the pistol was one surviving when the ninja. You had 2 surviving in the round before that, but that was, again, a really well-controlled round by the CT side, and Fang's been onto a good start. You know, he's been one of the, I'd say, more criticized player on the Complexity lineup, simply because of, you know, the potential that we all know that he has, once regarded as one of the brightest NA talents out there, and still might be in the conversation, to be fair, but you know, at least in terms of consistency, he hasn't really been able to deliver, but he's been a really solid asset to that Complexity team.
I think recently he's certainly stepped his game up in terms of hitting that consistency, because we know he has a high peak. He has an MVP to his name, for goodness sakes. Halser, are you? This is a lunatic play.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Lunatic level play.
That's crazy.
Surely he's dead. No, he has support, but it's... Where's Grim? Oh, no. Grim couldn't double up, and there becomes a problem. That could have been round winning right there, but GX is going to save it.
That was so awkward there. Such an awkward fight for both teams, and JT now he's going to feel like he has to move, and Synopsy, that's exactly what he was waiting for. A nice pickup. Regon makes his way onto the A bomb side, but he's not going to go for the rotations. In fact, he's going to try and go for the backstab. Doesn't make a lot of noise. Clear out
Temple? No.
I think he clears out middle, though. Yep, now he's heard it.
Yeah, Floppy will go down. 1v3 here for Fang, but I think this is going to be a save. That could have been a round-winning play, though, from Complexity. At the end of the day, it was a good call to do that. Just they couldn't execute it. That's the problem.
Yeah. Quite devastating. Well, not quite devastating, but a bit awkward for them there. You know, you could get away with a clearer fight. There was a lot of Bad News Eagles players around you, and until GX actually fires a shot with the AWP, you don't spot anybody. And props to him, by the way, for landing that second shot. That was crazy. If he misses that one, there's probably going to be another one for the rifle. But it was just the one from Floppy. Oh well, now it's just Fang trying to hold on to the AWP. He's going to hear Regon, should have this kill in the back of his shot, but there's still no one to actually take him down. He's going to get cover. That's the first round for Bad News Eagles. Nice reaction from Fang, going to make sure that he stays alive. And that's actually an AWP out of the hands of Bad News Eagles there. Great stuff. Another round.
Yep.
Another mid fight and another day in the office for Synopsy. Doesn't really get challenged this time around, though.
Ooh, all right. Down towards this B ramp, though. One Flashro picks off JT easily. Thanks for the B site very much, but Grim has already pushed down as well. Surprise for everyone as Grim comes back up the B ramp. Regon at the same time, taking down Fang. And it's just a wild round we're seeing right here, but Synopsys heard the fallback, and so this is going to be a free B site once again. It was free once, and then it's been left open a second time.
Yeah, and they've heard him.
An oddity.
That was such a noisy rotation coming in from Grim. Trying to support his teammate. Now he's going to realize what's going on, and Synopsys Ango should have a free kill. Grim doesn't really want to go for this either. It's just the save.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and back away. And another save here for Complexity. I mean, how did Grim really just went from cave, up B ramp, back around to spawn? He went in a full circle.
Yeah.
Question is, can they still hold on to their guns here? Well, Grim is not going to be letting go of his anytime soon.
That's going to be about it as well in terms of the hunt, right? I mean, Regon and Synopsy realize that B&E don't really have a lot of money in the bank, so you got to stay alive. At least make sure that you can have a nice investment going into the next one. Everyone has money, but you want to build up that bank in the long run. You're hoping to get more rounds here on the T side. And on the other hand, Complexity, they get caught off guard here. Well, I guess it's a little bit fortunate that Grim doesn't really clear out T-spawn and doesn't spot the bomb. He didn't really realize that he had control over that, and B&E know that, or rather knew that really well. They could easily recover it. Go into another one. JT downgraded to the Deagle, but Regon is going to pick up the pace towards middle early on and finds the early opening.
Does anyone else want to follow that one up? Anyone else want to try this? No, instead it'll stay a clean 1-for-1 with B&E in the driver's seat. Still, I mean, handing a lot of map control going the way of Complexity, so one of these weird situations where being in a 4v4 is not actually bad for the CT side.
Yeah, depends on the positioning. And that's
nice.
A great play from Fang. Suppose the player lining up the nade doesn't hear any further steps towards down middle, so he must know that it's either going to be a heavy setup towards the B or the A bomb side here. No one else towards the middle part of the map coming in from Bad News Eagles. They still have time on the clock, though. They have a lot of options, and Complexity have actually given up the entire map for them to work with. Now we're going to see Fang just moving forward towards Red Room. He's going to be jump spotting. Doesn't really see anything, and that's going to make life a little bit easier for Floppy and JT on the setup there towards the B-bomb side. Only problem is JT has only the pistol, so Floppy kind of needs to step it up here.
He is playing the big off angle, though, and it's not like there's an off for GX that can punish him for just, you know, clearing out angles systematically. See if these smokes come on through, though, and I think that could just escort the cave move out easily. We will cross safely. And there will be a plant here on this B site. Time to get the tick.
Yeah, 2 defuse kids going into the retake. Halzerk is going to be really important. He's on the wrap for middle, and they're buying enough time. I feel like Scenario doesn't realize that this is a possibility. It's so late into the retake. Halzerk might have this free kill there.
Oh, but GX is still going to find the kill. Halzerk is taking too much time on this flank. He swapped out to the AK. By this time is beginning to run very low. Juan gets the first, but Halzerk on the trade. He has a kit, and he has time.
Oh, that's such a late retake. That's such a massive risk that Halzerk is running there as well, right? If his second teammate falls down, if all of them fall down, surely someone's going to turn around and hold for him, and he doesn't have the round in the palm of his hands, but does manage to get it out in the 1 versus 1 in the end. Great stuff from the other Complexity member. That was towards CT. A really explosive round from B&E. Still punished that mid-aggression, or rather mid-round aggression from Complexity towards middle. Fang has been moving around quite a lot, right? He's been kind of agile here on the CT side.
That's his style of play. He's an entry fragger by trade, and he brings the aggressive rifling to the CT side. But what about Grim's anchor duty? Can he do this? This is just classic Grim. This is his home territory here on A sites, anchoring it down. Join together with Fang. There's a whole boatload of Complexity players here just to stop you dead in your tracks.
Yeah,
Flatro up on the boost. Oh, they try to cross out in the open. Oh my, that could have been Fang going down in an instant.
Flatro still on the boost. Last smoke for the T side to use now. They need to find some kills. This is going to be such a difficult take.
Yeah, and Juan finds the kill. And Fang, oh, he reveals his position. He does show himself, but they don't register it. Com's not there in time. Scenario starts taking tons of flack, and Floppy is still here on the B side. None of this funny business going on there. Thanks for the AK pickup, and it's just Scenario 43 HP in a 1v4 and being watched for by JT. He'll lock it in. 7-2 right now for Complexity. We're seeing the classic dominant CT side.
Yeah, it was a really aggressive investment coming in from BNE as well, right? They didn't really have a lot of util, so you kind of rely on Regon to pick up that opening kill, and as soon as this one goes south, you're pretty much locked out of the route. You need to hope that you get a couple shots on the board. So far, though, Complexity have been quite good at, realizing when BNE don't really have a lot of options in terms of utility and, a lot of
here we go again.
To work with.
Towards middle, it's the one way. They're all behind the smoke. Fang goes down instantly. Hauser next in line as Juan has the trade. And now, Grim's gonna entrench himself. He's gonna dig his heels in. He's gonna fight. Finds the first, and there's no trade. They're busy up lining up nades. He's gonna stay around, dancing around him. He almost goes for 3. Scenario is there for the trade, but they're already in play. Trying to delay here is Floppy. Swinging into Juan. Juan is going to find the double kill, and it's JT up for a 1 versus 2. Are they going to plant in the open, though? They will. And the smoke begins to fade. An opportunity presents itself for JT. He spots the last in Scenario, has him trapped in position. Is that flash good enough? Certainly is. Holding the line. Just being patient here. Can pay so many dividends for JT. The IGL is going to pull a 1v2 for Complexity.
Yeah, that was a really intelligent 1 versus 2 from JT there. Catches the timing on the first one, then holds the line. Knows that he needs to bait out the peak from Scenario. Baits him out into the open. Gets it in the end. Massive clutch there to be picked up by the CT side. At least BNE get a bomb plant out of this one, but at one point, you got to start winning those clutches even. And look at the reactions on the side of Complexity. They're loving it. They're so happy about what they're seeing right now.
I mean, these rounds are getting down to the wire, though. Complexity's money's never able to take off. Bad news, Eagles are 1 good round win away from turning this game around.
Yeah, true. And it's T-side. I mean, considering that they're going to be able to mount up a nice defense and it's not going to be the same as it was against Seoul. You just need around 4 or 5 rounds you're going to be really happy with.
Also just going to go for the peak. Oh, the boldness on this one. GX is holding with an AWP.
Oh, he knows.
Creeping closer to the angle, sees the arm, takes the shot. But what about Juan? Juan's tucked away in that corner. This could be such a dangerous game that Halzerk is playing. But One Flasher does not want to peek out on that one.
Yeah, GX is still holding the line, though.
Oh boy. Weird position Fang inside of the red room. It's going to be as the smoke fades. Quite the battle. Leg spotted out and starts to realize that something's up as Synopsy starts to split the site. They group up towards that B ramp. But both Complexity players also want to brawl.
Messy.
It's going to be decided right here, right now.
My God.
It's going to be Complexity all the way. 3 kills. Eviscerates the attack, and it's just Synopsy flanking through the red room. 30 seconds on the clock to get the bomb and plant it.
JT realized it. They kissed each other in the smoke. He started firing first, and they won the fight. Bomb drops. Synopsy, no chance in the round, surely. 25 seconds. You gotta find both those kills, and Floppy, he's already on top of the boost. Should have this one in the bag. Synopsy seems to have an idea. Molotov actually gets out of there, even though he's low on HP. Might get away with a plant. Okay, that's money in the bank.
I mean, that is the first part of this, but yeah, that's all there is. Complexity get one of the cleaner rounds they've been looking for here, with 3 standing. But a bomb plant for B&E, I mean, every single time you get a plant, you're going to be able to buy up AKs once again. Still posing threats.
Yeah, look at that once again. That was so awkward. JT fires first. Floppy's posed the second one going out of the smoke. And at this point, it was GX just left in a 1 versus 2. That was really hard to pull off. 7-round lead here for Complexity. That's one of the best Complexity games we've seen yet. I feel like that's the best performance from them in this tournament for sure. I mean, we had that victory against Fnatic, but I'm not sure exactly how one-sided that one was in the start. And to be fair, 9-2 doesn't really tell the story of this game, But the fact is that they've been able to pick up the rounds, right? Even though B&E have been able to, you know, get really close in a lot of those, they've still been losing in the clutches.
Which is normally where you think B&E thrive, where it just comes down to individual, you know, instinctual Counter-Strike.
Yeah, well, there's been 5 defuses so far.
Yeah, the retakes from Complexity have always been so darn good.
Yeah, and 3 of them have been, by the way, by a single player.
I mean, a 1v2 clutch, a 1v1 from Hauser, but now that 1v1 by Juan Flatro, not necessarily the clutch, but starting to brew something in this round. Rigon, is he going to clear his close right? He certainly isn't. Fang on being patient, but Juan finds another kill. Rim, though, wants to flash through the smoke, getting spammed down. Juan Flatro's going to find a 3rd kill. And that might just be B&E sealing away another round. We're getting a save out of this again for Cole.
Yeah, that's another triple kill delight coming in from Bad News Eagles. We had a lot of those from Synopsy in the first game earlier today that they had against. So Juan Flatro, though, steps it up massively. The hero that they need, surely. Now they're on the hunt. Gotta make sure that you don't lose a lot of members yourselves, though, because money is not great. It might not be perfect for the CT side, and it could be a justified risk, but if you lose too many bodies, you could be in a reset potential as well. And Hauser, he's going to pick up another. That's expensive for the T side.
And so, yeah, they're going to, I mean, a couple players might be on Galil's.
Yeah, they're playing a risky game.
I mean, that's the B&E way. But that risk could cost you your tournament life. Still 9-3, still very much in this half.
Oh yeah, in the game as well. I mean, it's we shouldn't be writing them off.
You know, B&E we're talking about.
Quiet game as well, and he can step it up in the second half.
Oh, Grim wins that? I thought he was found out there by Rigon, but the shots just dot around him. At the same time, though, what is going on here? Synopsy just double entries the site on his own, and Floppy needs to get out of dodge escape by time for the teammates to rotate on in, because unbelievable scenes that just occurred here from B&E.
Yeah, he's just gonna wait it out. They can play the retake. One defuse kit in the hands of Fang. Every single CT coming in from the same spot, but Floppy's low HP might be a bit of a spanner into the works.
They're considering it. Gonna second guess themselves, or are they gonna give this one a go? Smoking towards the cave position. Seneri tucked away on the site itself with a teammate. A little bait and switch perhaps as Juan Flatro does fall. Seneri wants to pick his timing right, and it seems like it's almost perfect, and it is. A double kill for him, and Complexity starting to fall behind in the half. Sure, they have 9 already, but B&E are closing the distance.
Yeah, another massive round coming in this time from Synopsy, though, on the double entry towards the B-bomb side. Once again, the middle fight just doesn't go in favor of the Bad News Eagles. Rigon going down early on, and that's, well, I think that's the 3rd or the 4th time maybe Rigon just went out of middle and just been absolutely denied to go for a peek, but Synopsy with a great response. We said that he's been a bit of a slow starter, had a phenomenal game against Saul. He needs to get back to form, though. But now this is a lot better. We're actually looking at a really decent first half from Bad News Eagles. It's just the USPs on the other side. Oh, okay, that's not actually Fang. Fang's got his use, and I just saw Grim tuck in that corner. I got scared for a second. Yeah, it's just a nice Grim with a 5-7.
Crossfire setup. One player swings out, and unfortunately Floppy doesn't have the goods to trade that one out. So Fang in Temple with a Zeus. I don't even think it's going to be used here.
Yeah, crisp stuff coming in from the B&E boys. Oh, you think he's going for a knife?
I think he is, but there's a high chance that Halsik just turns around.
Yeah, true.
You can see that. He does turn around. No chance for a knife, but the kill just comes through, and we're going to see a 5th round here for Bad News Eagles. Still certainly opportunity. Are they bringing the bomb back to A? No, they're just hunting for kills here. That'll be where we're going to clean it up. 5 rounds for B&E. And this final round of the half, 10-5 and 9-6 are quite different score lines.
Yeah, it's been a great recovery so far. That could have been a way more devastating first half here for the Kosovian players. And now it's really doable. I mean, with 5 rounds, you can get away with 6 potentially. You're back into the game. And I've loved, once again, the fact that they have that potential of, you know, one player just having a good game and everybody else just starting to wake up slowly behind him. This time it's been Flatro. He's on 16 and 12. And you could see in the previous couple rounds how different players have been able to pick up the slack slowly but surely.
Round the smoke, Rion. Smoke spam, but whoa, Grim is just so fast. Door smoked out, but ooh, the smoke fades. Still landing a dink. He's just, I don't know, man. Give it an inch, just take a mile.
Yeah.
Now, it will be a B-side play. They will hit the execute in, and it will be JT on the hole. First headshot on the scenario. Next in line is GXX. But one Flatro somehow finds a double kill. And towards the entry, and it's the sheer firepower of B&E making me lose my bearings as it's going to be Synopsy to no-scope it for the 9-6 half. That's unreal.
Yeah, they've woken up. They've won 4 rounds in a row. That was looking like a really scary performance here from Complexity. But bad news, Eagles, they bounce back. Flatro with a couple massive rounds. Scenario, Synopsy, everybody waking up towards the end. We can even see a cheeky smile in there. Obviously, Complexity are not going to be overly excited by the way that this one went. That could have been a way more one-sided game, but still, bad news Eagles in the fight here for a spot in the playoffs. They're not willing to give it up.
I mean, 9-6. Complexity still run decent T-sides on this map, for sure. Perhaps more than decent. I mean, so it'll be up to JT and his troops to see if they can keep Complexity in their heads, or it can be beat.
Katsokaa kuinka silvankuroi saittia samalla kun Henu kaataa aivan täydellisen kupillisen.
Ei sinne kuppiin kyllä enempää mahdu. Myltsillä on tähtäin kohdillaan. Viimeisenkin tulis osua, ja osuuhan se!
On se Myltsi vaan tarkka. Vielä jaksaa painaa jalkaa toisen eteen. Hupi hupi!
Hyvä tempo päällä, poika.
Podi yrittää pitää vielä tiiminsä pinnalla. 1 vastaan 2. Pommi on jo pläntättynä. Podi löytää ensimmäisen saitilta. Sitten hakee vielä sitä viimeistä. Tän ensimmäisen kunin täytyy osua. Nyt ei virheitä saa tehdä. Podi tiputtaa vielä luolaan viimeisen.
Löytää sieltä pimeästä se viimeisen pelaajan. Hakee vielä sen pommin savuista. Podi otais kohtaa todella etevä hakemaan ne. Kaikki tarjotavat trackit.
Eiköhän tää riitä. Tulkaas nyt.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gents. We are back after the break with the second half of Complexity taking on Bad News Eagles. A 4th round game here between those two. Both teams, unfortunately for them, down 1-2 here in Group B. One more loss, you would have to think, is going to put them outside of the fight here.
Yeah. Not 100% sure, but
yeah, 98
decreases your chances by a whole darn lot. And I mean, Complexity especially have a lot to work towards. They've had a massive break. They missed out on the major, so this is really the first thing that's on their minds when it comes to European competition, is to do well in this event. And BNE, certainly the same. This time a bit of a gamble stack towards the A side on the pistol round. The collapsing towards middle, but Complexity seem keen on a B play.
Yeah, they're waiting out to see if there's going to be any early aggression from the CT side towards lane, but there's none, and that's actually awkward. You just see Bad News Eagles have every single player on their side towards the B bomb side, or rather towards A, and Complexity have everybody towards B. They're going to walk into an empty bomb side, and now we'll realize what the case is. Hellzerk all alone, the only one actually holding towards lane, and the only problem with this one is that they need to take some space, and that fight for Cave is going to be pivotal for the round.
Oh, Synopsy, though, couldn't win it. And Dragon is even gushed down and dropped instantly. And the rest, they try to get access to the bomb, but now it's just Scenery, 41 HP, and, well, the kit's not going to do you any good there. 10 rounds for Complexity. This is a massive opportunity for them. I mean, Complexity, as an NA fan, watching Complexity, it's tough to see them close out games cleanly, but this is the first step.
Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty devastating pistol round for Bad News Eagles, if I might say so. Every single player of BNE either sees nobody or sees 5 people on their screen. So it's kind of tough to pick up a couple kills there. They are still going to go for the force regardless. There's the white swing towards middle. Coming in from the T side, not really spotting anybody. Flatro going to be the first line of defense towards Cave with the smoke in hand. Jiggles out, spots 2, going to fall back. You want to hold on to your nades for as long as possible, right? You have 5 smokes in the mix. Ideally, you're going to be able to toy with the time as long as, you know, making Complexity run through those smokes later on.
That's a nice molly. That forces out Juan into the open.
I love it how you call him Juan, and it's like he's Spanish. I just imagine him with Juan Flatro.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say the full name. Come on, that's so long.
Yeah,
so
but when you say Juan, I just imagine him having, you know, the Gratisfaction mustache.
Ah,
you know, just wearing a sombrero.
Yeah, I guess you. I mean, what
like
about the Juan Flatro mustache, huh? What's the Gratisfaction mustache?
He's just the main
Flatro
character from the Spanish drama series, Juan.
Yeah,
yeah,
I know what you mean, like a cowboy movie.
Yeah.
See what a good friend Juan can bring to the table. Spots out 2 players with that 5-7. And now you have to feel inclined to push forward, but they just line up for Fang. Rigon looking for a deagle headshot, but the sheer amount of bullets stopping him in his tracks. Synopsy falls next, and GXX knocked down. That's a force buy taken care of by Complexity, and now they're up to 11.
Yeah, that's a great start to the T side. Exactly what you need, especially after dropping the ball a little bit there towards the latter stages of the first half, and, you know, letting Bad News Eagles get away with 4 consecutive rounds, I think it was, on the offense. You want to get the pistols, the conversions, go in your favor. That's going to be a 12-6 score for Complexity, and considering how, well, struggle-ish that CT side was from Bad News Eagles earlier on today, they will need a massive comeback into this one. Hopefully for them, they've been able to, you know, rust it off.
To be fair, though, that's what a grenade. That's so nice. 100 damage. Oh, the nade actually touches down to finish the job.
You know what they say? When the flop flops, it flops.
Yeah, that is true. The Zeus almost finds a target there with Synopsy, but faster on the trigger there is Floppy. And it'll be a 1v3 here for Rigon. And he is getting flanked by Fang. It's going to be put to rest or not, as Rigon just staples down Fang. Do you save this, or do you just keep going for damage? I mean, he has a fight with Hellzerk on his plate. Oh, Hellzerk does dip away back in towards Jaguar. It's going to be 12 for Complexity.
Yeah, quite an expensive round, though. I mean, that's great for Bad News Eagles. You get away with an AK, 3 kills as well. Money's going to be kept quite at bay here. On the side of Colwyn, Rigon, he's actually looking for another one. Not going to be able to find it, unfortunately, for him. Double score. Bad News Eagles. It's time to wake up and start delivering. And I'm not really surprised that we're going to see that first tactical timeout. Now, there's actually two types of teams, right? There's one type of teams that love going for their attacks and love getting the coach involved a lot. Bad News Eagles are quite the opposite, right? You see them going for a tactical timeout only if things are going really wrong. And this is how you know they mean business. They realize that their tournament life might be on the line here. They need to make that defense work.
I mean, playing up against the JTT side and also taking into account the CT side that they had against Saw was far from optimal. Like, keep in mind that B&E, it took them the early start to even keep them in the game against Saw. They lost about, I believe it was 10 gun rounds in a row.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was really
Yikes
rusty
for me.
Well, you know what they say. It's a different game. Not a different day,
course.
but a different game.
Seeing how that changes here. Scenario pushes down, but he's handled by Floppy. And the only thing Juan Flatcher can do is spam in desperation as JT! Double gush, goodbye!
What can you do about it?
I mean, I don't know. GX sees he's going to try and do something about it. Pushing right into JT, and that's an open B site just given for free. The only person who can stop it is Rigon. They're pushing towards lane, and Hulzer's just going to op him down dead. We are looking at 13 for complexity. They take the first gun route, and Bad News Eagles are in hot water.
Yeah, see, that's my own JT's face. That's the worst nightmare of Bad News Eagles right now. Complexity enjoy their stay in the server. They like what's going on. They're having a great time. Just picking up fight after fight. Bad News Eagles are just playing right into them. And this could be B&E, one of the best teams in this group. We ranked them amongst the top 3, right? In the start of the day. They could be on the barrel of elimination here at the Elisa Masters Espoo 2022. They might not even make it on the stage.
Definitely a fan favorite team as well.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, who doesn't love B&E? Come on.
Ah,
Everyone loves them.
that's a cause that I definitely am a fan of. Juan. Oh, okay, that's a good find. Great find through the smoke for Juan. To keep him fighting. Punishing that insolence. Keep spamming that smoke, and Juan's gonna stop you.
Yeah, it's a good opening. You have a bit of a half-buy going on. Regon still has the hero AWP though. This could be a game changer. In Flatro, he's going to stay aggressive.
Wow.
Does manage a second. And there's no one near to actually refrag Floppy. It's a 5 versus 3, and they're going over towards the A-bomb site. Not only that, the bomb is alone towards main. Synopsy, he can throw a massive spanner into the works here.
Oh boy, and yep, Hulzer just taking his sweet time. Thanks for the AWP, by the way. And they're going to boost above. And they're going to leap across. Synopsy could not hit the shot. A massive opportunity could have been squandered there by B&E to win one of these Deagle rounds.
There still is a chance, though. AWP
Scenario.
gone.
You never know. 30 seconds, though. Regon will make the reposition. Oh, man. And he is in a prime position. But will he hear this? Will he be aware? He does.
He's been spotted.
Back around, but he's tapped out. He's visible from mid. Not taking that into account. And Grim has found the headshot. An open avenue to the B site. And there is time to set that bomb down. Believe it or not. They're going to try and hunt Grim. They will be successful in that. And it leaves Fang for a clutch.
Yeah, and he has the information that one of the two members is low on HP. Scenario is going to be able to pick up an AK. They have no defuse kit. They need to be really quick with this one. In fact, surely at some point he's going to get a little bit more aggressive and get an idea on exactly what's going on. They're not going to be quiet about it. He's going to hear them.
Oh, they don't have kits. Take one down. He might get the rest. He makes the spot out. No, and Juan Flatro is going to find it. A half-by victory for B&E, keeping them in the game.
What a round from Juan Flatro. That's genius. The 4K there, winning that fight against Grim on middle, that was absolutely pivotal. And the fact that Regon goes down, that was so unfortunate, right? You could see the thought process behind him, right? He knew exactly what the play was, just didn't get the timing right. He thought that both of them were going to play together towards the B alley. Wasn't ready for the peak. Grim does his absolute best. You gotta feel like if he wins that second fight, that's gonna be a complexity round. But it's still Bad News Eagles in the game. Another buy round coming up. 13-7. Complexity scratched away from 14. They'll have to fight for it.
We're looking at a B rush potential. There's a lot of in towards B short instead, and maybe even out towards middle. They're going to run through the smoke. They're already inside a Jaguar, and Synopsy has nothing really to shoot at just yet. Underneath the smoke, it'll be instead one Flatro pushing in. Fang deals with both of them, pushing into Jaguar, though. 3v4. And Rigon, late to the show. Molly's blanketing everywhere. He gets himself into cave at the minimum. But that could just be all. Plant goes through. Will they clear him out? Well, Floppy won't, but what about the next? Fang is still inside a cave, and Rigon is going to find another. And now they're ready for Fang. Now they know exactly where he's coming from. He will find the first headshot, though.
Surely not.
6 HP. There is surely no way. This is a possibility. He does have the ability to wallbang spam on towards that diffuser. And if they have the kit on it, they do. This will be the defuse. Synopsy will get it across the line, and that will be 8 for Bad News Eagles. It gets closer and closer.
Wow, what a hero play from Rigon. Once again, he is the one to step it up. We had so many moments like that on the previous map as well, right? I mean, the previous 2 maps that Bad News Eagles lost, it was Rigon, especially in that Mirage game against Astralis. Just pulling off rabbits out of the hat. Magic tricks. Just jumping through the Molotov is a massive risk on itself, right? Because the execute had already started when he tries to get into a comfortable position towards K, but he knows that he needs to get involved.
Oh, that's a big kill. Allstark punishes down Synopsy. Maybe not expecting an AWP to be present, considering the amount of rounds that they've won in a row. And that is a surprise for BNE.
Yeah, man advantage early on, and now they're going to regroup back towards the A-bomb side, where I believe Rigon is all alone with an M4, and he's actually going to start walking away. They're going to stack B here. This is a massive chance. Rigon, he's going to stick around, feeling like something's not right. It's too
quiet. Rigon's going to make his way to Donut instead. Beginning to clear out the rest of the site. Now they'll start making noise. Now they'll start shuffling around. And also GXX gets into position from the temple area. Plant to go through. Rigon. Crosshair. Good. He'll find the kill. Grim on the trade. Everyone's blind. One Flatro converts the kill, though. Make it double. No. Fang delivers. 2v2. Both players spotted out inside a temple. That's the information there for Complexity. What will they do with it? Plant going in. Fang, will he be able to reposition? Gap in the smoke. He's not able to cross. So he has to maybe stand and fight. Smoke beginning to fade. And GXX is going to find the kill. JT needs to isolate these fights for the clutch. First foul, almost the second, almost the transfer. He didn't complete the spray, though. And it's BNE who keep the train moving.
Wow, he thought he got it. Or just tried to take cover. Scenario with the double kill. This is massive. Remember all the close rounds that Complexity won that first half. Bad News Eagles, they're making them work for their money now. 3 consecutive retakes, 3 consecutive defuses for the BNE boys. 2 surviving in the last 2, 1 surviving here, but they're still alive in the tournament. And look at the money on Complexity. Even though they've been getting the bomb plants, well, most of the time they have, their money is still dwindling. They don't have the maximum loss bonus just yet, so they gotta make a decision here. A tactical timeout coming in for JT and the boys. They can start feeling how this game could flop out of their hands. And excuse the pun, that's going to be quite unfortunate. They decide to go for the reinvestment. A lot of Khalils, a lot of AKs. They know that if they make their way onto the bomb side, that's going to be a justified investment, even if they do lose the round. And they have been good at least planting that C4. You gotta feel like the momentum is gonna start building up for BNE at some point, though, and this is why you're going for that force. You want to stop that from happening.
Oh, they're looking to take it aggressive towards middle. Fang drops a smoke, drops a flash, goes in above the smoke, though. You're gonna see it's actually Synopsy getting the spot, but spammed right back out. The trade is in towards middle. What are Complexity gonna do with it here?
They've been grouped up in front of the B-bomb side for the past while. Scenario, not really gonna see anything. Complexity are hoping that they get a bit of a freebie, and they might actually, because Bad News Eagles, they need to be wary of middle as well, which means that they're gonna be kind of occupied and could be taken down off guard. Grim is gonna close out the distance. Ideally, you want to get really close before you make your presence known, and Scenario, he could be the first line of defense here.
Flashes in. Oh man, they're already in. It's so quick. It's a surprise. Here, Bad News Eagles. They're looking to set that plan down, and he'll find Halzerk. Bomb carrier dropped. Grim trying to set it down without getting spammed out completely. 3v4. Grim in such a paranoid position behind the site pillar. And now that JT falls, the smokes drop, the curtains lift, and it's time to brawl. It's BNE on top of their game right now. It has to be something absolutely obscene from Floppy, and it is at double digits for Bad News Eagles.
Yeah, it's another retake. That's really devastating for Complexity, but Bad News Eagles, they look more and more comfortable in those post-plan scenarios, don't they?
Yeah, I mean, in these retakes, they're more coordinated. Complexity post-plant positions are not quite connected in that way. So when one person loses a duel, it feels like the whole post-plant falls apart.
Yeah, a couple rounds ago, it felt like every single time a Bad News Eagles player had to go for a hero play, right? You still remember that Regon jump through the Molotov, getting himself solo towards cave and all of that. They don't need that anymore. They just feel comfortable approaching the retake in the standard way, and it's been working out. And this is the momentum. This is them trying to, you know, or not rather trying, but feeling more secure here on their CT side.
Oh, and Flocker now starting to get pristine with it. That's a double.
26.
And they're going to send the rest of these 3 pistols towards the A site. Double setup, lying in wait. And off, holding a thread angle. Oh, whoa. Halzerk finds a deagle headshot onto Rigon, but I think that's where this one will end. A leg shot on the Fang. The USP is going to do it. Triple kill there for GXX. And it is Bad News Eagle bringing the game within 2.
Yeah. In the role of the catalyst on this map, it is Juan Flatro. We had the same talk over on Ancient the first time they played it. Back then it was Synopsy, the one to step it up with so many multi-kills, so many good plays there for Bad News Eagles to get everyone else fired up, give them a little bit of a wake-up call. This is what Complexity are trying to do right now, because things haven't been going to plan. Not whatsoever. This was the first round that you actually didn't make it onto the bomb side. Now, we get it. You didn't really have the money. You didn't really want to go for a full investment. You wanted to get Halzerk on that AWP. But at some point, you got to start feeling the pressure. And I feel like we're past that moment. You've lost 5 in a row. Bad News Eagles are looking really good. Juan Flatro is on 26 and 18. And everyone else is slowly starting to pick up the slack as well.
Mm-hmm.
And you're still under control, right? You still have the game under control when you look at the scoreboard. But this is the final round in which, you know, you're going to have that benefit. You lose this round, it's a pretty leveled up match.
So some mad individual play we've been seeing from Complexity, or rather from BNE, and it's going to keep going. It's Recon just pushing through a main and dragging down Grim.
That's the confidence play.
Walk up. Did they see a barrel? That's a big question. Staring inside of the corner right now. One Flatro gets traded out easily as a quick 2-for-1. Fang in middle. Couldn't convert the headshot either. And things go from bad to worse here for Complexity. Looking to play around with Halzerk here. GXX is just going to swing out, take the easy shot, and now the game is within 1.
Yeah, it's in the oven. It's cooking. Now they're not even making their way onto the bomb side. Bad News Eagles, they've been starting to pick up that pace, and now building up the cash as well, building up the foundation. Complexity, maximum loss bonus is going to mean that they can continue reinvesting. It's going to be a sloppy one, though. Not everybody really has the money to go for a rifle, and Floppy is going to leave himself some cash. Halzerk as well for the AWP. It's a bit of a half-buy coming up, but with 3 hero AKs, you feel like it's going to be a dangerous one.
Oh my goodness. They're just going to go for a straight B rush. This is the play, and it might work. It finds the entry onto Scenario, and the shot not connecting from GXX. JT has just found another entry. GXX, though, that's 2. Right back to swing it in. 3v3 and post-plant positions are not here for complexity. It's Halzerg on a Glock to try and stop the equalization. 6 in a row. Looking likely. Halzerg, all he can do is hope to spam, but it's planted on the other side of the pillar. There's no winning that. Synopsy deals the final headshot. JT try as he might. It's BNE to 13.
And again, Bad News Eagles, they just look so comfortable in those post plants, right? Even though this one goes in hell. I mean, Scenario and Flatroll, they get caught completely off guard there. And GX with a lovely recovery there with the double kill towards CT with the AWP utility once again has been absolutely phenomenal here for BNE on the retakes. Flatroll's on 100 utility damage, but then you look at people like Regon, who's on 170. You look at GX and Synopsy, both around the 150 mark. They've been absolutely great on those retakes. 13-13, we're leveled up.
Wait, this execute can work. They're just walking out A. And there's no one actually on the site to contest. Smoking towards spawn. The question is here for Regon. Do you want to fight? Well, he tries to, and he gets obliterated for it. The Synopsy want to push the smoke, push the issue. Not on Grim's watch. And we're looking to see a man advantage, a post plant here for complexity. Can we see more magic out of BNE? Maybe not today, not when Grim is playing like this. 3 headshots for him, and Grim is going for the ace. 4 on the round, and complexity will hit 14 by Grim's will.
That's just a Grim round. Straight out of there. I mean, it was a great flash from Fang to open things up onto Regon. He was completely blind, didn't see anything, but then Grim just playing in the gap of the smoke. He was just ready for every single peek coming in from BNE. And this is so devastating. You get so many rounds in a row, 7 if I'm correct, and then you just get shut down as soon as you level things up. First to 14 is going to be complexity. And as you said, that was just by Grim's will. That's why they still call him the superstar, right? I mean, that's why you can still look at Grim and say that he is individually one of the best players that the NA scene has to offer because of performances like that, because of rounds like that. He's up to 25 kills, but there is still one more. The final boss, Juan Flatro, up on 27 on the other side, trying his best to counter Grim. BNE, at least they've been able to build up that economy, so they have a concurrent buy in this one as well.
Oh, what an angle for Regon. But if there's more players that come his way, it'll be a serious problem. Grim, will he clear this? Will he just be better, or will it be Regon? Regon for the first, he gets a second!
Massive.
And now GXX on the angle. Flash in, though.
Oh, he's seen him.
We could get, it could, yeah, I think he has been spotted out. Tag landed. Yeah, he'll escape. The nade? It will finish him off. All right, it's back down to the 3v3 by virtue of the HE.
Yeah, they absolutely needed that refrag. It's still a 3 versus 3. They're going to slow it down, actually. It's not like Complexity have a really cheeky lurk or they've been able to catch a gap in the lines of BNE, but they still have a 3 versus 3 with a lot of time on the clock. Smoke towards window. Going to make sure that they can safely cross towards Donut if they want to. They've actually just slowed it down. It's going to be again the A-bomb side, but just redirecting it a little bit. And Synopsy, he's all alone. He was a hero early on today in their first game. Can he deliver now?
You can get timing here. If he goes back and forth between the angles. There it is. There it is. Looking between the angles, and he gets timing. JT with the headshot. And with 30 seconds left on the clock, the bomb is going to get planted. Both players here for the Bad News Eagles are ready to retake. Juan and Scenari on Flatro making his way out of the temple side, and Scenari right through the smoke. Now even Juan, no, it's going to be Floppy. How did he spin for the second? So many questions, but no time to answer. It's complexity on map and maybe elimination point.
Oh, what a double kill from Floppy, and the timing. You gotta feel like you've been completely hard done there if you're Juan Flatro, or rather Synopsy. He had the angle, had the M4 in hand. Just look. The right, or rather the wrong place at the wrong time. Well, I guess it could be the right one. If you ask Complexity, they're going to be really happy about how this one went, especially after losing the first 2 fights. They managed to find a double refrag. The HE as well, taking down the AWP of GX there towards the A-bomb side. Absolutely massive recovery. And another timeout. Bad News Eagles. You've been more than spectacular on those comebacks. 7 rounds in a row on the CT side, but they need 2 more to force overtime. at least the buy is good. At least they have the rifles. Flatro is the only one that's going to be on an MP9. No defuse kit, though, might be a problem. You don't really want to get into a post plant.
Ooh, okay, but GXX doesn't want us to leave just yet. JT's actually going to let him go. That could have been an easy refrag, but JT not maybe trusting himself enough.
I don't think he's realized it. I don't think he believed that he's going to be all
Surely he
alone.
heard the footsteps.
Yeah, but he doesn't believe he's all alone just running back, for sure.
Nasty boost in play, and now GXX is even for the red house. Still finding more impact, dragging down Floppy.
That angle is nasty. Surely, if Hauserk walks in,
Yeah.
Scenario is going to get a free kill. This is a complete lockdown of that B-bomb
I mean,
side.
there's no way you can flash him off of this angle as well. It's just immune. I mean, a player can walk up, sure, but yeah, that's exactly what's going to happen. He does actually get blinded up, but not ready for that. Halser couldn't hit the shot either. And, well, they do have the cash for the next round. Looks like we're going to be going all 30 here as JT sits in the 1v5 and getting collapsed in by the Eagles. All right, 30 rounds required and tournament life on the line for both teams.
28 for Flatro. He's been an absolute hero, 1 away from forcing overtime. AK's out, AWP for Hauserk. As we said, this previous round was a complete lockdown by the Bad News Eagles. Complexity, they're so close to, well, pretty much eliminating Bad News Eagles from the tournament. I mean, if you're down that 1-3, you have a really minimal percentage of a chance to make it through to the playoffs.
So Synopsy, off angle, just playing on that edge of that smoke, but JT might be able to swing out and spot him first on the fallback. Oh boy. A clash that results in nothing.
Yeah, you can see how afraid both teams are. Well, maybe not afraid, how careful they are. No one really wants to be the first one to go down in such an important round. A round with such magnitude for the run in the tournament. The CTs still have plenty of utility, a lot of Molotovs. Complexity actually haven't done enough to bait out that util.
So it'll take some time. You start running that down. It'll be 4 players inside a Jaguar. Make it 3. The bomb grouping up towards the B site. It will be the play. The molly in. The trade is there from Juan. And so, Scenari behind the smoke, taking some flak down to 46. And he'll get spammed out. Fang is going to find him. Rigon, players behind the smoke. Can he deliver? Now they start to swing him. He finds the first, but can't convert the second. Man advantage for Complexity to eliminate BNE. JT a double kill. HE for GXX. He needs a clutch. And now, the force overtime or bust. And now GXX misses the first, position revealed. 1v3. Reload is there, but time is starting to tick. No utility playing in his favor. Crossfires to break apart. Complexity with prying eyes are looking to lock themselves, staying in this event, and they will. Halzerk drops GXX, and the hopes of BNE might just be dashed here as they fall 1-3.
Oh, what a game that is from Complexity. They did put so much effort into that engine, played a fantastic first half, did manage to bounce back with a great start again into the second, and barely being able to avoid overtime. But it was supposed to be their game. Bad News Eagles, they fought until the very end. But unfortunately for them, that was another comeback that they weren't able to finish off.
Yeah, I mean, they've had so many of those. I mean, talk about their game against Astralis as well. We talk about BNE's resilience. They're always there. They're still such a great team, but unfortunately, they weren't able to bring it to fruition, and it might have just cost them.
Well, you said it might have just cost them, and that might be the case, right? Now they've lost 3 in a row. They started with a victory here, but in all of these games, they were starting badly down, right? I mean, you've had all of those 2-9, 1-7, all of those deficits in pretty much every single game. And if they were able to come back in the first one, they were really close in the second, really close in this one. well, those are still really devastating losses for the Bad News Eagles players. But I guess that's going to be the case with a lot of these BO1 games, right? We had that yesterday with, let's say, a Havu. We had that with the Heat. They were falling so short, but in the end of the day, couldn't really make it out. And I'm afraid that this could be it for the Bad News Eagles, playing 4 games, picking up only 1 victory here. Well, it's not looking great.
Yeah. On the flip side, though, talking a different matchup, Fnatic are up 13-1 against Astralis. That is a scoreline and a half. So this could get still weird, as Complexity have a win over Fnatic, and Fnatic's last opponent, I believe, are those Bad News Eagles, if I get that correct. If I'm correct on that. Yeah, so Fnatic have still yet to play Saw and BNE. So that will be a deciding one with Complexity. Will be having a tiebreaker against Fnatic if they do have an equal record. Fnatic needs to surpass Complexity. So Fnatic is falling behind in the rankings as well. That's a talking point of its own.
Yeah, it's really close right now. Obviously, it's not 100%. I believe that BNE are out. This is not confirmed by the admins, but I feel like the chances are really thin right now. So, yeah, really unfortunate for them. Complexity, though, they're still in the fight, right? We spoke about this game as being kind of a decider on which one of those 2 teams is still gonna continue fighting for a spot in the playoffs in the arena tomorrow, and which one is gonna get pretty much eliminated, even though it's not 100%. It's going to be really tough for them. They need a lot of games 100%. To go. Yeah, it might be, because they need a lot of games to go their way, and a lot of teams not to really pick up more points. But yeah, unfortunately for them, this one doesn't work out. It was great effort, but again, I really wish that we were able to actually see a game in which BNE had a good start, because they were really good on some of those comebacks, right? They were really resilient.
Of course.
Individuals were stepping up in different moments. JX had a lot of clutches. Synopsy had a wild first game. Flatro was stepping up in this one. Regon had a great showing on Mirage, but it was just not meant to be.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's such a shame to see such an excellent performance head out of this event, because there's still something to be proud about here for BNE. They still have another BO1 to play, and they still can make an impact on this tournament for darn sure. But they have played so well throughout this event. All the comebacks, all the resilience, they've kept it close every single time. It just feels like we deserve more out of this team.
Yeah, well, unfortunately for them, they have only 1 more game to go. But focusing on our next game here over at the A stream is going to see Astralis take on 500, if I'm not mistaken. And that's going to be a fight and a half. You know, Astralis, considering that they will end up losing that match against Fnatic, which seems highly likely, they're actually going to be with the same score as the Bulgarians. Both teams probably 2-1 going into that matchup. And the winner is actually going to get a 99% chance of, qualifying into the playoffs. So this could be a direct matchup for a spot in tomorrow's games at the venue. Obviously, for those of you that didn't know, we're going to have all the playoffs tomorrow, the day after that even as well, streamed live in the arena Espoo for the Elisa tournament. And you're going to have talent, you're going to have coverage, obviously, at the place. And you can still get your tickets. I mean, a lot of the places, I think a lot of the tickets actually have been sold out, but there still is some left. So if you have nothing to do during the weekend, you might catch a quick flight over to Finland and, watch some of those games live. But for now, we're going to be heading into a short little break, and we're going to be right back in around 10 to 15 minutes with the next game of this A stream in day 2 of the group stage at the Elisa Masters Espoo 2022.
We have a solution for you.
gives you wings.
Headed for the riverside, around us fuss and fight.
Stop.
Katsokaa kuinka silvankuroi saittia samalla kun Henu kaataa aivan täydellisen kupillisen.
Ei sinne kuppiin kyllä enempää mahdu. Myltsillä on tähtäin kohdillaan. Viimeisenkin tulis osua, ja osuuhan se!
On se Myltsi vaan tarkka. Vielä jaksaa painaa jalkaa toisen eteen. Hupi!
Hyvä tempo päällä, pojat.
Body yrittää pitää vielä tiiminsä pinnalla. 1 vastaan 2. Pommi on jo pläntättynä. Body löytää ensimmäisen saitilta. Sitten hakee vielä sitä viimeistä. Tän ensimmäisen kudin täytyy osua. Nyt ei virheitä saa tehdä. Body tiputtaa vielä luolaan viimeisen.
Löytää sieltä pimeästä se viimeisen pelaajan. Hakee vielä sen pommin savu, josta Body on tässä kohtaa todella etevä hakemaan. Ne kaikki tarjotavat trackin.
Eiköhän tää riitä. Tulkaas nyt.
Welcome back to the Elisa Masters Espoo as we're continuing down at the studio in Group B. We're getting deeper and deeper, and we already have one team that's been eliminated. Bad News Eagles they posted up an incredible fight throughout all of their games, but it's unfortunate it couldn't culminate into them staying in the event. They fall down to 1-3, and they are eliminated. Now, but for the other teams, however, we have Astralis taking on 500 here for a game that could guarantee a team into playoffs and a surprise team in 500, no less.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like going into this day, we were thinking that, teams like Seoul, like 500, I'd say those two, and maybe Complexity were a little bit of underdogs going into the group stage. We were 100% thinking that, a Bad News Eagles, a Fnatic, and an Astralis would be the big favorites to make it through. But 500, they've actually gotten some quite decent results, right? I mean, even though they did lose to Fnatic, beating Complexity in the first round, getting a win over the B&E guys, pretty much digging their grave even deeper, and now B&E are out of contention actually for the playoffs. Well, that opens the door for 500. If they win that game against Astralis, they're actually going to be the first team to guarantee themselves a spot into the playoffs going out of Group B.
And we only have 4 more BO1s remaining. This one and 500. And on the B stream for this block, we have Fnatic taking on Saw, where Fnatic's dreams of a playoff hopes and Saw's dreams of staying in the tournament still hang in the balance over there on the B stream. But a chance for 500 to make the playoffs and play in the Espoo. Surely, I mean, they haven't interviewed. They're confident. They're a confident group of players that they say that we can seriously win this tournament. Well, how about you prove it against Astralis right here, right now?
Yeah, you have to. I mean, they've always been famous about, being able to pull off some nice comebacks and, well, not only comebacks, but upsets in general against really good teams, right? Even when they were still competing under Skate, they've had a couple notable victories against, let's say, a Vitality and one of their really good runs. And let's not forget, this is a team that's really accustomed to being the underdog, and they like being the underdog in a lot of their games, right? Even if you go back to history to, when they still had Dreamer and Bubble, and even beforehand with Duplicate and Oxygen, they've always been a team that's been really good at upsetting, but they've started to struggle ever since, whenever they indeed get into the position of the favorite, they get into that top 20 of the world, and people expect them to perform at a high level, they start crumbling. But when people just look at a game and think, okay, surely the Bulgarians are going to lose, well, a lot of the times they're actually able to pull off some pretty nice results.
Oh, for sure. And we've already seen that today. Their win over B&E was a big surprise, not just in the result as itself, but in the fashion that they did it. We were seeing B&E come back left, right, and center today. Not right there. Not at all. A 16-8 win there for 500. They kept it clean. And can they do that against Astralis, who are also themselves looking weak after they received a stomping, a 14-1 CT side half on Overpass against Astralis for Fnatic? And so Astralis need to find a way to bounce back from that game in which it was a near hopeless affair. Let's check into this head-to-head here, Ted. Why did you pick these two players to match up?
Well, we're just comparing the IGLs at this point. I feel like there's such a massive contrast in terms of, international success. Obviously, Glaive being one of the biggest legends of CSGO, a 4-time major winner. He was a part of the Astralis era as well. And, on the other hand, though, we have a person that doesn't have 100 of his success outside of his region, but for the Bulgarian region, you can make a point that Nicky's been IGLing so many of the younger players, and he's actually been a part of some of the best Bulgarian teams that we've had, and he's played with pretty much everybody. So I'm really intrigued in a game like that, and I'm not trying to compare the numbers here. Obviously, they're not going to be that high. Nicky is just doing the entry role right now on the side of 500. Glaive feels like he has to open up a lot of space sometimes as well. He's using Mister from time to time for that, but there's a lot of rounds where he is the one just making first contact. So numbers are not going to be great for either one of them, although they have their good moments. I'm kind of trying to compare them on a brain level, to be fair. Because for Nicky, this is a really interesting matchup. You're getting matched up against arguably the greatest mind that's ever played CSGO, or at least one of the greatest minds that have ever played CSGO. And you're trying to prove yourself as a newly assigned IGL, being 31 years of age as well. You're not the youngest pickup for this Bulgarian lineup. So you got to prove yourself as a vital asset, right? Especially with, the meta being giving a lot of chances to younger players, academy players and whatnot. We don't really see players of his age getting picked up that often anymore. And, for me, that's a really interesting aspect because I feel like he's a pretty stellar IGL, and I'm really looking forward to that fight against Glaive.
Yeah, and I think Nicky overall today just generally said individual form is there. He can keep up with the rest of his team. But some highlights for the guys at 500. Ships is going to be the deadliest force here for this 500 unit. We saw against BNE, not only does he have incredible aim, but he also has incredible game sense. He's able to find himself in the right position and execute perfectly. And while Astralis do typically find themselves in good setups, I think that's what their strong suit has been today, is the tactical aspect of their gameplay has been good.
Yeah.
Can they convert it against a guy like Ships?
Well, that's going to be a great question. And, the map might actually give us a little bit of an idea on what to expect, right? Obviously, going into today, I was thinking that maybe this game is going to present us with a little bit of an overpass. But after the last game that we just did watch from Astralis, I'm not exactly sure. I don't know if you really want to risk on starting on that T side once again. Obviously, on the CT, they did manage to pick up, if I'm not mistaken, 5 rounds before losing the game. I think it was a 16-6 in the end of the day. But an overpass might be out of the occasion, but actually 500 just straight away removing nukes. So let's see, we might still end on overpass. Who knows? I mean, Astralis might want to right their wrongs, and especially against a team like 500, I think they might have a really good chance at doing something like that.
Yeah, so I think Mirage is a potential ending point for both of these teams as well. Astralis have felt very, very comfortable on it as well. So it'll be something to look out for if needed as a decider. We'll see an Inferno taken away there by Astralis. So not wanting to land on one of the more middle ground-ish maps. Of course, you're playing with new players. Maybe you want to play something that isn't as protocol heavy, and that could just be the Mirage.
Yeah, right. I mean, Dust 2, obviously, you don't want to face off against 500 on this map. Even though you did play it and you did win it once already, you still saw that performance against Bad News Eagles. So this one's getting out of the way. Obviously, a Vertigo is never going to be present in the map pick of a Bulgarian team, especially of the 500 one. So we're left with a couple interesting ones. I'm thinking about an Ancient. We've had a fair share of Ancients so far today. We're yet to see 500 actually play on it. And there's the Mirage removal. Maybe anticipating exactly what you said, right? That Astralis would be hoping to get onto a bit of a puggy ground. And right now, ideally, 500 really want this one to go to an overpass.
I mean, they're pigeonholing it between overpass and Ancient, and this is just an awkward map veto here for Astralis. Do you really want to go overpass again? They don't. No. They're going to take it to Ancient. They're going to try and switch things up and see if they can change the tides.
Yeah, it's pretty devastating for Astralis, though, especially after coming on the back of a really tough T side on overpass. I feel like now, obviously, 500 don't really play Nuke. So Overpass and Ancient are the remaining two maps that are, you could say, quite heavily CT-sided in today's meta, right? So right now you're kind of forcing Astralis once again to play a T-side on a map that's not, well, as favored for the T-side, which could be good for 500. I feel like this is a smart move. I would love to see an overpass between those two teams, but for Astralis' side, I feel like that does make a lot of sense. And, their Ancient has actually been really decent the past couple of months. Now, the only thing that I'm actually wondering about is, when Config was on the lineup, the Ancient was great, but he was kind of the winning condition on the entry. So are they going to be able to actually deal without him?
Yeah, I mean, he's the man who would take space through middle, just absolutely, and taking all the space. Do we have any key points here to run through, Ted, before we jump into game?
Yeah, we do. We do have a couple things to speak about. And, the first thing, we kind of touched upon that in the first game of Astralis that we had. How important is that tournament for Astralis as a foundation and for their confidence? I feel like every single game that you play here does hold a lot of value, right? I mean, it's been a long time since we've seen some positives on the side of Astralis in terms of performance in tournaments. Missing out on the major was a big blow, and even though you're not playing with Device here, even though you're playing with Crystal, just in terms of confidence for people like Glaive, like Zip, like BlameF, a victory here would be massive. And as we pointed out for Mister, this is potentially him fighting for his permanent spot in the lineup. Crystal is obviously trying to make a good name for himself at LAN, playing against some really great teams, that he doesn't usually get to face off against in Academy League environment, as he is the Astralis talent opener. So I feel like this tournament holds a lot of weight for Astralis. We've been highly impressed by their performance in the first two games. I'm not sure what happened there against Fnatic. Unfortunately, we didn't really manage to catch that T side, but I think they will be hoping to at least make it into the playoffs and the BO3s.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a certain expectation here for Astralis, starting off 2-0, and well, then capitulating wouldn't be the best way to head out of this event. But I think against 500 is definitely a reasonable opponent, but they also have Complexity coming up next. This is not a given for Astralis. A win here definitely just, takes all the pressure off of this potential up-and-coming Complexity match after this one. So a win here for Astralis is certainly going to need it. What's your next one here, Ted?
Well, it's kind of an interesting one. A lot of you guys in chat, I saw that actually you were kind of surprised to see those 500 boys do well. And a lot of people actually don't realize this is the XK lineup. We've said that a couple times. Those guys, or at least the core of that team, has actually won 2 Elisa tournaments during the past 2 years, and they finished second at 1. And all of that took place actually in 2021, right? They won, I believe they won the Spring Elisa in 2021. They finished second in the Summer one, and then they won the Winter one as well. And they've been beating some pretty stellar teams on the way there. You have the Copenhagen Flames with the old iteration of it, with Hooksy and Siphon and Yabi and Roy and all of those people. You have Heat when they were in a really good moment as well. And those guys, they've been constantly performing really, really well in those tournaments. Obviously, we're speaking about Rainwaker, Danny, and Ships in there. Nicky and Patrick haven't really played in those tournaments yet, but the core is still there.
Yeah, and I mean, moving on to our final point here. I mean, we've talked about so far the dominance that Skate have shown in the past, and now they're bringing it here on to 500. It is the first time that these two teams are actually going to meet each other, especially with Nicky and Patrick finally kind of returning back to the upper echelons of Bulgarian Counter-Strike. Yeah. Now they actually get to face off versus each other and play on LAN. That's a real proving point for these guys.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, especially for a team like 500, I feel like you can prove yourselves massively in a game like that. Obviously, you're having a really tough draw right now. It's Bulgarian teams and Astralis do have some kind of history behind it, because Fiend, that was had Bubble and Dreamer, they did actually used to play against Astralis last year when it was the RMR, I believe. It was the IM fall back then. And they did lose to Astralis. It was an 0-2 game, but it was really close. Those guys, though, they've never played against Astralis. And that's why I actually find it so interesting, because, they've had some upset results every now and then, beating teams like Vitality, like Big, like Spirit sometimes. But they've never actually faced off against the Danes. And as much as we can speak about 500 and their momentum form, we can speak about their really good results so far today. Astralis, are the favorites going into this matchup, right? I mean, you still have Zip, you still have Glaive. Zip and Glaive, we don't really need to add on the amount of LANs that they've played. It's still more than the combined amount for all of those 500 players. And Blamev is an absolute beast right now, and he's been an absolute beast for the past 2 years. It's always going to be tough to play against those guys.
Yeah, I mean, without a shadow of a doubt right now, there's definitely something riding here for 500 that, you know, we are playing against an Astralis team, and we actually are in a winning position for once. Yeah. I mean, sure, we talked about this underdog buff, but you got to think to yourself sometimes, are we really the underdogs anymore? Now we're actually in a winning position here. So can they hold on to their marbles here and close out this bo1, push themselves to playoffs, and start achieving some real tangible goals? I was talking earlier about this lineup, how they've always struggled to make it deeper and deeper into these kind of events, despite having some incredible online performances. And really just planting the flag, making a statement here on LAN would be a massive deal to this team who has been, you know, who were absolute demons during the pandemic.
Yeah, absolutely. We still remember, you know, those crazy streaks and whatnot. And I feel like
30 win streaks or something like that.
Yeah, that was an overpass as well, by the way. That's why I really wanted to see an overpass being played in here. That would have been quite interesting. But yeah, I feel like Astralis still need to be quite composed going into a game like that. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of weight on the pistol round, or rather the knife round, pardon. Who starts on which side, that's gonna play in fruition for sure. But I feel like if you have a similar performance to the one of Blame effort from the first two maps, you should be good to go. Individually, it's going to be a really interesting game as well, right? Because we had a really good game from Danny on Dust 2. Rainwaker is still one of the highest rated players in the tournament. He's on 1.3, I believe, after his first 3 games. Ships has been doing all right. So all of these guys look fired up. This lineup, at least in the closing months, as Skate didn't really look as motivated to play the game, right? You couldn't really see the will in those players, but you can see it now. So I feel like once again, Blamev will have a really tough task. I tend to compare, you know, 500 to BNE in a way, and I feel like it's going to be pretty much the same. You'd require a massive performance from Blamev individually, and then you'd require people like Zip to be quite solid in their positions, Glaive to be given the right calls, and obviously if Christo is able to, you know, pull off some of those high impact clutches, even if he's not quite able to, you know, put on consecutive or rather consistent numbers on the board, and you have Mr. actually getting some success on the entries, you might be on the right path to success. And especially on the map like Ancient, I feel like Christo is going to be a little bit more comfortable, because this is a map that the Astralis talent lineup actually likes playing. So I feel like he's going to feel a little bit more accustomed to, you know, the way that he's used to playing CS.
Yeah, and I think we finally get to see Christo on a real op map, and that is the map of Ancient, where you do get a lot of space to mobilize and move around. So yeah, we talk about the big shoes that Christo has to fill. That is still very much present through this game, especially competing against such a competent opper as Dennis Law. Dennis Law's opping style is very, very annoying to deal with.
Yeah.
You know, it's unpredictable at times. Sometimes he's there just holding an angle. Other times he's taking the fight versus you. He takes it. Sometimes it's a difficult op to deal with. And Christo is going to have to navigate this situation, playing under a new Astralis system. It can be difficult to manage sometimes.
Yeah, it could be, but what we've seen so far is the fact that they don't really rely on him that much, and I feel like Astralis is one of the, well, I don't want to call it easier, but it's a good team to be a stand-in AWP in, because you know that most of the time they will actually put their money on Blame F to do the hard carry and, you know, rely a lot more on the rifles. But yeah, we should be good to go any moment now, I believe. There is some pissy issues coming up. I'm not sure if we're going to get into a break. I don't think so. So we're going to wait it out. Ladies and gents, for all of you at home and maybe the ones that don't know what's going on here and what we're doing here at the Elisa Masters Espoo 2022. Well, we are currently in the first day of Group B and only day of Group B. We have 3 teams that qualified yesterday, 3 teams that will qualify today, and the playoffs starting tomorrow. But as we get into that, we are ready to jump straight into the server for the penultimate game of the day here at the A stream.
And we're in. taking this pistol round away. Astralis versus 500. And we move on in. We're going to see a bit of a faster play coming out of the Astralis camp as they're going to make their way all the way into cave. There is a setup here, though, between Deniswall and Ships. But no one's going to test it just yet. Just taking the control, and now they want to execute. Now they want to put on the pressure here on the Bulgarians. And they're going to begin their stampede up the B ramp. Into the site they go. And the taps are in. Christo's good on it. Ships, a second one, though, on his dual Berettas. Zipex does get the trade and makes it a 3 versus 3, but the flanks start to activate as well. And Patrick will find his on the dualies. It's finding so much success. Another headshot and a pistol round for 500. It's clean as can be. So that'll be the 1-0 start here for 500. And Astralis have to start this game on the back foot. They were so good on the pistol rounds earlier on in the day. Both of their wins coming off the back of, collecting every single pistol round. So now it's a bit of a different story.
Yeah.
As 500 will be able to pick up a bit of an eco purchase.
Yeah, a bit of a bonus here.
Anti-eco, rather.
Yeah. Astralis on the T side, obviously gonna have a bit of a tougher start, you'd think. Well, they've been able to pick up.
We have a solution for you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The final best of one. Astralis taking on Complexity for a spot in the playoffs. The stakes could not be higher. 2 team seasons on the line. Ted, what's good?
Well, Astralis taking on Complexity. I feel like in the start of this day, both me and you told that, at least one of those teams is going to be able to make their way into the playoffs guaranteed. But no, it was actually Fnatic in 500, surprisingly enough. And as it might not be such a big surprise for Fnatic, I feel like no one really expected the Bulgarians to solidify themselves as one of the first teams into the playoffs and even be a contender for that first place in the group. But for Complexity and Astralis, it's just straight away, right? You win the game, you go into the playoffs, you play in the arena tomorrow, you lose the game, you go home.
Yeah, and simple as that. And the loser, their season is over. There are no more competitions for the rest of 2022. Whatever you've been working towards this entire year kind of comes to a head here. You want to put up the best possible results, and this is your last chance to do so, to prove yourself as a lineup and as a player. I mean, let's go ahead and jump into these lineups and talk the players that are on Astralis and Complexity, both projects just coming anew here in the later end of 2022. And, well, this might be the last we see of them here in this year.
I think it should be, right? I mean, Astralis didn't make it through the showdown, so they're not going to be playing in the Blast finals, and Complexity don't have any further tournaments scheduled either. They didn't really make it into the showdown on their side. So, yeah, this is the last tournament for both these teams for this calendar year. And, even if you look at the logo and you look at Astralis, you think that, they announced Device some time ago. They're not actually playing with Device, for those of you that are just joining in today. Or rather now, Crystal's actually playing instead of him. And so far, he's been doing all right. But in terms of, the results, Astralis, even though they had a really good start, they did manage to win their first 2 games. After that, it was just T-side galore. Well, T-side anti-galore for the Danes as they were able to pick up, correct me if I'm wrong, only 2 T-side rounds in 2 consecutive maps combined.
Yeah, two absolute blowouts in a row. And that is very big warning signs here for Astralis. They need to turn it around if they want to stay in the season, not even the tournament consideration. 2022 could be over for them in 1 map here, Ted. And for the guys over at Complexity, we have to wonder about what this iteration of the lineup brings. Is this going to stay? Are there going to be roster changes if things don't go according to plan? I mean, Complexity have been searching for results after results, and nothing materialized this year. I think they want to make something happen here at the Elisa Masters Espoo.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, individually at least, they've been able to perform, at least some of them. Going into the player comparison, obviously we have the big man. We have BlameF taking on Fang. We spoke about Fang, one of the brightest prospects of the NA scene, right? The 20-year-old Canadian, he's been one of the best players that's ever went out, mechanically at least. And he's been in the conversation as well for best player overall going out of the NA scene as a prospect, as a talent. Hasn't really been able to find that individual consistency, even though, myself and yourself, we had a bit of a talk about him actually finding his form and looking a lot more solid and reliable throughout the past couple weeks and months. But on the other side, you have a BlameF, and he is Mr. Impact for the side of Astralis. First game, he does manage to drop 27 kills. They win. Second game, drops 36. They win. Third game, he drops 19. They lose. And then, well, in the last game against 500, I think he ended on only 6. And, well, surprise, surprise, they lose. So it's pretty much been one-sided, right? I mean, either BlameF plays well and Astralis do have a chance to pick up the victory, or he goes missing and they lose. And, we can't really blame him for that, because he is the only person that looks like can actually win them a game.
But the thing is, over on Complexity, they have numerous win conditions. It's not only Fang. Talk Halzerk and Talk Grim, who have also been consistent forces, especially Grim in that last map against BNE, to bring them to this point, to get them into a position to make it into playoffs in that 16-14 barn burner, stopping the comeback dead in its tracks. That was Grim bringing it home for darn sure. And he is here to play against Astralis. If Astralis are not on their best form, Complexity are also going to find themselves another blowout. And this could be an easy waltz into the playoffs. We have to see a complete reversal of form out of Astralis here.
Yeah, absolutely. And going into the veto straight away, obviously, that one is kind of a historical game, I'd say. Those two teams meet each other quite often at pretty different levels of, competition, mostly, the biggest tournaments. But yeah, so far this year, Astralis actually have been the more successful side. But in their, most recent matchup, Complexity are actually able to get the better of him. And, out of 4 times that they've actually met up so far this year, that's the only victory that Complexity had, but it's the most recent one. It was kind of surprising as well that they did manage to steal away Nuke, which, was a saving ground for Astralis in the first 3 games, right? Winning at 16-9, 16-10, 16-9, and then losing in a really crazy 25-23 matchup, against DNA's side. So going into the veto here, I feel like there's a lot of possibilities. We've seen numerous Mirages, Infernos, even some overpasses between those two. So I feel like it's just up to Astralis to decide where they want to go. I think that Complexity is the far more comfortable side in terms of, Astralis's T-side problems.
And these 2 days fighting off against each other as we do dive on into the veto it's become a bit of a rivalry. Every time Complexity set foot in Europe, they somehow, some way find a way to face off against Astralis, no matter what lineup they are playing with. Earlier this year, I believe, and even last year, under the extra salt banner, they went into IEM Winter and had to meet Astralis, got knocked out and eliminated in the very early group stages there. Early this year, they had to face off against Astralis. They played them in ESL Pro League every single time. This has been a matchup, these group of players versus each other. So let's go ahead and dive into those vetoes. We have the Mirage permaban out, and Vertigo gets taken away from Astralis. So we keep narrowing down this map pool. But these two teams do share a bit of similarities in a couple of maps here.
Yeah, they do, right? I mean, they've played a couple BO3s, as you pointed out. They played both in EPL season 15 and 16, if I'm not mistaken. And then they had the IM Cologne play-in matchup as well that Astralis did manage to win. Overpass going to get removed by Astralis. Again, no surprise there, especially after the T side. I'm actually going to be surprised if Astralis are willing to go for an Ancient as well, even though it's, again, looking like a fair ground for both these sides. And I feel like now you just want to get away from those two maps. For those of you that did miss it, we already mentioned that Astralis did lose, was it 16-6 to Fnatic on Overpass, registering only one round on their T side, and they did the same against 500, but the Bulgarians didn't really give them even 6 rounds. It was a 61 there. Thus, two going to get removed as well by Complexity, and it does look like we might be left with a nuke, which, I actually would be really excited about. That would be our first nuke of the day here at the A stream.
I mean, Astralis have kind of left it to the map they got blown out on in their vetoes, and the map that a different one. Last time they had the opportunity to play Overpass or Ancient, they took out the Overpass, played Ancient, got wrecked. Now they take out the Ancient and play Nuke. Are we going to see a similar fate on a different map? It's a map that Complexity have been very comfortable on as well. It's where they've had some of their greatest results on close games against, I believe, way back in EPL. FaZe Clan was their match, their deciding match against FaZe Clan back in ESL Pro League as well. and they've been cozy on it ever since, back competing in the RMR and NA qualifiers as well. So, I mean, Complexity got what they want here.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like if you're Complexity, you are going into this game with, morals being, relatively higher than the ones on the side of Astralis as well, right? Especially after how the last two games rather went for the Danes. I mean, it was a dream start. We were singing their praises after the first two matchups, or at least we thought that they would be able to make their way into the playoffs quite comfortable. For Complexity, it was kind of the other way around. They've been just going back and forth, starting off with loss, then bouncing back to beat Fnatic, then losing to Seoul, and then being able to win their last game against BNE. So I guess you can make a point that Complexity have actually been doing a bit of a better job against the bigger teams in terms of names and organizations, at least. Being able to take down BNE and Fnatic in contrast of losing to Seoul and 500. It's been a really back and forth showing from Complexity. I feel like that pretty much describes how things have been going for this team in the past couple months, just being really inconsistent with their showings and results. But this is a game in which they're going to be feeling quite comfortable, especially if they get to start on that CT side, because, man, Astralis' T side has been struggling, and that's actually going to be our first key point.
Yeah, I mean, straight up, T sides for Astralis. Are you kidding me? And this is not just like a general thing. This is a today thing. And if this cannot be solved, especially on Nuke, JT can run. JT can probably guarantee yourself maybe at least 5-6 rounds based on the quality of T sides that he's so well known for running on this map of Nuke. He's consistently back even on Cloud9 days, was reputed in the North American space for just, being a great T-side Nuke player, but unable to close it out on the CT side. And so, I mean, if Astralis' T-side is struggling, you just need to go to the bread and butter here for Complexity. Just go to what your playbook is. You don't need anything fancy, it seems, against this new Astralis team. You just need to put this one across the line, put up a solid showing.
Yeah, absolutely. And a solid showing has been actually what we've seen from Complexity in recent history. And that actually moves us into our second key point for this game. I feel like Complexity not making it into the major actually didn't manage to kind of make a lot of people forget about, all the progress that we could actually see in them during the Pro League groups, right? I mean, they didn't have a bad tournament at EPL. And after the summer break, I feel like I've seen a lot of development. I think Hauserk has really been able to bring another face to that team, and especially on maps like Nuke. Obviously, we're going to get in depth on this one while the game is going, but as we're approaching the start of it, Hauserk is an opener that really did manage to help them out in a way that I guess you couldn't really compare it, well, to some extent, to the way that Ikinder helped out Liquid, right? You pick up an EU player that's pretty vocal. Obviously, Ikinder is a lot more vocal than Hauserk, but being on the AWP, he's able to kind of navigate people around what he wants to go for. We know that he's really well calculated. He can go for aggressive peaks. He can be that defensive opener. He's been way more consistent and delivering a lot more than, let's say, a junior that used to be the ex-opener. And I feel like that's actually been one of the, I'd say, trap cards, if you can put it that way, for Complexity. And, not making it into the major did make a lot of people kind of forget about them. But I still feel like they've had a semi-decent second part of that year.
Well, folks, it is do or die time. It is the end of your season, or you get to keep playing in the year of our Lord 2022. So that is what's on the line. Make it to playoffs, play in the arena, and, well, I'm sure the Astralis fans want to see Astralis fight out in the arena. I'm sure Cristo wants some time to prove himself on this lineup, and at least, get himself out, get his name out there, try to show some good form. And in a do or die match like this, in a high pressure situation, if he can deliver, that would mean all the more to the future of this man's career.
Yeah, absolutely. We had a word about him. Obviously, Device is going to be the full-time opener of this team,
for sure,
no question. But it looks like at this point, Device is not really feeling too comfortable with him playing on LAN, playing in a tournament just yet, because, he hasn't really played any Team CS for the past year, or, well, since the beginning of 2022. And he said that it's not an individual problem. It's more of the team aspect that he doesn't feel too comfortable with. So Cristo gets the chance of a lifetime, right? You get to play a LAN that you haven't really been able to do in a long time. You were a part of that Nord project that was kind of like the pinnacle of his career. After that, you went back into AGF, a lot of mediocre results. You get picked up by the Astralis Talent Academy. You've been doing a really fine job at the Academy League, but then you get a chance to prove yourself against the big dogs. And truth be told, bar a couple really impactful rounds we've had today, he hasn't really been able to turn up all that much. But again, whenever he's been able to actually join in and have some impact for his team, it's been some game-changing plays and game-changing rounds that he's been able to bring up to the table. And he needs to deliver here as well, because we know how comfortable Hauser is on that AWP on Nuke.
Yeah, and being an AWPer on Nuke is such an important factor, because if you are on one part of the map, you're controlling half the map, but it is so difficult to get to that other site. Think about it going outside. If your opponents are not moving outside, they might be going ramp or inner, and it's going to take you a long time to get yourself in the right position. So it's going to be all about how these CT sides position their AWPer, and guess who's the AWPer for the guys over at Astralis? That is Christo, and that is going to put a lot of pressure on him to play positionally sound as well as individually sound on this map of Nuke in a high pressure situation once again, to call it for the end of your season, for your biggest chance to show, what you're worth, especially. It's high pressure for both of these teams, but I think Christo has the most on him.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, for Hauser, I think at this point he's proven to be quite a chill guy, and I feel like especially on the Nuke, he's going to be feeling quite comfortable. This is a map with complexity are known for playing quite a decent amount of. And, he used to play a lot of it over at Dignitas. This was actually their best map when he was still playing with that EU squad. And he was he was one of the best AWPers on that map in the tier 2 space for sure. And I feel like you can see that even if in his games here on Complexity, I think that he's really, I wouldn't call him micromanaging, but he's really good at giving different ideas to his teammates based on the play that he wants to go for, right? So his communication, his cohesion is on a really high level on this map. And we know that, especially on a map like Nuke, where, rotations can be really tight. You need to be picture perfect with every single move. Otherwise, you could be caught in no man's land, and the T's are going to capitalize on it. Precise communication is quite vital. And this is something that Hauser is going to be really useful with. Again, we still have people like Fang, like Blamev, that we expect big things of in terms of the rifle work. Same for Grim. I feel like Blamev is going to have, again, a really tall order, and he couldn't quite deliver in the last 2 games. But I wouldn't really blame it on him again, because it was just the entire team being completely locked out of the game. But here, if they give him chances, I bet he's going to grab them, because he wants to play some LAN tournaments as well. He wants to play in front of the crowd.
Yeah, and there is one extra point I want to add to this, a bit away from the Astralis point, and about complexity. For the history of these players, they've only advanced this far in any sort of EU tournament once. Back in the year 2021 at the FunSpark Ulti Finals. This is where they were called Extra Salt, and it was Fang, JT, and Floppy is I can't even remember. I don't even think Floppy was playing on this.
Sonic was playing on the team, wasn't it?
It was Sonic. It was so far back then. And since then, they have never gotten even this deep into an EU tournament under this complexity banner. This is a huge step up as well for them. And it's a little different from Pro League. I know some of you guys are saying, but they made the quarterfinals of Pro League. What are you talking about? In this game, they're a favorite. And when Complexity have been favorites in games, historically, they've struggled. When they're underdogs, when the pressure's off of them, they've played out of their minds. Can they do it when they're the favorites here? When you're looking at a weakened Astralis, I'm sure many in the community think that Complexity have the upper hand here in this matchup. Can they do it when they are the favorites? Do they recognize themselves as the favorites? Does that pressure get to them here in this do or die game?
I don't think so, to be fair. I feel like Complexity realized that, a game against Astralis is always a game against Astralis, right? It doesn't really matter who's playing on the lineup. You still have Glaive and Zip on. You still have Blamev, who's one of the best riflers in the world up to this date, even though, his team has been a little bit lackluster for the biggest part of the season. But you're still playing against 4-time major winners. And we actually we brought that one up earlier today. Zip and Glaive, you just pick one of them. You combine the amount of LANs that every single every single complexity player has played, they don't get close to the amount that Glaive and Zip have. So, all that experience is going to play out, especially in such an important game with such high magnitude. In the end of the day, it's always, it's kind of disappointing the way that one of them is going to go down after losing a bo1, but it is what it is, right? I mean, pistol rounds, conversions, all of that is going to be really important. And if we have to judge by Astralis' performance so far, well, so far this tournament, if they've actually been able to pick up more than one round in the first half, they've actually been able to get the map victory. So you got to feel like if Astralis are able to pick up the pistol, the conversions and all of that, that's just going to get them out of that, 16-1, 16-6 mindset and the problems that they had, no matter on which side they start. And for the sake of them, I really hope that they get the chance to play it a little bit closer, because I really don't want this game to be a stomp for either team.
Yeah, I mean, and going in just one step closer, it just feels so weird to put down both of these two team seasons on a singular map, on the singular map of Nuke. It's the whole season. It's kind of the whole culmination of 2022. Can put this one together. Well, we're gonna have to bring this one to a little bit of a break, as we are just taking this one. A little bit of a technical issue as we are getting ready to get set up, though. But we do have the players in server, and in just a couple of minutes, Complexity versus Astralis is going to be going down. One team is going to the Espoo. See you guys in a bit.
We have a solution for you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah, that's great stuff. Blamef picks up even a triple kill there. A complete shutdown onto the outside play. Because now it's just Floppy and Fang left, and Blamef's on an absolute rampage. Gets a 4.
Oh boy.
And now it's just a 1 versus 4 for Floppy, and they've been absolutely flopped.
Yeah, this has been a destructive opener, especially from Blamef. A 4K on the pistol round. Just single-handedly powering this Astralis unit through trials and tribulations. It's just Floppy, and inside the vents is Mister, and he can't win that initial duel. Astralis will kick off this elimination game with a pistol round.
Yeah, that's great stuff. You know, that just shows that BlameF is fired up. He realizes that they've just lost 2 games in which they couldn't really get into. He doesn't want that to happen here. He wants to get victorious. And you know, even if you look back at history, he has a reason to be comfortable going into a game like that, right? The first nuke that they played this year was a 16-10 for Astralis, second one 16-9, third one 16-10, and only the last one they did lose 25-23. And truth be told, well, Grim and Fang did put on some monstrosity of numbers there.
It's gonna be a top hit though. This could get very risky at certain points as Halzer does find the double entry on the Tech 9. All right, access to the bomb plant potentially. And Fang spins around for another. The overextension. And Complexity capitalize. Both players going in from heaven, but the vent rotate is available. And are they going to take it? They certainly are. Huge. Both Fang and Halzerk are down into the lower bomb side here, Ted.
What a move. That was a 3 versus 5 as well. A 2 versus 4 in the latter stages of it. They can just get the bomb down. They don't realize that the Astralis now are going to hear the sound cues. They need to get a move on. No defuse kit in the equation as well. They need to get the kills quickly.
Oh, and Halzerk is even going to go for the fight. Taps away, almost finding Blame. Chance to fall back, and they'll make it back towards a single door. And you also have Fang armored up with an MP9. Could finish off BlameF easily, and if Christo misses his shot, if it's not a pristine headshot, then Fang is looking to capitalize. Out in the open was BlameF. Only takes a lick of damage. Fang's still fighting. BlameF still holding despite the 23 HP. Door swings open. Christo, he's just gonna drop the molly. Fang had a molly the entire time, but did it spread to the bomb? There's no time. There's no time on this bomb. They've actually won the force buy here for Complexity. Such an impactful force buy it is as well.
Oh, that's absolutely crazy. It was a 2 versus 4, a 3 versus 5. Complexity don't believe it. Look at Fang. He doesn't believe how lucky he is to get away with a round like that. That's absolutely crazy. Gets the double on the Tech 9. Halzerk as well with 2. They're gonna get away. Complexity managed to pick up their first here on the T side. A complete shutdown to the economy of Astralis as well. BlameF, the only one that's gonna have the rifle. Everybody else on upgraded pistols. Running this one back. That's gonna be no comfortable start for Astralis in this game.
Oh man, I mean, if you just avoid BlameF, I guess it's a proper solution to the play. A straight top hit incoming once again. This time though, Glaive, the 5-7, a triple kill for him. And now even Christo, he starts to swing the smoke. He hunts for the kill. Headshot delivered. Halzerk looking for that trade, but he disappears down the vent. 1v3 for the Norwegian offer, leaping in towards Christo. It's a headshot landed, perhaps a bomb plant here, but ZipX coming in rotation. One eagle body shot will do, but oh my word, Halzerk. A third kill, but that HE should strike true. It does. That's round ending, and Astralis will bite back with a force buy of their own.
What a round saving HE there from BlameF. Thank God he had the utility. That was so close. The second shot onto Zip, that was mental from Halzerk. That was so close, but again, taking back to that play from Glaive, that was absolutely insane. Ludicrous triple kill with the 5-7 close range. Just taps him away. Halzerk with a really nice try, dropping down the vent, hunting down Christo. We're gonna get the replay as well. Look at that from Glaive. He just didn't let them get out of the smoke. Takes down all of them. There's the nade again. BlameF making sure that Astralis get back to winning ways, but because of the bomb plant, they're gonna be able to go once again. Galil's all over the plate. AK for Halzerk, Tech 9 for Grim, and some utility to work with as well.
To gear up for a bit of a hut split here. You have Glaive just playing the Jiggle Peak game. For now, no one's going to give him the bait. Instead, Complexity have actually made their way down towards Secret. But they did toss in a wall of smoke, so you will see ZipX come back down in rotation.
Yeah, it's the good call as well. Complexity, they have 2 people already down here. Floppy's going to get attack, and oh, they're actually going to go up the vent. Or are they?
Thinking about it.
Yeah. Could be a lower split here. They're just looking for a kill. And they're actually going to walk into them. Floppy and Grim, that's exactly what they've been waiting for.
Oh my goodness. And that is a catastrophe. Astralis double push, and they both go down without a kill, without a fight. And Astralis are already calling a save here. That is an unreal way to kick off these force buy wars in the elimination game.
Yeah, you're just going round for round at this point. in so many individual plays as well. Complexity actually play out a pretty decent round, right? I mean, you send 2 players down secret, they're onto a bit of a scouting mission, and if they find something, they can call down for a rotation, they can try and fake it up, and I guess this was the idea, right? Just making some noise down B, trying to find a kill, and then attacking that upper bomb side. Astralis, though, they double push, feeling like it's been too long of a time since they've heard anything from Complexity. They wanted to find out what was going on. Well, they did find out what was going on in a way. Just not the most pleasant one. A clean round for Complexity as well. All 5 players surviving. All 5 on rifles. Money's going to be looking fantastic. We reload again.
I mean, if you look out for Astralis, are they going to force back into this? A couple of rifles are still in play. blameF had some cash to spare. They're going to go back in once again. No one is going to let off the gas here early on Nuke. Astralis want to keep their heads in the game, but this could come back to bite them early.
Yeah, absolutely. The risk on running such a force by war on the CT side is even bigger. Oh, there's the triple.
Oh my goodness!
Perfect. Glaive, he just get bombed out of the bomb site.
That is, I've rarely seen that nade stack work, and it works here. Mister goes down, but Zipex, great flank, finds JT, and even drops the molly. He's stalling out for so much time. He's keeping the attention drawn. And they are funneled back into blameF. This is a strat here for Astralis. If blameF can double up, that's all they need.
Yeah. Multi-kill required. Crystal's with the scout towards heaven as well. He's going to be able to assist him, but blameF, he really needs to be the hard carry of this round. Zip is all the way towards the ramp, and actually he started to move a little bit closer, so Astralis maybe getting a rough idea on what to expect here.
I mean, Complexity are just being so patient right now.
What a setup, though. They're waiting for the exact same thing, right? They hope that Astralis are just going to walk into them, but that's not going to happen. They need to execute on that A bomb site. They need to do it now. Astralis have everyone towards it.
The flashes are good. blameF blinded. Oh, and are they looking to dive down the vents? No, they're going to go through Squeaky instead. Zipex finds the first, but instantly traded out. But a massive entry from Halzerk, and Christo down to 5. I don't think they realize that he's up top just yet, but now that HE forces him to run away. 3 damage dealt, 2 HP left, and Halzerk with the finisher. No gun saved, and an advantage Complexity. They've broken the CT economy.
Yeah, now that's devastating, right? It's all good going for those force by wars, but as soon as you lose one on the CT side, you're pretty much scrapping for cash, and now you have nothing. You need to look into the savings account. It's not looking pretty. At least you're going to be able to pull off the guns once again in the next round, but you gotta wait. It's just the pistols now. Complexity, they've done it. They're going to have the better start here in this deciding game.
The full eco has to come out from Astralis, and perhaps a double eco territory as well. Glaive? Hello. And that was the bomb, and everyone else is down secret right now. And I mean, if Glaive goes hunting, that could be an AK for retrieval. There are so many things playing in the favor of Astralis here. Glaive that position is literally known as Glaive to some. And he literally finds a kill from his own position. And he picks up potentially a gun, but his barrel's been spotted. He's getting whittled away. Surely he gets finished off here, and that will be Floppy at long range as well. This will be the cleanup. And, well, blameF will be good for one always. Zipex, with only a P250 to speak of, is not a lot to say in this one. Complexity will look to convert their fourth, just 18 HP remaining.
Yeah, he's going to try and find another one. Actually, does manage to tag down Halzerk, but not quite find a kill. A nice kill there from Glaive. At least makes them wonder a little bit, you know. It wasn't quite a free round. Not that expensive, but still makes it quite, well, curious. For a second there. Back to normal stuff though. Astralis on the M4s. No way to BP yet. For Christo, money simply doesn't allow it. Well, could have went for a glass cannon, I believe, but decides to stick with the M4 and the nades. Another buy round coming in for Complexity as well. T side looking strong, looking powerful. Wonder what they go for now.
They're looking to just pop on through. They're just going to try and hit the gas. Mister traded out instantly. Glaive on the site destroyed by Fang. The entry is so good from Complexity. The fast pace catching Astralis off guard. And with the plant going in, do Astralis attempt this?
Surely not. I mean, they're completely locked out of this. This is a safe. It's been called already. It's a complete shutdown. This is great for complexity. Is the good old pop towards the A-bomb side. They just wait it out. Let Astralis throw in their smokes and just jump through the smokes with some great flashes. Astralis had no idea what hit him. Mister gets 1 kill. That's not going to be enough, though. A lot of damage done on both Fang and Grim, so could be regarded as a little bit unfortunate for Astralis, but it's still around in the books of complexity. 5 on the T side already.
I mean, and these rounds have been speedy. I mean, that's what you get for winning these 4 spy wars, but that was just a fast-paced gun round.
Yeah. It's been one of the quickest T sides on Nuke that we've seen in a long time, right? I mean, most of these rounds, they're not really letting Astralis get into any kinky ideas there. Nothing too fancy. It's just been Astralis trying to keep on with the pace and kind of get accustomed to it. Not quite able to do so far, though.
I like the decision-making as well, because when your opponent has low economy, they typically can't afford mollies. It could be good, but this time around, perhaps some fight out of Astralis. With the saved weapons, they can afford their utility and afford to battle. Complexity are gearing up for yet another top hit, though.
Yeah.
Floppy hunting, but no good. Pressure exerted.
Ooh. They're trying to bait out some outside aggression. JT is just holding. He's being really passive. They showed some early presence towards the ramp. They're trying to make Astralis over panic here, right? That's why they showed some early presence, and now they've slowed down once again. Might be another A play. Astralis needs to be ready. With complexity, they're just trying to bait out utility at this point. There's Grim going out.
Bam.
Oh, he realizes that he's going to confirm that one.
Oh man, that is rough stuff there for Grim. Footsteps definitely were heard, as well as the molly helping out. Now they're going to go back towards ramp. A 2-man setup lies in wait, though. Astralis have the perfect setup. Can complexity possibly break this apart? Zipex and Christo. And Christo goes down first, though. Oh no, isolated away from Zipex. And now he has to slink away down the ramp, but 30 seconds. Complexity have to make a decision. They have to make a commitment, and they will go down towards the B site. Zipex in such an awkward position, though. But he's joined by BlameF for help, potentially. Out from control room, he's traded out. 2 versus 2. The rotates begin to arrive, though. You see Glaive down low, but Galdrick wins the outright fight. The quick scope is there. The bomb plant is in, and Mister is in a 1v2. Makes his way down from the ramp, does get the spot, but Fang wins the fight, and it's Complexity who continue the lead. They're laughing to the bank.
Yeah, look at Fang. He knows what they've done just now. They're just having fun on the T side. That was some great spacing there, right? Those refracts were so quick. Nobody from Astralis was even able to think about getting a multi-kill there. Straight away, you just get one. You get insta-slapped by the second person behind them. That's great, and Crystal doesn't even get a single one. It was a great clear. Flash off Zipex. Clear out Crystal. The bait completely undone. Another half-eye coming in for the Danes. That's a 6-2 start. BlameF. He's going to try and step it up. Hero M4 in the equation. Goes aggressive towards outside. Manages to get one. The key here is to try and move as much as possible, right? Make them guess where the M4 is going to be.
I mean, BlameF holds a statistic. In rounds that he gets a first kill, Astralis win 90% of them.
Yeah.
He has impact. Call them all the names you want. But this time around, Zipex on the other side of the map does go down. That's the ramp anchor. And you can see the defense starting to shift. They realize that, they can't really account for that loss. JT up close against the 5-7, and will be able to best Christo, spotting the next out as well, but Glaive will win that duel, and Mister just walks right back into the op. Halzark gets another, and it's just the BlameF, the man who started the round, who's going to need to maintain that 90% win rate with the clutch.
Yeah, A3 requires a 10, doesn't have the fuse kit, needs to walk through the smoke here, might actually catch a little bit of a timing. Floppy doesn't realize it. Blame might have been able to get himself into a good position. Needs to confirm the first kill onto Floppy. Now he knows that there's a player towards the back of Default. And there's the first one, spots the second, but Halzark quick enough on the trigger.
That's a fast shot from Halzerk, who's starting to have a real heater of a game. I don't even mention the scoreline. He is 14-2 right now.
Yeah.
He is towering over Astralis at the moment.
Yeah, we spoke about him before the start of the game, right? He was all the time that he spent on Dignitas. He was feeling extremely comfortable on that very map. That was his best statistical map with Forest in the gank, and now he's showing it on the T side as well. It's extremely hard to have such a spectacular performance being the Oper on the T side of Nuke, but so far he's been able to deliver.
Even on rifles as well. You don't want to underestimate that. We're going to see a fake of a faster play. You see the smoke, you see the molly towards top hut, and it draws a lot of utility out of Astralis.
Yeah, it does. No reaction whatsoever, though. A lot of util. They still have some smokes and a single Molotov left. Complexity trying to bait out some aggression. They saw in the previous round that BlameF feels quite comfortable going for those peaks towards outside, so now they want to make sure they don't get caught off guard. This is one of the signature-esque plays that BlameF has on this map as well, right? Especially when his game starts going well, and he's going to continue moving around looking for impact. This time around is going to be the secret play.
Oh my goodness, a dinked up, but somehow no kill. HE goes deep, but doesn't tag up Halzerk. So they'll just avoid the problem man. Oh, inside the smoke, just on the other side. Glaive, does he want to try spamming it? He hears the footsteps. Nothing gives.
Yeah, that's wrapping up as a nice inner hit. Floppy, if he gets that kill, that's going to be problematic. Glaive, though, manages to win that fight, and that's so much information. They're going to clear it out, but now they're going to realize Grim's on the lurk. Needs that kill. Timing's everything. Zip it.
Grim.
He's going to turn around. Grim gets the kill.
But still, it's not all set in stone just yet. Crossing over to the site, Fang might have himself a plant. Halzerk, though, needs to help out by covering the cross. Now, Fang is in a unwinnable situation. That will be Astralis. They will come back in and start to claw back this half, but they need much more than just this.
Absolutely. It was a good round, though. Nice mid-round reaction there. Pushing towards lobby, they realized that they had lost control over outside. They realized that the Heaven Wrap was a possibility as well, so they wanted to take back, and they did manage to do so. Glaive winning that fight onto Floppy opened up so many doors there for Astralis to play that round. And the first tactical timeout coming in now for Complexity. Starting to feel a little bit rough around the edges. Well, you still have a really good T side, but you don't really want to let Astralis back into it, right? You want to make it as dominant as possible, especially when you know how problematic the T sides have been for the Danes so far, at least in their last 2 games. If you manage to put them in an uncomfortable position and make this one an easier game for yourselves, well, that's going to be good. One thing that you pointed out as well early on, and we actually had the chance to see that from Complexity, that is a team that often struggles to close out their games dominantly, right? If they win, most of the time it's going to be a really close map, and you might be hoping for a change, especially under those circumstances.
And so TC not quite happy with how messy that round was. He wants to clean things up, and he wants Complexity to continually push for a lead. A missed HE, though, on the door. Surprise! It's Halzerk. Crystal gets a warm welcome, and that's no Christmas caroler. But still, okay, Zipex come back in, but immediately traded out. All right. And a man advantage, a ramp room open, tons of avenues available here for Complexity. And when will those rotates scramble? It'll be in the form of Glaive. He wants to start a flank. If you're too slow on this play, Complexity, he is going to be here to punish, but they dive down the ramp. They evade Glaive, but can they take down Mister inside of the control room right now? And being a problem, baiting out the shots, and he's looking to transfer for multiple. That's a double kill, and he's brought the round back. Now Glaive activates on the flank as well. Who's out in the open? Where's that bomb being planted? Well, it's up down to Fang. He's down in the dark room, but surely he's not ready. He gets a spot. He saw Glaive. Glaive did not realize that he's been spotted. This is a backstab here from Fang on the Glaive, and now it's a 1v1, and Fang playing so patiently. It's so perfect. Is he gonna walk into his crosshairs? The question, no. Blame himself feeling tentative about it. 30 seconds on the clock. Fang might just be walking right into the waiting arms of Blame. It's so well played from the big man himself. And that will be the second round in a row for Astralis.
His decision to get out of the vent as well was absolutely massive. You could see that. You could see that Pank was actually pre-aiming that angle. What a kill from BlameF. What a clutch. That was a really important round for Astralis. We spoke about it. It's right on the back of Complexity having a tactical timeout as well. So even though you're still far back, you kind of get into their heads with the idea of, you know, okay, you just had attack, you had it over, you thought you had a great idea, it didn't work out. We're still in the game. That was crucial for Astralis.
All right, and Complexity, are they going to go back to the faster plays? That worked early on in this game. It seems so. It's a 2-for-1, though. Glaive will take that combo every day of the week. And even they try to make their way onto the site. Christo gives them another greeting here. Dancing around the site with that AWP, and with the bomb down, he has full reign and full control on what this round has on offer. And he will silence them. A double kill for him. 3 rounds in a row for Astralis. The build back continues here.
Yeah, it was a really good hold towards the A-bomb side. It feels like at this point, they're really accustomed to that explosive play style, and they were ready. Crystal was already down secret. Even though they dropped down the vent, he was already in position to deny that. I think he was thinking about actually going for an outside peek there towards secret, but, you know, getting the information, decided to stick around. And does find the impact in the end. A double kill for the man. 5 rounds for Astralis. Half by finally for Complexity, so the Danes should be able to catch a bit of a break here.
Starting right quick there for BlameF. Just a simple early pick outside, trying to catch. Grim's Deagle was looking to catch out an overextended head. He's done that with the Deagle a couple of times, but not today, not against Blame. He's just manhandling outside right now all on his own.
Yeah.
And no one can even best him. Not JT, not Fang. No one. That's 3 kills. He continues swinging for the 4th. That's second 4K of the game for this team, and he wants an ace as well. Will Floppy give it to him? Yes. BlameF, he's on a tear.
Clean. And that's the last person that you actually want to feed some kills, right? Even if it's the eco kills. If you get BlameF rolling, it's going to be so tough to deal with him if you're Complexity. One interesting thing, by the way, that came up to my attention. This is the 5th different map that Astralis have played today. They played Dust 2 in their first game against Soul, Mirage against BNE, Overpass against Fnatic, Ancient against 500, and now we're on Nuke.
Well, that's a blessing or a curse, I'm not sure here. Maybe they wanted to find themselves on Nuke earlier on. Christo taking matters into his own hands, taking a step forward with the op, and now that's the bomb drop by Zipex. Astralis seemed to be all over the play. Grim trying to make his way into the site, but can't hit the flick up. It's only Fang, the only response. A good wall bang on to BlameF, all things said, but the nade skips at his feet, and that will be Astralis equalizing. Now make it 5 rounds in a row for the Dades.
Yeah, you gotta love the switch of tempo, right? Astralis have made this game a lot more competitive. We spoke about how in the first couple rounds, it felt like Complexity were just doing whatever they wanted, and Astralis had to try and match up their pace and kind of get adapted to it. But now it's quite the opposite, right? Astralis have been initiating a lot of those early fights, taking a lot of space towards the inner bomb side, a lot of space towards lobby, Zipex. It doesn't really matter if they lose or win the fights towards outside and towards A. He's been constantly aggressive whenever there's some brawl happening elsewhere on the map.
Oh my. Christo, okay. He wants to prove his worth in this match right here, right now. And yes, while Complexity started off so well, 7-2, Astralis have showed up with some pep in their step in these last couple.
Yeah, Crystal's been really agile with the AWP as well, trying to move around the map as much as possible. Zipex, though, needs to be careful. He's all alone towards the ramp area here.
Oh, and it's a committed angle. He opens up for the first on the Grim. Can he turn it to 2? He needs to. He's trying to call for support, and Mister has arrived, and Zipex has turned up with 3. I mean, Hallzerk will double entry it up, but he needs a literal 1v5. Zipex has done all the work he's needed to do.
That's such a great round from Zip. What a hold. The OGs are going to be happy about a round like that. Hallzerk 17-7 needs to make it 20-7 to give an 8th round to Complexity. And considering how bad this looked at some point for Astralis, they were down 2-7. Getting a win out of this half, that's going to be massive.
And right now, down on the site is Glaive, playing the lower ramp angle. Bit of a headshot angle, dinked up is Halzerk, but not full damage. And he'll swing up for the real deal. That's 8-7 now. A big comeback here from Astralis. They're still in a bit of a shaky situation. You normally want more rounds on that CT side, but they'll take what they can get.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a great recovery from the Danes. It didn't start well. It looked really shaky towards the start of the game. But let's bounce back to what we said before the start of this map as well, right? They lost the 2 maps, right? But they were quite dominant. And it feels like Astralis were able to actually come back into this game, right? I mean, just overlook the fact that they were down 2-7. Focus on the fact that they were down 2-7. They were able to get all those rounds. This is something that we didn't see the last map. This is something that we didn't see in the map before that. And now, well, Complexity, there's no sign of all those smiles that we saw just a couple minutes ago.
Yeah, but at the same time, we're looking at the guys over at Astralis, and, well, now we talk their T-sides, man. Let's bring up that stat. They got 2 T-side rounds in the last couple of maps. Their last 2 maps. They had 1 T-side round apiece. I mean, it's not hard to break that record, but they're going to need to do a lot more than just that here against Cole.
Yeah, it's going to be a really tough one. But ladies and gents, we're going to follow up the action in the second half right after a short break.
Katsokaa kuinka Silvankroi soittia samalla kun Henu kaataa aivan täydellisen kupillisen.
Ei sinne kuppiin kyllä enempää mahdu. Myltsillä on tähtäin kohdallaan. Viimeisenkin tulis osua, ja osuuhan se!
On se Myltsi vaan tarkka. Vielä jaksaa painaa jalkaa toisen eteen. Hupi hupi!
Hyvä tempo päällä pojilla.
Body yrittää pitää vielä tiiminsä pinnalla. 1-2 pommi on jo pläntähtynä. Body löytää ensimmäisen saitilta, sitten hakee vielä sitä viimeistä. Tän ensimmäisen kudin täytyy osua, nyt ei virheitä saa tehdä. Body tiputtaa vielä luolaan viimeisen.
Löytää sieltä pimeästä se viimeisen pelaajan. Hakee vielä sen pommin savuista. Body otas kohtaa todella etevä hakemaan ne. Kaikki tarjotavat trackit.
Eiköhän tää riitä. Tulkaas nyt.
(8-7) the halftime scoreline. You might look at this and say, Astralis, they could have done better, but 6 rounds on the trot to seal away that half is the momentum Astralis might need. Let's see if they can carry it over onto the pistol. I'm fine, joined by Ted, but we don't have time for introductions here. It's a fast ramp play, but 3 players in position here for Complexity could unravel this one for Astralis. Taps away from Halzerk, but it only makes out for 1. Fang, at the same time, is struggling to control his USP, but then he flicks up on a zip and plucks him from the sky. No bomb into control for Glaive. A 1v3 for him, and Complexity are looking to grab a pistol.
What a shot that was from Fang. As crisp as you like it, as crisp as a cookie. Glaive, a 1 versus 3 clutch for the IGL now. This one looks pretty much impossible here. Still has 1 minute to work with. Now he's gonna
wait a minute.
spotted. Actually just down the first. Yeah.